Chapter 854. Purple Chi from the East. Han Mu, dressed in purple, walked over step by step from the east and slowly landed at the foot of the mountain. His appearance was not very special, but even if he did not speak, he still made people feel comfortable. When he appeared, even the headmasters of several 8th grade sects saluted him from afar. It was not only because he was the sacred son of the Tianyuan sacred land, but also because they recognized his strength. In the next few days, all the major forces set up camp at the foot of the mountain. There were more than 1 million experts arriving. There was an endless crowd as far as the eye could see. There were only a few top experts in the Tianju star zone, but there were too many middle and low-level cultivators. It was as if all of them were cultivators. Rumble. A large ship broke through the sea of clouds and made a loud noise. The violent primordial chi fluctuation attracted everyone's attention. Countless people looked up and saw a large sail fluttering in the sea of clouds. The black words Tianyuan were particularly eye-catching. On the bow of the large ship, a plain-colored figure stood proudly. Many people recognized him. He was the sacred master of the Tianyuan sacred land, Zhenren Futing. When Zhenren Futing appeared, Han Mu immediately went to greet him. After the large ship appeared, it did not land. Instead, it stopped in the air. A few minutes later, a giant sword and a cloud-shaped ritual implement appeared. It was the people of the Tai sword sect and the Purple Cloud sacred land. The appearance of the 3 sacred lands at the same time meant that the battle between the good and evil was about to begin. Many people seemed to feel something and looked in the direction opposite Tianju Peak. There seemed to be dark clouds in the sky. Obviously, on the other side, the people of the demon sect were also gathering. This battle will be the largest battle between the righteous and evil in the past 10,000 years. 6,000 years ago, our ancestors defeated the demon sect, and the righteous path ruled the world. If the demon sect wants to use this battle to regain their power, we will absolutely not allow it. On the other side, the demon sect has set up a great battle. There are a total of 810 layers. Each layer is guarded by a demon sect expert. What we need to do is to break all the arrays on the 810 layers and completely defeat the demon sect. Now, who is willing to go and break the formation? Stand up and receive the battle talisman. I will set up the God of War list here to record the number of people killed in this battle. Every time you kill someone, drip your blood on the battle talisman and it will be recorded on the God of War list. After this battle, rewards will be given according to the number of enemies killed and the number of stages cleared. The person at the top of the list will receive the title of Supreme God of War and enjoy the benefits of the 10 great ancient countries. As soon as the Sky Yuan Sacred Lord finished speaking, the crowd below started to boil. One had to know that the 3 great holy lands were only worshipped by a dozen or so ancient countries. This was equivalent to creating another holy land. However, after the excitement, many people began to ponder. This time, the 3 holy lands would naturally participate as well. When the time came, the first place would still belong to the 3 holy lands. However, the rewards after that would be equally plentiful. Next, those who are willing to participate, please come out to receive the battle talisman and record your name in the book. This battle is not something that can be completed overnight, so it will be divided into 3 groups. This will be the first group. As soon as Fu Teng finished speaking, someone stood out to receive the battle talisman. Most of the people who stood out were the younger generation and the sect masters of some small sects. The sect masters of the grade 8 sects were all calm. It seemed that they had reached a consensus before this. The younger generation would break the array in the first round, while the experts of the older generation would be responsible for dealing with the super experts of the demon sect at the back. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Let me do it. Yi Chen from the Starlight sect, Yi Feiguang from the Central region, and Shangguan Shui all stood out. Immediately after, Xing Shaohuang from the Purple Cloud sacred ground, Shong Yanzhen from the Tai sword sect, and Han Mu also began to join the battle. Yuan Chushue hesitated for a moment before standing out as well. Chushue, it's very dangerous inside. Are you sure you want to participate? Li Changsheng looked at Yuan Chushue and reminded her. The battle between the good and evil is the duty and responsibility of every orthodox disciple. Moreover, I've heard from my father that the demon sect has set up 810 layers of arrays. The guardians of the first few stages are relatively weak. The further you go, the more difficult it will be. I'm just at the periphery to train myself. Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. What about you, Changsheng? I'll go in and take a look too. Li Changsheng and Yuan Chuxue went to collect the battle talisman and stood in the preparation area. The demon sect is very cunning. Everyone, please be careful. I'll be here to keep an eye on the news of you killing the enemies. Sacred Lord Fu Ting waved his hand and his subordinates immediately served drinks. Let's finish the wine in our hands. Consider this as a farewell for all of you. Everyone picked up their big bowls and finished the wine in one gulp. Then, they smashed the bowls on the ground, causing a series of clattering sounds. Okay. The farewell wine has been drunk. Let's set off now. At the command, everyone who had collected the battle talisman followed the mountain path and stepped onto the sky capital peak. Xing Xiaohuang and the others even leaped up from the ground and reached the peak in an instant like a big bird. A few minutes later, the names on the God of War list started to flicker. There were already people who had stepped into the demon sect camp and started to kill the enemies. Li Changsheng followed the crowd and started to step onto the sky capital peak. The battle between the righteous and the evil in this world actually had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to see it for himself. The moment he stepped onto the sky capital peak, he looked down and saw an endless sea of clouds. Something under his feet was getting stronger and stronger. Many figures jumped down from the sky and entered the sea of clouds. Occasionally, through the gaps, he could see that there were many members of the demon sect below. Their killing intent was soaring. Changsheng, I'm going down too. Yuan Chuxue greeted Li Changsheng and stepped out. Then, she fell into the sea of clouds and was drowned by the crowd. The battlefield of the cultivators was even more magnificent than the war between two armies in ancient times. Waves of energy and sword radiance were everywhere. The dark clouds in the sky started to roll like the sea in a storm. Friend, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and go down. The battle between the righteous and the evil is also a good opportunity for a man to make a contribution. A young man said to Li Changsheng smugly. However, in the next second, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. An arrow pierced through the sea of clouds and penetrated the young man's throat. Even at the moment of his death, the young man still had a longing look on his face. Whoosh! Another flying arrow locked onto Li Changsheng. However, when it approached, Li Changsheng grabbed the arrow shaft and threw it on the ground casually. It seems that there must be a divine archer in the demon sect camp. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person shoot an arrow so far on Tianju Peak? I'd like to see what's so great about the 810-layer array of the demon sect. Finally, Li Changsheng took a step forward and flew down from the top of Tianju Peak like a big bird. The whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears. Soon, he passed through the sea of clouds and saw endless figures under his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 flying arrows locked onto Li Changsheng. However, when they were within 10 meters of Li Changsheng, they were instantly shattered into pieces. Li Changsheng landed on the ground, but before he could even stabilize himself, several cold glints of light flew towards him. This was a chaotic battle between millions of people. The only difference between the righteous and evil was that every disciple of the righteous path had a battle talisman on their waist, while the demon sect disciples had a skull hanging on their necks. Kill! The battle cries shook the sky. The eyes of the demon sect disciples were filled with crazy killing intent. They looked at Li Changsheng with hatred. It seemed that the grudge between the righteous and evil had already penetrated deep into their bones. Li Changsheng wandered in the crowd with the mentality of a bystander. All the swords that slashed at him were easily broken by him. No enemy could get close to him within 10 meters. He was invulnerable. Chapter 855. On the other side of Tianju Peak, the golden list was hanging high. Tens of thousands of names were flashing on it. Similarly, some names were dimming, indicating that they had died. The first name was Shong Yanzhen from Taiyi Sword Sect. He had killed 2,000 enemies and was located in the first layer. He was followed by Han Mu from Tianyuan Sacred Ground and Xing Xiaohuang from Purple Cloud Sacred Ground. The name Li Zhongshan was on the list. Everyone was in the first layer of the array. Li Changsheng was the only one who had not been killed. I didn't expect this guy to enter the battlefield. The Lord of Great Yu City noticed Li Changsheng's name. In fact, he was not the only one. Apart from the top 30 geniuses, Li Changsheng was the most eye-catching. This guy has been here for 10 minutes, but he hasn't killed anyone. It seems that he is not strong enough. He will be killed soon. Someone predicted. The Lord of Great Yu City did not say anything, but he did not agree. He had seen Li Changsheng kill the King of Sacred Mountain's deputy with his own eyes. There were no experts in the outer layer of the array. If Li Changsheng had stayed in the first layer, no one should have been able to hurt him. However, the Lord of Great Yu City was also puzzled. Since he had chosen to join the battle, he did not dare to attract attention. It was shameful that he had not killed anyone. The first name, Shong Yanzhen, killed 5,000 people in the second layer. The second name, Han Mu, killed 4,000 people in the first layer. The third name, Xing Xiaohuang, killed 4,000 people in the first layer. On the list, Shong Yanzhen's column flickered. He was the first to break into the second layer, which caused exclamations. Shong Yanzhen is so powerful. No wonder he is the sword cultivator with the best killing power. He beat Han Mu and Xing Xiaohuang and was the first to break into the second layer. Han Mu and Xing Xiaohuang are not bad either. They have killed more than 4,000 people. It seems that the top of the God of War list of the younger generation will be one of them. The last one hasn't moved yet. What's going on? Could it be that after entering the first layer, they found a secluded corner to hide? Otherwise, how could they not have killed a single person? Which sect is this Li Changsheng from? What a disgrace to the sect. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. In the sky, the three holy lords were also paying attention to the changes on the rankings board. Among them, the sacred lord of the Tianyuan Sacred Land, Fu Teng, also saw the last name. Which sect are they from? What a waste of my talisman. Half an hour later, Shong Yanzhen reached the 10th floor, followed by Han Mu and Xing Xiaohuang. More and more names dimmed on the list, but at the same time, the battle records of some geniuses became more and more dazzling. Shangguan Shui, the #1 beauty from the east, had killed a total of 20,000 people. This Shangguan Shui is really something. He's already made it to the 9th level. His ranking is even higher than Yi Feiguang's, the #1 prodigy of the East. Yi Chen, the sacred son of the Starlight sect, is also very strong. Although he's still in the 8th district, the number of people he's killed is already higher than Shangguan Shui's. He's definitely a killing god. This time, the battle between good and evil will be like a huge wave. A group of geniuses will definitely rise. Sure enough, disaster and opportunity coexist. Unlike the bustling crowd below, the sect masters of the other sects were more calm. They all looked at the list in the sky, and no one knew what they were thinking. The last one hasn't moved yet. He's still in the first layer. It seems that he's really a coward. While paying attention to the top 10 on the list, there were always people who inadvertently glanced at the last name 98,000, Li Changsheng. First layer, 0 kills. The 0 was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, on the battlefield, Li Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back. He casually picked up some broken magic tools that had fallen on the ground. Although the magic tools were destroyed, some of the magic tools' materials were not bad. If they were extracted, they would be of great use. At the same time, he also picked up a lot of Chenkuan bags. Both sides were in a frenzy. They were focused on killing the enemy. Few people cared about picking up the spoils of war. Moreover, if they were slightly distracted, they might be killed by the enemy. On the other hand, Li Changsheng was strolling leisurely, as if he was on vacation. On a formation platform in the distance, a man in a red robe was quietly observing the battlefield. The demon sect had set up 810 layers of formations. A total of 980 commanders were responsible for the operation of each layer of formations. Most of these commanders were powerful, but they wouldn't easily participate in the battle. This was because once the commander died, the formation would be damaged. The people from the 3 Holy Lands are indeed powerful. If it weren't for the heavy responsibility of maintaining the formation, I would really like to go down and fight with that young man. I want to see if his sword skills are better than mine. The red-robed man held a broadsword in his hand. A sharp aura was emitted from his body. Lord Balrog, there's no need to be anxious. According to the Demon Lord's plan, as long as we lure the younger generation of the righteous faction into the depths of the formation, we will surround and annihilate them. Once these people die, it doesn't matter even if our demon sect loses this battle. After 100 years, the righteous faction will have no successor. The poor 3 Holy Lands have unknowingly fallen into the Demon Lord's trap. They want to let their young disciples gain experience and grow in the flames of war, but they don't know that they are ruining their own futures. Beside him, a young woman in tight clothes sneered. After such a long time, those righteous faction geniuses should have already entered the second layer. If it weren't for the sake of making the show more realistic, wouldn't it be easier to just take them down? My poor demon sect disciples. After this battle, I'm afraid that corpses will be littered everywhere. The Balrog said coldly. They should have all broken through. I'll instruct the people in the first layer of formations to stop and recuperate. The black-robed woman was about to turn around. Wait a minute. The red-robed man said in surprise, there seems to be another person. What is that person doing? Looking for spoils of war. Damn it. Get everyone to focus their attacks on him. Destroy him for me. Yes. The woman in tight clothes picked up the flag and waved it continuously. Soon, a dense crowd of people surged towards Li Changsheng's location. However, just as those people approached, Li Changsheng took a step forward and quickly rushed out of the encirclement. No one could hurt him at all. The red-robed man who witnessed all of this had a look of surprise in his eyes. No wonder he dares to pick up spoils of war. It turns out that he has a powerful movement technique. Since he is the only one left in the first layer, I'll go and meet him. After the red-robed man finished speaking, he flew down from the formation platform and sped towards Li Changsheng's location. For Lord Balrog to personally take action, this kid's death is worth it. The woman in tight clothes stood on the formation platform and monitored the entire formation on behalf of the red-robed man. Chapter 856. Li Changsheng broke through the encirclement of the demon sect members and suddenly sensed something. In the distance, a figure was like a raging fire, quickly pouncing on him. I didn't kill anyone and just took some spoils of war. Why do you have to force me to make a move? Li Changsheng shook his head helplessly. He had long seen that there was a commander in the formation and knew that someone had been secretly observing him. He originally thought that as long as he didn't kill anyone, he wouldn't be involved in the battle between the good and evil in Tiandu planet. He didn't expect that in the end, he couldn't stay out of it. While sighing, the other party had already appeared in front of Li Changsheng, holding a red long sword. On the blade, there were flames burning. Kid, you're quite carefree. Relying on your powerful body movement, you actually came to the battlefield to fish in troubled waters. It just so happens that my sword has been thirsty for a long time, so I'll kill you as a sacrifice to my sword. Looking at the other party's confident look, Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. Friend, I'm just picking up some spoils of war. I didn't kill anyone from the demon sect. Why do you have to be enemies with me? Get out of the way and we'll mind our own business. How about that? Although Li Changsheng knew that there wasn't much hope, he still spoke. After all, he didn't have much to do with both parties. There was no enmity between them, so he didn't want to kill. Haha, you're dreaming. You want me to let you go? Dream on. Hearing the other party's words, Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly turned cold. It seems that there's no room for negotiation. With that, he took a step forward and his body turned into an afterimage. Where do you think you're going? The Balrog shouted. He had already seen Li Changsheng's body movement and thought that Li Changsheng was going to take the opportunity to escape. Then, he was surprised to find that Li Changsheng wasn't running away, but rushing in his direction, which surprised him a little. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you attack me? He sneered, raised the flaming sword in his hand, and slashed at Li Changsheng. Whoosh! The flames rose in the wind, causing the surrounding air to sizzle. However, in the next second, there was a clanging sound as the flaming sword collided with Li Changsheng's fist and bounced back. The red-robed man took 3 steps back, and his face was filled with shock. How can you be so strong? A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart, but before he could react, Li Changsheng had already raised his fist and punched him again. Inferno heavens! The red-robed man shouted. A Li fire vermilion bird appeared above the sword and rushed towards Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng had no intention of blocking the terrifying Li fire vermilion bird. He allowed the Li fire vermilion bird to reach his body. In the next second, the Li fire vermilion bird disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had been absorbed by Li Changsheng's body. What's going on? While the red-robed man was still in shock, Li Changsheng's fist had already landed on his chest. Bang! There was a dull sound. His entire body disappeared from the spot and flew a few hundred meters away. Because his speed was too fast, no one could see his figure. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with fear. He originally thought that Li Changsheng was just a cowardly person who wanted to take advantage of the situation. He came to find trouble with Li Changsheng because he wanted to vent his anger. Who would have thought that he would end up kicking an iron plate? From the beginning to the end, he did not have the upper hand at all. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. I just wanted to pick up the spoils of war. Since you're here to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Changsheng raised his hand and a ball of flame appeared. When the flame appeared, the red-robed man's face was filled with disbelief. Netherworld's fire. You've refined the Netherworld's fire? The red-robed man had been practicing fire-based cultivation techniques, so he was very familiar with the attributes of various flames in the world. He recognized the Netherworld's fire in Li Changsheng's hand at a glance. For someone who practices fire-based cultivation techniques to die under the Netherworld's fire, you've died a worthy death. Li Changsheng did not hesitate at all. The flame in his hand instantly flew into the red-robed man's body. Then, the red-robed man's entire body was set ablaze. Accompanied by a miserable scream, he was burned into a pile of ashes. At this moment, the black-robed woman on the array platform widened her eyes completely. Impossible. How could Lord Flame Demon be killed? In her heart, the red-robed man's combat power was very strong. He was one of the top figures in the 10 great demon sects. How could he die just like that? However, her shock did not last for more than a few seconds. She heard a cold voice behind her. This should be the array platform. Miss, do you want to leave on your own or do you want me to ask you to leave? The black-robed woman suddenly turned her head and saw Li Changsheng, who was a few thousand meters away, appear behind her. You've killed Lord Flame Demon. I'll fight it out with you. The tight-robed woman's eyes were filled with madness. The sword in her hand turned into a sword light and attacked Li Changsheng. Really, I don't want to kill you. Why do all of you have to send yourselves to death? Li Changsheng shook his head helplessly. Then, he pointed his finger and the tight-robed woman exploded. Fart. Her body split open and turned into a bloody mist that scattered on the array platform. Then, I'll just destroy the array platform along with it. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he stepped into the air and left the array platform. However, a few seconds after he left, dense cracks appeared on the red array platform. Then, it collapsed in a cloud of dust. At the same time, on the other side of Sky Capital Peak, someone unintentionally noticed that the name in the last place had finally changed. 97,000, Li Changsheng. Kill count, 2, level 2. In the sky, the 3 sacred lords did not pay attention to the changes on the list. Instead, they suddenly looked at the opposite side of Sky Capital Peak. That's strange. There seems to be a problem with the Myriad Demon Array. Quick, take out the Mystic Heaven Mirror and see what's going on. Shen Yang, the Sacred Lord of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, said. Fu Teng nodded and raised his hand. An ancient mirror shone in the sky. Then, a blurry figure appeared on the mirror. One of the levels of the array formation was destroyed during the Myriad Demon War. It should be the array platform that was destroyed. Every array platform has a commander guarding it. I wonder which sect's disciple killed the commander. Impressive. The commander is in the middle of the command and knows everything about the array formation. It's almost impossible to find him, let alone kill him. Furthermore, the array platform of the Myriad Demon War is constantly changing. It's almost impossible to destroy it. Quick, see who was in the first level. The three sacred lords looked at the God of War list at the same time. There seems to be only one person left in the first level. That person is Li Changsheng, who is ranked last. His name just changed to the second level. An elder at the side reported. After killing 2 people, one of the levels of the Myriad Demon War's array formation was destroyed. Could it be that this young man named Li Changsheng killed the commander of the array? He hasn't killed anyone yet. Is he secretly hiding and searching for the array platform? Chapter 857. The sacred lords looked at each other with admiration in their eyes. Killing a guardian general and breaking the array platform is more useful than killing thousands or tens of thousands of demon sect disciples. This is a clever person. I wonder which sect he is from. Daoist Miedu said. But that's all. He's lucky to be able to find the array platform. The demon sect will definitely be on guard. He won't be able to use the same trick again. The sacred lords felt a little regretful. This was just a small interlude. Soon, they looked at the people at the top of the list again. Shong Yanjin, who was ranked first, had already reached the 50th floor. The other prodigies were also ranked above the 40th floor. They were the main force in breaking the array. As for Li Changsheng being able to break the array platform, everyone thought that it was mostly due to luck. Without strength, luck wouldn't last long. The deeper you go, the stronger the Guardian General is. Not to mention finding the array platform, even if you find it, it's even harder to kill it. When the youngsters can't break the array, we seniors will take action and let the demon sect see the true strength of the orthodox Tao. Daoist Fu Ting looked at the list and felt a surge of pride. Such a battle that happened once in 1,000 years was destined to be recorded in history. Even a big shot like him was getting restless. In the demon sect's camp, a middle-aged man was sitting on the throne with a terrifying aura. In his eyes, one could see the rotation of the universe and the birth and death of all living things. He was the leader of the demon sect, Demon Supremacy Li Qingtian. Demon Supremacy, the outermost array platform has been destroyed. The Guardian General, Yang Mo, and his subordinate, Wen Ying, were killed. A subordinate came forward to report. Is that so? Li Qingtian didn't have much of an expression on his face. I didn't expect the orthodox Tao to be able to break one of my layers of array formations. What happened? Have you found out? Demon Supremacy, there was a orthodox Tao fella who didn't enter the second floor. Yang Mo saw this and went to deal with him. However, he didn't expect to be killed by him. The location of the array platform should have been exposed because of this. What a fool. Li Qingtian said coldly. How dare you not listen to my orders? Pass down my orders. If anyone dares to ignore my orders and act on their own, don't blame me for being merciless. When the last sentence was said, the subordinate couldn't help but tremble. In the hall, the other leader's eyes were filled with fear. The demon sect had always been suppressed by the righteous sects. Over the years, there had been many big and small battles, but they were still unable to shake the position of the righteous sects. It was until Li Qingtian came into being and used a short 10 years to unify the demon sect and was worshipped as the demon lord that there was today's peerless war between the demon sect and the righteous sects. This subordinate obeys. After the subordinate left, Li Qingtian spoke again. The other party killed one of my generals, so he must have some ability. Pay close attention to this person's whereabouts, and tell the generals to take special care of him. Yes. Another subordinate accepted the order and left. The evil cult's camp instantly fell silent. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already entered the second floor area. Originally, he wanted to pick up some fragments of magic treasures like he did in the first floor area so that he could use them to refine weapons in the future. However, He soon discovered that no matter where he appeared, there would immediately be a dense crowd of people from the demon sect surrounding him, which annoyed him greatly. "Looks like you're forcing my hand." Finally, Li Changsheng knew that if this went on, he would not have any chance to pick up the scraps if he did not kill them. After making up his mind, Li Changsheng no longer hesitated. He slashed out with the wishful heart sword, which turned into a sword domain of 100 feet. Wherever it passed, it was like a harvester, and a large number of disciples of the demon sect died in an instant. At the same time, Li Changsheng unfolded his divine sense, locked onto the position of the array platform, and directly pushed it over. At the array platform, a figure in green stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered by Li Changsheng, he could not help but want to take action several times, but the order of the demon lord had just come, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, Li Changsheng was obviously moving in the direction he was guarding. Is it blind luck, or does he know the specific position of the array platform in his heart? The man in green was surprised and doubtful. Just as he was about to move away, he saw a scene that made him horrified. He saw that Li Changsheng had turned one sword into 10,000 swords, crisscrossing and killing a few thousand people in an instant. He was many times more terrifying than Shang Yanzhen, who had broken through all the levels like a hot knife through butter. Could he be a secret weapon cultivated by the three sacred grounds? Just as the man in green was doubting, Li Changsheng's figure had already disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared above the array platform. The wishful heart sword turned into a sword radiance and slashed down. Oh no! The man in green was alarmed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sword radiance slashed down, cutting him from head to toe and the array platform under his feet into two halves. At the same time, on the other side of Sky Capital Peak, a few sacred lords of the righteous faction were looking at Shang Yanzhen and the others, who were at the top of the God of War list. Shang Yanzhen had already reached the 90th floor, and Han Mu, who had been left behind by him, had caught up with him in the number of floors. He only had 3,000 fewer kills than Shang Yanzhen. Immortal Fu Teng, the sacred lord of the Tianyuan sacred ground, stroked his beard proudly. His disciples' cultivation method was gentle, like the spring wind and rain. However, he was not far from the successor of the sword principle, Shang Yanzhen. He believed that it would not be long before he would surpass Shang Yanzhen and be ranked first. In comparison, the sect leader of the Taiyi sword sect, Su Taibai, had a slightly gloomy expression. Although he was well aware that Han Mu's strength was much stronger than Shang Yangzhen's, he still felt somewhat unhappy when he saw his disciple being defeated by someone else. As for Shun Yang of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, he had no expression on his face. Just as the three of them had different expressions, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Look! The number of kills in the last place has changed. Damn! How could there be so many? There was a burst of exclamations. The three sacred lords looked at the last place almost at the same time. Number 95,000, Li Changsheng. Number of kills, 2005. Level 2 area. When they looked down, they saw the number of kills flashing again. Number of kills, 3213, 5650, 8462. This time, even the three sacred lords had a strange look in their eyes. In just a few seconds, he had killed 6,000 people. This speed was too terrifying. Although he could not be compared to Shang Yanzhen and the others who were ranked at the top, this speed was indeed shocking. It seems that this Li Changsheng is quite capable. Even immortal Fu Ting, the sacred lord of the Tianyuan sacred ground, could not help but sigh. The other two sacred lords did not say anything, but their eyes were no longer calm. They began to pay attention to this name, Li Changsheng. At the same time, in the Demon Gate camp, Li Qingtian, the demon lord, was resting with his eyes closed when a subordinate rushed in. Demon Lord, the main general of the second formation has been killed, and the formation platform has been broken. More than 8,000 disciples have been killed in just half a minute. The one who did this is the young man who killed Lord Fiery Demon. What? This time, even the Demon Lord's expression was not calm. If the first time Li Changsheng broke the formation platform, it could be explained as a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse, but the second time was definitely not a coincidence. To be able to kill 8,000 people in half a minute, when did such a person appear in the Righteous Path camp? Could it be someone from the Three Holy Lands? The demon lord tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. Go and compare the information of the famous geniuses of the various sects in the Righteous Path camp. Find out which sect's saint this young man is from. In the demon lord's opinion, with such combat power, he had to be at least a saint. Yes. The subordinate left, and the main hall fell into silence. After a long time, a middle-aged man stood up. Demon Lord, I don't know what method this person used to find the formation platforms. Just breaking 2 of them will not affect the overall situation, but if he breaks a few more, I'm afraid it will affect the operation of the formation. Why don't you let me go and take his head back? This middle-aged man was a guardian of the Demon Gate, an Earth celestial powerhouse. At this moment, he took the initiative to ask for a battle, and his words were filled with strong fighting spirit and confidence. Zhongzi, a young man can't affect the overall situation. You are a general of the Demon Gate. Isn't it a waste of your talent to kill a young man? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded and returned to his seat. On the left and right of the Demon Lord, there were 9 powerhouses sitting on the throne. Their positions were second only to the Demon Lord, and they were the leaders of the other 9 demon gates. They had their eyes closed from the beginning to the end, and obviously did not care about such a small matter. Chapter 858. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already stepped into the 3rd level. This time, he didn't hold back anymore. Apart from picking up the spoils of war, he killed his way through. He didn't forget to break the array platform and kill the main general who set up the array. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level. He was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, he had reached more than 50 levels. Along the way, Li Changsheng had collected countless fragments. However, he stopped at this moment because there were 6 demon sect generals eyeing him covetously. After breaking through more than 50 levels, the demon sect was no longer calm and sent out 6-finger profound realm experts to stop him. Regarding this, Li Changsheng shook his head in disdain. Although the finger profound realm could already be considered as an expert, he was someone who had even killed Earth immortals. Not to mention 5, even 50 wouldn't be a problem. Kid, you should feel honored that you made us 5 brothers attack together. Among the 5-finger profound realm experts, the leader was a middle-aged man with a mace in his hand. He looked majestic, and every step he took made a dull sound. He was very imposing. However, in the next second, Li Changsheng struck out with his palm. Along with the mace, he was smashed into a meat patty together with the mace. The remaining 4 people's faces changed drastically. Just as they were about to make a move, a sword light flashed by. 4 heads flew up and rolled on the ground. They were all wiped out. At the same time, Li Changsheng's name flashed on the God of War list and had reached the 30,000th rank. From 90,000 to 30,000th, he had increased by more than 60,000. The entire camp was in an uproar. It seems that this young man has a chance to enter the top 100. Spiritual Master Fu Teng said with a smile because Li Changsheng had killed more than 10,000 enemies. Yes. However, we still don't know which sect he is from. After this battle, according to the rewards, he should be able to obtain the rights of more than 10 countries for his sect. Do you think he'll go all the way to the top 300 or the top 100? Spiritual Master Fu Teng spoke again. It was obvious that he was very interested in Li Changsheng. That should be the case. The people around him nodded in agreement. Just when everyone thought that Li Changsheng's name would continue to increase, half an hour later, Li Changsheng's name stopped flashing after he had advanced another 3 floors. What's going on? Could it be that his potential has been exhausted, or that he is seriously injured? Everyone looked confused, and some even shook their heads in disappointment. The top 100 spots were originally destined to be occupied by those famous geniuses. Suddenly, a dark horse appeared, which piqued everyone's interest. Now that the miracles created by this dark horse had ended here, everyone felt a huge psychological gap. Even the 3 sacred lords shook their heads, especially Venerable Fu Teng. He had just said that Li Changsheng had a chance to enter the top 100, but in the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng had disappointed him. It seems that my expectations of him are too high. Daoist Fu Tung sighed and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Although those who were challenging the levels couldn't see the rankings on the leaderboard, everyone could vaguely judge their own position, especially those who were ranked at the top. They were fighting in the same area, so they could feel the situation of their competitors. Han Mu of the Tianyuan Sacred Ground had already surpassed Shong Yenjin of the Tai Sword Sect. He walked step by step, and his footsteps were squeaking. He had a smile on his face, but his hands were massacring. Young Emperor Xing of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground and Shong Yenjin of the Tai Sword Sect were on par. Shong Yenjin's swordsmanship was swift and fierce, like a human meat harvester. Young Emperor Xing was even more domineering, killing and injuring a lot of people with a single punch. The remaining geniuses, such as the Sacred Mountain King and Shangguan Shui, were also closing in. It was hard to say who would be the strongest among the younger generation until the last moment. Yuan Chushue looked exhausted at the moment. She had broken through more than 70 floors and continuously killed her enemies. She was already a little exhausted. Just now, she had encountered a young disciple who was about the same age as her. His chest was pierced by a sword, which made her want to retreat. However, she chose to continue in the end. There were many people like Yuan Chushue. For the sake of their sects, for the sake of their Tao, and for themselves, they persisted and were unwilling to retreat. Unlike these people who were struggling to move forward, Li Changsheng was sitting on the 6th floor, resting and waiting for something. He knew that he had broken so many array platforms in a row, so the person who set up the array would definitely not let him continue. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a figure in black to appear. He stood not far from Li Changsheng, and his eyes were cold. It was an Earth Celestial Stage powerhouse. Boy, I don't know how you found the location of the altar, but you have broken more than 70 altars in a row. This is the path to death. I will send you on your way. The man's face was full of confidence. As an Earth Celestial Stage powerhouse, he was a top expert in the entire Tianju starfield. If it weren't for Li Changsheng's actions that might ruin the Demon Lord's plan, a powerhouse like him wouldn't have the chance to make a move. However, since he had made a move, in his mind, Li Changsheng was already a dead man. Originally, I just wanted to pick up some magic treasure fragments and make a few cosmos bags, but you forced me to make a move. How about we make a deal? You won't attack me, and I will pick up some fragments. Then we will mind our own business. How about that? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the man sneered disdainfully. A dead man is not qualified to negotiate with me. Hey! Brother, do you have to be so arrogant? Aren't you just an Earth Celestial Stage powerhouse? Do you really think you are a big shot? The man didn't say anything and walked toward Li Changsheng step by step. Every step he took, his killing intent became stronger. However, when he was 3 steps away from Li Changsheng, before he could make a move, Li Changsheng had already made a move. Boom! The powerful fist strength, with a roar, landed directly on the man's chest. The man's face, which was full of confidence, suddenly changed. He raised his arm to block Li Changsheng's palm. The next second, he flew out and landed more than 10 meters away. His eyes were full of surprise. I told you to negotiate, but you didn't listen and wanted to make a move. It's really difficult to be a good person. Li Changsheng took a step forward and his figure turned into a blur. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. His fists were like flaming wheels as they fell in a dazzling manner. More than 10 punches landed on his opponent's chest in a row. His opponent was constantly pushed back by the punches. Finally, the last punch landed. Bang! With a crisp sound, the man flew out again and fell to the ground. His chest was badly mutilated. He struggled to get up. Please spare my life. Looking at Li Changsheng, who was walking toward him step by step, the man finally showed fear in his eyes. What were you doing earlier? It's too late to beg for mercy now. Li Changsheng raised his foot and kicked the man's waist. The man rolled and flew up. Then, with a bang, he was split into 2 halves in the air. Blood mist filled the air. A black bag fell from the sky and was caught by Li Changsheng. It was the Cosmos bag. When Li Changsheng's mind sense penetrated it, he was immediately satisfied. The collection of an expert in the Earth celestial stage is really rich. There are all kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones. It seems that I'm going to make a fortune this time. The moment Li Changsheng killed the man in black, the demon lord, who was at the back of the large array, emitted a monstrous murderous aura. The sect leaders of the 9 demon sects, who had their eyes closed, opened them almost at the same time. The demon lord, who was at the top, had a murderous look in his eyes. Our demon sect guardian has been killed. The demon lord said coldly. That guardian had followed him for many years and was his confidant. He was very angry. Even a demon sect guardian in the Earth celestial stage was killed by him. This person's strength is almost comparable to the sect leader of an 8th rank sect. Could he be a trump card sent by the 3 holy lands? A demon sect leader next to him said in a deep voice. The honor demon, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Earlier, he had ordered his men to check the information of all the heaven's favorites. However, none of them matched Li Changsheng's description. This made the honor demon, who originally thought he had the situation under control, uncertain. This person can find the location of the array platforms. If we let him go all the way, I'm afraid our plan will be ruined by him. Once more than half of the array platforms are destroyed, it will be difficult to operate them again. At that time, the people from the 3 holy lands will be able to break in easily. Everyone in the demon sect's camp had a serious look on their faces. Why don't I take action and kill him? A sect master of the demon sect said coldly. As one of the leaders of the demon sect in this battle between good and evil, he actually wanted to take action personally. It could be seen that he attached great importance to Li Changsheng. No. The demon lord waved his hand to stop him. Although the camp is separated from us by Tianju Peak, they must have a surveillance magic treasure to keep an eye on our movements. As long as any one of the 10 of us takes action, they will not sit back and do nothing. At that time, the plan will not be able to proceed. He is just a young expert. So what if he can kill someone in the Earth celestial stage? The demon sect does not lack geniuses. Pass down my order. Send 10 geniuses in the Earth celestial stage to stop him. I don't believe that they can't deal with a young expert. As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, several figures immediately left the camp and headed to Li Changsheng's location. At the same time, in the Righteous Alliance's camp, Tianyuan Sacred Lord Fu Teng's eyes revealed a strange look. There seem to be a few powerful auras in the demon sect that have left. They should be going to deal with our geniuses. Are they the sect leaders of the 10 demon sects? Su Tai Bai, the sect leader of the Tai Sword sect, asked. Sword cultivators were good at killing and were not good at surveillance magic. That was why he asked. No, they should be young experts. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, the demon sect will not allow our geniuses to pass through the array directly. As long as those old demons don't move, we won't move either. We will leave the younger generation to the younger generation. After Venerable Fu Teng finished speaking, the 2 sacred lords next to him nodded at the same time. At that moment, Shong Yanzhen, who was ranked first on the God of War list, had reached the 200th level. Tian Xiao Yi Chen, who was ranked 10th, had also reached the 180th level. However, it was obvious that they had slowed down towards the end. It was obvious that they had encountered a strong opponent. As for Li Changsheng, who was ranked over 8,000, he had only advanced 3 levels. His speed was even slower. It seemed that he had exhausted his potential. Chapter 859. Li Changsheng walked slowly on the 3rd floor. He knew that killing a cultivator at the Earth celestial stage was not a trivial matter. He was afraid that it would enrage the demon clan completely. He was looking for the broken pieces of the celestial artifact and the cosmos bag, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. The ground was dyed red with blood. It was a tragic scene. There were corpses everywhere. Some were from the demon sect, and some were from the righteous faction. After this battle, 80% of the younger generation in the Tianju Star area would die. Those who could fight their way out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were all outstanding talents. The red altar was displayed quietly in front of him. There was no one on it. Even an ace at the Earth Celestial stage was no match for Li Changsheng. The commander of the demon sect's altar would not stay there and wait for death. It was no secret that Li Changsheng could find the location of each altar. Li Changsheng stepped on the altar and was about to destroy it. Just then, his pupils constricted slightly. A figure appeared quietly in the grey fog not far away. The void behind the figure trembled. The cold light in his eyes seemed to be able to pierce one's soul. The figure was very powerful. He had definitely reached the Earth Celestial stage. He had long red hair, a high nose, and sharp cheeks. He stood there like a long spear, full of murderous intent. The man was standing 20 meters away from Li Changsheng. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and his hair was like a ball of flame. "Tell me your name," the man said coldly. There was no emotion in his tone, like ice that would not melt for thousands of years. "Li Changsheng." Li Changsheng looked at him quietly, without any expression on his face. The man was indeed powerful, but he could not shake his state of mind. The red-haired man said proudly, "You broke through more than 70 altars and killed more than 70 commanders. Even Zhongzi, the guardian at the Earth Celestial stage, was killed by you. So, I will end you. Are you the only one? Your demon lord has a problem with you. So, he sent you here to die." Li Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Ha, ha." The red-haired man sneered. 2 beams of red light shot out from his eyes, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. "Do you think you're so great just because you killed an Earth Celestial stage cultivator? I originally thought that it would be the Holy Son of the 3 Holy Lands. I didn't expect that the Demon Lord would send me to deal with you. So, I'll deal with you first. Then, I'll see what's so great about the righteous Tao's prodigies. Make your move. Since you're able to break through to the earthly immortal stage at such a young age, I presume you're also a genius in the demon sect. There should be quite a number of treasures in your cosmos sack." Li Changsheng said indifferently. "Coveting my Chenkuan bag, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it." The red-haired man gripped the hilt of his saber tightly. "Looks like there are quite a number of geniuses in the Demon Gate. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to send all of them to their deaths." Li Changsheng descended from the altar and walked towards the man. To be honest, he was a little disappointed. He had broken the spell platforms and killed an ace at the Earth Celestial stage, but the Demon Lord had only sent a sovereign to kill him. Were they too stupid or did they think he was too weak? Lord Demon Lord is wise and mighty. Actually, he didn't send me alone. It's just that I stopped all of them. There's no need to use a butcher's saber to kill you. The red-haired man slowly pulled out the saber in his hand. A biting cold killing intent spread out as the saber was unsheathed. "It seems the foolish one isn't the Demon Lord, but you. Arrogance will often cost you your life." Li Changsheng shook his head. "I'm not arrogant. I'm just confident. I know you killed an Earth Celestial stage cultivator, but I still dared to deal with you alone. In my eyes, you're no match for me. Is that so? Then hurry up and make your move. If you die, I'll be able to get rid of the other 9 experts. Don't affect me from getting rich." Li Changsheng was only 5 steps away from the red-haired man when he saw a flash of brilliance on the red-haired man's body. A set of red armor appeared and wrapped around his body. Clearly, it was a very powerful defensive magic artifact. It was also one of the sources of his confidence. "Wrapping yourself up like a tortoise? Is this what you mean by stronger than me?" Li Changsheng mocked. In the next second, the red-haired man had already turned into an afterimage. The saber in his hand slashed out a saber light as he rushed towards Li Changsheng. "Li Changsheng, after killing you, even the Demon Lord will look up to me. Today, you're the first righteous person I've killed, but you definitely won't be the last," he shouted. There was a fire beast roaring on his long red hair. It complemented the red armor and emitted a scorching aura. Whoosh! The red-haired man's saber fell, and there was a roar in the air. His feet landed on the ground, creating 2 deep pits. There were balls of flames burning on his arms. Above his head, a fiery red fire beast was roaring, as if it was about to condense into a physical body and rush out. "You and the main general of the first array platform should be from the same sect, right?" Li Changsheng saw that the red-haired man's cultivation method was similar to that of the main general of the first array platform. At the same time, he understood why the red-haired man had come alone to deal with him. He probably wanted to avenge his fellow sect member. However, the red-haired man ignored Li Changsheng. The saber fell at the fastest speed, and there was a raging fire. Bang! Li Changsheng took out the dragon-splitting spear and blocked the saber blade. There was a sound of metal clashing. Invisible ripples spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everything in the path of the ripples was shattered. Boom, 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 boom. In the sound of vital chi exploding, the red-haired man retreated quickly. He took 5 steps back before he stopped. There was a look of surprise on his face. You haven't broken through to the Earth Celestial stage, but you can actually force me to retreat. How is this possible? There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. It was no wonder that he was surprised. He was a genius of the age and was almost invincible in the same realm. Now that he was one realm higher, he was actually forced to retreat. This was simply unimaginable. Li Changsheng stood in place, his body not even swaying. Although he was at the finger-profound realm, his body was even harder than a transcendent artifact. The mana in his body was like the ocean. Although this red-clothed youth's strength was not bad, wanting to defeat him, how could that be possible? However, he was not in a hurry to kill the red-haired man. As a genius of the demon sect, how could the sect not give him a protective item? In Li Changsheng's eyes, the red-haired man was a big fat sheep. He treated this challenge as a treasure hunt. Sure enough, a red light suddenly rose from the red-haired man's body and turned into a huge furnace. It was like a sun, and the air was roasted until it made a sizzling sound. The furnace was pure gold, and there was a terrifying aura circulating around it. It was very extraordinary. Could it be a precious weapon? At this moment, even Li Changsheng's expression became serious. Chapter 860. The red-haired man's hair fluttered like a ball of flame. The furnace turned into a red light and smashed towards Li Changsheng with a scorching aura. It shattered the void with terrifying power. Boom! The moment the furnace smashed down, Li Changsheng waved the dragon-splitting spear in his hand and whipped the furnace. It produced a roaring sound that pierced through the clouds. The furnace spun continuously after being whipped by Li Changsheng's ardent dragon spear, but it still continued to smash down. It's worthy of being a treasure. Its power is indeed powerful. Open for me, Li Changsheng shouted. The ardent dragon spear released a terrifying power. This time, the furnace was sent flying back into the sky. At the same time, the red-haired man who was controlling the furnace trembled and revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you can even block my burning heaven furnace. The red-haired man's eyes flickered. As a heaven's pride of the devil sect, he had been invincible since he was young. This burning heaven furnace was his sect's inheritance treasure. If it wasn't for his outstanding talent, he wouldn't have been qualified to hold this furnace at all. Even with his sect's inheritance treasure, he couldn't break Li Changsheng's defense. He was at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. No wonder he was surprised. Your burning heaven furnace should still have a lot of power that you haven't used yet. Now, I'll give you the chance to use it. Li Changsheng said coldly. He had the flame refining technique, and there was no flame in the world that he couldn't refine. The flame in this burning heaven furnace was very strange and contained a terrifying power. He deliberately said this in order to refine the flame inside. My burning heaven furnace contains the 9-taste true fire. The red-haired man sneered. The 9-taste true fire is one of the most powerful flames in the world. Once I release it, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. I let the other 9 heavens' prides wait in the distance. One of them came to kill you, which is against the order of the Demon Lord. Therefore, only by killing you can I answer to the Demon Lord. Even if you don't say it, I will use the 9-taste true fire. It's actually the 9 flavors true fire. Li Changsheng's eyes revealed some excitement. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful flame after refining the fire of the netherworld. He was pleasantly surprised. How is it? Are you scared? The red-clothed man looked coldly at Li Changsheng. Although you are very strong, you can't escape the fate of death. Now, it's time for me to send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand gestures danced in the air, forming one seal after another. The burning heaven furnace in the sky shook unceasingly. The lid of the furnace gently opened a gap, and an extremely terrifying aura overflowed from within. Li Changsheng raised his ardent dragon spear and directly shot it out, striking the burning heaven furnace. Clang! Powerful sound waves spread out in all directions, and even the void began to tremble. Burn! At this moment, the red-haired man finally finished forming his hand seals. The lid of the heaven-burning furnace was completely opened. Crimson flames spewed out like an erupting volcano. The red flames constantly surged, forming waves that seemed to burn even the air. Although the red-haired man had the burning heaven furnace, he was still unable to unleash its full power. Even so, it was still very terrifying. At this moment, the endless flames occupied half of the sky, as if they were really going to burn the sky. The scorching aura formed a heat wave that surged to the sky. It was completely a sea of fire. Li Changsheng stared at the sky with excitement in his heart. This was the first time he was going to use the flame refining method to refine such a high-level flame. He was a little nervous, but at the same time, he was filled with anticipation. "This is the first time I've used this burning heaven furnace since it came into my hands. It's your honor to die under the 9 true flames." After completely opening the lid of the furnace, the red-haired man's face was filled with incomparable confidence. "With a heaven's pride like you in the righteous camp, if you grow up in the future, you'll definitely be a huge threat to my demon gate. Today, I'll kill you, and my demon gate will have one less strong enemy in the future." "You talk too much nonsense," Li Changsheng sneered. His body turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the sea of fire. The flames wreaked havoc in the sky with boundless power, as if they were going to burn everything. The red-haired man sneered. In his opinion, Li Changsheng dared to rush directly into the flames. He was clearly courting death. Hula! Under the control of the red-haired man, the red flames instantly engulfed Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng wasn't in a hurry to refine it. Instead, he waved the ardent dragon spear to form a vacuum zone, blocking the flames outside. This was his first time using the flame refining technique. He had to figure out the attributes of the flames to prevent himself from failing miserably. Although old ancestor Tian Shi's flame refining technique was powerful, Li Changsheng hadn't really tested it yet. "You can actually barely block my 9 true flames. Unfortunately, this is just the beginning." When the red-haired man saw that Li Changsheng wasn't burned to ashes by the flames, he was slightly surprised. Then, it was replaced by a ferocious expression. Burn! The flames kept smashing down. The vacuum zone created by Li Changsheng was also constantly being compressed. "You think you can kill me with this 9 true flames? Today, I will let you understand what despair is." Li Changsheng suddenly withdrew the ardent dragon spear and allowed the flames to land on his body. The blazing flames instantly engulfed him, immersing him in the sea of flames. "Refine!" Li Changsheng let out a loud shout. All 108,000 pores on his body opened up at the same time. The streams of fiery light actually flowed into his body through his pores. His entire body seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. His entire body was burning with flames, suddenly turning into a purple-gold color. Boom! 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 The flames surged. Li Changsheng stood in the middle of the sea of flames and turned into a flaming man. Burn! 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 The red-haired man's eyes were filled with madness. He didn't expect that Li Changsheng wasn't burned to ashes by the flames. Rumble! One of the gods opened his mouth and let out a roar. His voice soared into the sky, and the dense flames flowed into his stomach through his mouth like rivers flowing into the sea. Rumble! Rumbling sounds kept coming from his body. He swallowed more than half of the flames that filled the sky, and they were still decreasing. What's going on? The red-haired man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The 9 true flames burned everything. Li Changsheng had swallowed the flames and was still safe and sound. At this moment, Li Changsheng stood in the sea of flames. His body was burning with flames. Even his eyes were spewing flames. He approached the heaven-burning furnace step by step. Then, he reached out and grabbed the heaven-burning furnace's leg. No matter how the heaven-burning furnace struggled, it couldn't break free from his big hand. Li Changsheng not only wanted to refine the 9 true flames, but he also wanted to refine the furnace. After all, it was a treasured weapon. The red-haired man kept using his magic power, but the heaven-burning furnace couldn't break free. "Break for me." The red-haired man went crazy. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a flame and merged into the heaven-burning furnace. At this moment, the heaven-burning furnace suddenly shook and broke free from Li Changsheng's palm. Then, the red-haired man charged into the clouds, his body fusing with the heaven-incinerating cauldron. Then, the heaven-incinerating cauldron shot towards Li Changsheng like a meteor with a long trail of flames. Man and weapon unity. This was a superior method of controlling weapons. Chapter 861. The red-haired man and the heaven-burning furnace merged into one and smashed down at Li Changsheng from the sky. Wherever they passed, the air would rumble. Bang! Li Changsheng waved the ardent dragon spear and smashed it on the heaven-burning furnace, producing a sonorous sound that shook the surroundings. Bang, 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 bang. After the heaven-burning furnace was sent flying, it immediately rushed down again. Li Changsheng kept waving the ardent dragon spear in his hand, and the sound waves shook the surroundings. After more than 10 consecutive exchanges, Li Changsheng became braver and braver. His blood and qi burned like a god of war. When he smashed the ardent dragon spear for the last time, the heaven-burning furnace shook. Then, the red-haired man was shaken and fell out. He was in a sorry state and covered in blood. "How is this possible? I merged with the heaven-burning furnace, but I'm still not your match." The red-haired man had always been proud as a genius of the devil sect. At this moment, Li Changsheng had dealt a huge blow to him. Although you've learned the top-notch method of controlling artifacts and have fused with the heaven-burning cauldron, the truth is that you can't completely control the heaven-burning cauldron. Moreover, no matter how powerful a magic treasure is, it still depends on whether the user can unleash its power. Let alone a treasure artifact, even if it's a Dao artifact in your hands, you won't be able to unleash its power. "I don't believe it. I'm a genius. How can I lose to you?" The red-haired man's hair fluttered, and his eyes were completely filled with madness. He once again merged with the heaven-burning furnace. The flames on the heaven-burning furnace raged like a small sun, burning the void until it was distorted. "Brat, you forced me to do this. I'll definitely kill you this time. Definitely." A crazy voice came from the heaven-burning furnace. In order to deal with Li Changsheng, he chose to burn his secret technique and really risked his life. Li Changsheng's face turned solemn. He put away the ardent dragon spear and clenched his hands into fists. A god-fiend phantom behind him was roaring. He stood in the void, and his blood and qi soared into the sky, making a sound like a rushing river. His body suddenly grew a lot taller, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The red-haired man burned his potential, finally forcing Li Changsheng to use his strongest move. "You should feel honored to be able to witness my indestructible fiend god body." Li Changsheng's voice was filled with indifference. Boom! The burning heaven furnace spun and burned with raging flames, crushing Li Changsheng. The light from the flames made Li Changsheng's cheeks turn red. Bang! Li Changsheng punched the burning sky cauldron with a buzzing sound. The burning sky cauldron was sent flying. At the same time, Li Changsheng stepped into the void and ran in the sky. When the momentum of the burning heaven furnace slowed down a little, he immediately punched it again. Buzz! At this moment, the red-haired man was once again shaken out of the furnace. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "You should be on your way." Li Changsheng punched the red-haired man. The red-haired man wanted to block, but he was unable to shake Li Changsheng's fist at all. Boom! The terrifying fist hit the red-haired man's body. In the next second, the red-haired man fell from the sky and smashed on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood. "It's time to end this." Li Changsheng descended from the sky and stepped on the red-haired man's head, stomping him into a crack in the ground. When he lifted his foot, the red-haired man's body was no longer moving. He was trampled to death by Li Changsheng. The red burning heaven furnace lost the control of its master. Just as it was about to fly back to the demon sect camp, Li Changsheng suddenly turned it into a giant palm print and grabbed it. The furnace kept shaking in his hand, while Li Changsheng sat cross-legged on the ground and began refining the burning heaven furnace. In particular, the burning heaven furnace contained the 9 flavors true fire, which made Li Changsheng even more excited. Along the way, Li Changsheng had collected all kinds of fragments, but they were not as good as the harvest from this battle. A magical weapon at the level of a precious weapon, especially this burning heaven furnace, was the best combination with the fire refining method. After refining the 9 flavors true fire, he poured the fire of the netherworld into the burning heaven furnace. He suddenly felt that his blood was blending with the burning heaven furnace. This magical weapon was simply tailor-made for him. Half an hour later, 9 figures appeared in Li Changsheng's line of sight. The 9 of them stood in a row and quietly looked at Li Changsheng from 50 steps away. At this moment, the howling wind became still, and the powerful aura condensed the air. Each of these 9 people was very powerful. You actually killed him. It seems that we have underestimated you, one of the blue-haired men said coldly. One of the men in blue said coldly. Then, he turned into a blur and charged at Li Changsheng. The remaining 8 people also moved together. 8 powerful auras instantly surrounded Li Changsheng. They chose to join forces to attack. Obviously, they didn't want any more accidents to happen. Li Changsheng clenched his fists. The 9 people were all in the Earth Celestial stage. Although they were all in the early stage, they had the advantage of numbers. Boom! A sharp blade light cut through the void and slashed toward Li Changsheng. Its power was absolutely terrifying. Li Changsheng raised his fist and smashed the blade light away. Then, his body moved quickly. The place where he was just now had a deep pit. The air of chaos was everywhere. At the same time, a net-like magical weapon with the power of lightning fell from above. Li Changsheng moved his feet and instantly moved 30 meters away. The big net missed. Although this big net might not be able to trap Li Changsheng, if it delayed Li Changsheng for a few seconds, he would immediately be attacked by the 9 people in the Earth Celestial stage. At that time, even if Li Changsheng was strong, he would be injured. Fortunately, he had refined the wood of the void. His speed had reached the extreme. It was not so easy to form an encirclement around him. The 9 people's attacks didn't hurt Li Changsheng at all. They were surprised. The man in blue looked at the treasured saber in his hand that had been knocked back by Li Changsheng. There was a crack on the blade. He was surprised. It turns out that you are on the path of strength. You broke my treasured saber with the strength of your body. You are not simple. Although he said that, he still looked very calm. Just now, it was the first time that the 9 powerhouses had cooperated, so it was inevitable that they were unfamiliar with it. They would become more and more familiar with it later. If you were like the other righteous sovereigns, you wouldn't have to die so early. However, every time you pass a level, you will break the array platform. You have caused a change in the Demon Lord's plan. Therefore, you will die, another man in black said coldly. Li Changsheng just sneered. He was just a passerby. The life and death of the righteous and the evil had nothing to do with him. It was the other party who forced him to choose a side. Boom! The man in blue slashed the long saber in his hand again. It almost instantly reached the top of Li Changsheng's head. The powerful force of the blade made the sound of vital energy exploding in the air. Li Changsheng took out the ardent dragon spear and collided with the blade. There was a roar, and the ground under his feet cracked. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng suddenly exerted his strength, and the ardent dragon spear exploded with thousands of golden lights. Bang! With a crisp sound, the long saber was broken into 2 by the ardent dragon spear. Take my spear too. Li Changsheng jumped up and smashed the long spear down from the sky with a sonic boom. Bang! Golden light flashed, and a golden flood dragon roared. The man in blue waved his magic to block, but no matter what defensive technique he conjured, it cracked layer by layer under the ardent dragon spear. In the end, he took more than 10 steps back to offset the power of the ardent dragon spear. Cracks appeared at the place where his feet landed. Each crack was dozens of feet deep. It was obvious that the power was great. Bang, 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 bang. His companions finally made their move. All kinds of attacks were launched at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng waved the ardent dragon spear in his hand, forming a ball of golden light. No magic attack could get close to his body. Hula! The giant net was once again unleashed, covering half of the sky as it descended towards Li Changsheng. At the same time, another magic treasure that looked like a mountain smashed down at Li Changsheng. Wherever it passed, the air pressure formed a wave of air. The ground under Li Changsheng's feet sank, and a few large rocks were crushed into pieces. Li Changsheng raised the ardent dragon spear to block the falling magic treasure. At the same time, he waved his fist and punched out with all his strength, tearing a hole in the big net. Seeing that Li Changsheng was about to rush out, everyone made their move. All kinds of magic treasures and spells attacked Li Changsheng, drowning him completely. Boom! Li Changsheng took out the mountain and river ruler and made a terrifying attack. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and a terrifying energy wave burst out, destroying everything in the surroundings. At the same time, Li Changsheng waved his fist and shattered the magic attacks. At this moment, the large net that had originally been torn open instantly repaired itself, trapping Li Changsheng within. In the next second, all kinds of attacks hit Li Changsheng through the big net. Li Changsheng's position became a sea of magic attacks. This kid is indeed powerful. However, he is facing 9 of us alone. If he doesn't die, even the heavens will not tolerate it, the man in blue said coldly. His treasured saber was destroyed by Li Changsheng, and he was full of hatred. Although this person is powerful, the 9 of us at the Earth Immortal Realm are using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Half of us are enough to kill him. Another man sneered. Other than the sacred leaders of the 3 holy lands, no one in the righteous path can withstand the attacks of the 9 of us. I'm afraid he will be blasted into ashes. Next, we should discuss how to divide the magic treasures in his Chenkuan bag. A short man laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The ardent dragon spear and the mountain and river ruler in Li Changsheng's hands were enough to make them drool. Is he going to die so easily? I'm really disappointed. The owner of the big net said coldly. In the next moment, a hole was torn open in the big black net, and a figure walked out from the sea of magic attacks. The attacks of the 9 people did not hurt Li Changsheng at all. Chapter 862. How is this possible? He is safe and sound under the attack of the 9 of us. It seems that we were careless. Don't hold back. If he escapes, the demon lord will blame us. We can't afford to take the blame. Don't worry. The 9 sovereigns will attack him together. If he can still escape, we should find a piece of tofu and kill ourselves. With that, the 9 of them each appeared in a different direction, forming a circle, completely sealing off all of Li Changsheng's escape routes. Standing in the middle of the 9 of them, Shu Qiu held the scorching dragon spear tightly in his hand. Facing the 9 of them, he had to find the fastest way to break out. Otherwise, it would be bad if the demon sect sent more powerhouses. At this moment, Li Changsheng lifted the scorching dragon spear. It turned into a golden light and suddenly attacked the weakest of the 9 people. Boom! A resplendent golden light flashed as the young man who had been attacked by Li Changsheng took out a bottle. Primal chaos aura rushed out from the bottle, and a ball-like object smashed towards Li Changsheng. Bang! The scorching dragon spear suddenly smashed the ball and inserted it into the bottle. Crack! The bottle was split into 2 halves from the middle. Suddenly, the young man spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. The bottle was his natal magic treasure. When it was broken by Li Changsheng, he was seriously injured. Rumble! Li Changsheng rushed over with the scorching dragon spear. Layers of spear shadows shrouded the young man. The young man didn't have time to block the attack. He was hit by the scorching dragon spear and flew 100 meters away. His head was blown open and he died on the spot. Li Changsheng's attack was successful. The other 8 people didn't have time to rescue him. When they reacted, the scorching dragon spear was unfolded and smashed toward the man in blue who was closest to him. The man in blue's treasured saber was destroyed by Li Changsheng. When he saw Li Changsheng's attack coming, he didn't dare to meet it. He hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a silver axe chopped down from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying force as it collided with Li Changsheng's ardent dragon spear. A sonorous sound rang out, and a crack appeared on the ground. The huge axe was like a mountain, and it was extremely powerful. It saved the blue-clothed man from the muzzle of the gun. On the other side, a young man drew his bow and shot an arrow. The red arrow whistled through the air and instantly arrived between Li Changsheng's eyebrows. Crack! Li Changsheng used the mountain and river ruler to block it. When the sword arrow collided with the mountain and river ruler, it actually caused the mountain and river ruler to constantly tremble. This was definitely a godly archer. Boom! Li Changsheng fought until he went berserk. A small golden sword flew out from between his eyebrows and struck forward. The Zhenwu god-slaying sword specialized in attacking divine sense. It hit a young man almost instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell straight to the ground. The surrounding people all revealed looks of shock. After Li Changsheng killed 2 of their companions, the remaining 7 people all became vigilant, each of them releasing their strongest combat power. Boom, boom. The huge silver axe kept falling, as if it had the power to split the heavens and the earth. The rapid arrow feathers kept locking onto Li Changsheng. "Open for me!" Li Changsheng roared. The fiend god shadow behind him roared and exerted the power of the fiend god indestructible body to the maximum. The scorching dragon spear in his hand swept in all directions. Although he had killed 2 Earth Celestial Realm cultivators, Li Changsheng didn't dare to be careless, especially the man who shot the arrow. His attack was unpredictable and posed a great threat to Li Changsheng. The huge silver axe kept smashing down with matchless power and collided with the scorching dragon spear. However, Li Changsheng, who had fully exerted the fiend god indestructible body, was too terrifying. He actually made a dent on the huge axe. The man who took out the huge axe kept forming seals and exerted the power of the huge axe to the maximum. Everywhere it passed, there was a loud bang, but it couldn't hurt Li Changsheng at all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The divine archer shot 13 flying arrows in a row and blocked all of Li Changsheng's escape routes. The huge silver axe, the small bronze bell, and the square cauldron all attacked Li Changsheng at the same time. Li Changsheng exerted the power of the mountain and river ruler to the maximum and used the Black Evil Mountain, which was still a prototype magic treasure, to block most of the attacks. At the same time, he swung the scorching dragon spear in his hand and sent the square cauldron flying. Whoosh! The true martial god-slaying chapter was activated and the small golden sword shot toward the blue-robed man. Even though the blue-robed man was prepared, he couldn't dodge it. The small golden sword pierced between his eyebrows. After a shrill scream, he fell to the ground and lost his breath. Li Changsheng waved the scorching dragon spear and exerted the Great Void technique. He instantly disappeared on the spot. The spear pierced the chest of the young man who commanded the square cauldron and completely obliterated his vitality. During the battle, Li Changsheng didn't use the Great Void technique. He was waiting for the right time to launch a fatal blow. So far, 4 people in the Earth Celestial stage had been killed, and only 5 people were left. Li Changsheng suddenly felt the pressure on him was greatly reduced. The pitch-black Black Evil Mountain, the mountain and river ruler, which was filled with the power of chaos, and the scorching dragon spear, which was shining with golden light, surrounded Li Changsheng. He stood in the middle of the battlefield like the god of death. The huge silver axe struck again, and terrifying energy vibrated. It was the strongest magic treasure in their hands. Li Changsheng inserted the scorching dragon spear aside and clenched his fist. He wanted to use his physical strength to fight against the enemy. When his fist landed on the axe, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, and a crack appeared under his feet that extended for several hundred meters. Everything around Li Changsheng turned into chaotic energy that permeated the air. This huge silver axe is really unusual. Li Changsheng's punch only moved it back a little. Boom! Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The huge silver axe was shaken and kept retreating. Finally, when he punched the 12th time, the huge silver axe shattered, and heaven and earth began to tremble. When the huge silver axe shattered, its owner spat out blood. The archer in the distance once again locked on to Li Changsheng. "I didn't expect you to kill 5 of us. Which holy land are you from?" The remaining 5 people were on guard and didn't continue to attack. It was obvious that they were no match for Li Changsheng. "I don't belong to any holy land. I just wanted to pick up some magic treasure fragments. You forced me to attack," Li Changsheng said. "Nonsense. You don't even dare to tell us who your master is. We despise you," the owner of the huge silver axe said. In the next second, Li Changsheng suddenly disappeared from where he was and reappeared again. He brought the mountain and river ruler with him and pressed down. The other party didn't even have time to cry out before he was smashed into pieces. "Retreat." The remaining 4 experts quickly retreated. At the same time, a dense rain of arrows shot towards Li Changsheng. However, he didn't want to kill Li Changsheng. He just wanted to stop Li Changsheng and buy time for himself and his companions to escape. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. If this continued, they would all die here. "Want to run? It's not that easy," Li Changsheng sneered. He used the void secret technique and instantly disappeared. However, when he reappeared, another wave of arrows shot towards him. "My arrows can lock on to your aura. No matter where you run, you can't escape," the archer sneered. Bang, 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 bang. The dense rain of arrows fell on the mountain and river ruler, making deafening sounds. By the time all the arrows had been blocked, there were no longer any shadows of the 4 people in front of him. There was only the pervasive fog and the ground that had been devastated by the battle. Li Changsheng didn't continue to chase. He knew that he had missed the best opportunity in the array. Chapter 863. Time continued to pass. Li Changsheng's ranking had not changed for a long time, while Han Mu, who was ranked first, had already broken through to the 300th level. "Brother Tai Bai, what do you think the young people can break through to the next level?" Fu Teng of the Tianyuan Sacred Ground looked at Su Tai Bai, the sect master of the Tai Sword sect. Shong Yanjun, who was originally ranked first, was now ranked third. The saint of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, Xing Shaohuang, was ranked second, which made Su Tai Bai slightly unhappy. However, as a sect master, he still had the basic self-restraint. He smiled and said, they should be able to break through to the 500th level, or even the 600th level. Su Tai Bai was very confident in his disciple. Shong Yanjun's strength was second only to his master in the sect. "Do you think it's possible to break through to the 800th level? What if they force those old monsters of the demon sect to take action?" Su Tai Bai immediately shook his head when Fu Teng said that. Even the Purple Cloud sacred leader, Shen Yang, felt that it was impossible. Although there are many geniuses in our generation, the demon sect is not bad either. They are not qualified to force those old monsters to take action. Yes. Fu Teng also knew that he had taken it for granted and laughed at himself. It was almost dusk, and the mountains in the distance were shrouded in a dim yellow. At the same time, many disciples who were seriously injured and felt that they could no longer fight retreated, including Yuan Chushue. Yuan Chushue was in a sorry state and walked down the mountain path with wounds all over her body. There were people who were in charge of healing them and arranged them to a specific area. When she looked up at the God of War list, she saw Han Mu in the first place, Xing Shaohuang in the second place, Shong Yanjun in the third place, and Yongjing in the fourth place. I didn't expect Shong Yanjun to be ranked third. Han Mu and Xing Shaohuang didn't kill as many enemies as Shong Yanjun. Yuan Chushue muttered unhappily and continued to search. Finally, she found Li Changsheng among the densely packed names. He was ranked 8,780th level. Why is his ranking so low? And he only broke through so many levels. Did something happen? Fortunately, his name hasn't faded. Yuan Chushue muttered to herself. At this moment, Li Changsheng was sitting cross-legged on the array platform. The operation of the array required a huge amount of spiritual qi to support it, and the spiritual qi at the array platform was the densest. After the previous battles, he also needed to recover some of it. When the setting sun disappeared and night fell, The entire array formation became hazy. Li Changsheng, who had been sitting cross-legged for a few hours, finally opened his eyes and stood up slowly. He had originally thought that the demon sect would send another Sky Pride to deal with him, but that didn't happen. The true energy in his body circulated, causing the surrounding air to distort. The urge to transcend the tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it for much longer. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. He could not help but turn his head to look at the towering sky capital peak. Let's continue forward. I have gained quite a lot from this challenge. Li Changsheng began to walk. Shong Yanzhen, Han Mu, and the others who were on the 360th floor stopped and found a place to rest. After such a long battle, even with their strength, they couldn't bear it and needed to recover. At the same time, as if there was a tacit understanding, the demon sect's camp also stopped attacking. In the camp, Immortal Futeng set up a banquet at the bow of the ship. He invited Su Tai Bai, the sacred master of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, Immortal Midu, and the others. Why don't we have a drink together? Tomorrow, we'll see the sky prides of our righteous sects break through the array. Okay. Several figures landed on the ship of the Tianyuan Sacred Ground. Of course, these were all powerhouses in the Earth Celestial stage. The rest of the people were not qualified to board the ship. On the entire list, all the names stopped flashing and fell into silence. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Li Changsheng has moved again. He has already reached the 200th floor. He's so fast. Is he going to rest before setting off?" The other names on the list stopped flashing. The only flashing name, Li Changsheng, became the focus of everyone's attention. In particular, the fact that Li Changsheng had killed thousands of people in a row gradually caused a sensation. This guy called Li Changsheng is really interesting. Others break through during the day and rest at night, but he's starting to break through now. However, those guys in the demon sect's camp have to suffer. They still have to intercept him at this time. He's at the 280th place. He's not far from the 300th place. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint me. I knew this guy must be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Someone laughed loudly. While Li Changsheng was breaking through quickly, many people on the 200th floor had already begun to rest. However, they suddenly found that the demon sect's camp had started to attack again. Therefore, they had to drag their tired bodies and get up to fight again. It was like a bomb had been thrown into a deep pool. The entire pool began to boil. What's going on? Why did the demon sect suddenly start to fight again? It seems that someone is starting to break through now. Are you sure? Can't they let people rest? Wherever Li Changsheng passed, the originally silent battlefield would start to fight again, which made many people who were sleepy awake again. However, when Li Changsheng's name reached the 300th floor, it stopped flashing after a long time. It seems that he has rested for half a day and can only erupt here. I wonder if he still has the strength to break through tomorrow? Someone guessed. However, this guy is considered to be famous. The result of reaching the 300th floor is already not bad. Daoist Fu Teng and the others, who were originally interested because of the change in the ranking list, couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw that the name was no longer flashing. The 300th floor was indeed enough for ordinary sect disciples, but the true disciples of the three sacred lands were all ranked higher than this. They didn't care about such a result. In the 300th floor, Li Changsheng stood there and looked at the nervous demon sect's people in front of him with a strange expression. He couldn't suppress the urge to transcend the tribulation. Rumble. Almost in an instant, regardless of whether it was the righteous camp or the evil cult camp, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. A dark cloud covered the only moonlight, and it exuded a terrifying might. What's going on? Why does this dark cloud look like a tribulation cloud? Someone exclaimed. The chopsticks that Daoist Fu Teng had just picked up fell on the table with a thud. He was also shocked. Earth Celestial Tribulation. Someone is about to break through to the Earth Celestial stage and is in the array. I don't know if it's someone from the demon sect or the righteous Dao. I hope it's someone from the righteous Dao. If someone from the demon sect transcends the tribulation at this time, there will be one more Earth Celestial stage expert, which is very disadvantageous for us, Shenyang said. Everyone was shocked. Although there was no lack of Earth celestial stage experts in this world, there were no more than 100 Earth celestial stage experts in both the righteous Tao and the demon sect. With one more Earth celestial stage expert, there would be a great increase in strength. Who is it? Everyone was guessing in their hearts. At the same time, they were somewhat envious. That was an Earth celestial stage expert. Once one became an Earth celestial stage expert, one's lifespan would increase tenfold. He would immediately transform into a true dragon and soar in the 9 heavens, overlooking all heroes. Chapter 864. Rumble. Tribulation clouds appeared one after another, covering the entire sky from all directions. Finally, they merged into one. The bright lightning reflected on everyone's cheeks clearly. Crack. The terrifying aura caused everyone's heart to tremble. This thunder tribulation is very powerful. It seems that the person undergoing the tribulation is very talented. Immortal Fu Ting said. This kind of thunder tribulation reminded him of his earth immortal tribulation. The strength of the thunder tribulation corresponds to a person's potential. I wonder who is undergoing the tribulation. Judging from the power of the thunder tribulation, he must be very outstanding after breaking through to the earth immortal realm. In the demon sect camp, the 10 sect leaders who were sitting on the top seats opened their eyes almost at the same time. Is it a genius of the demon sect? Go down and ask if there is a genius of the demon sect undergoing the tribulation. As soon as the demon deity finished his words, a subordinate immediately replied. We have investigated clearly. It is not someone from the demon sect undergoing the tribulation. It should be someone from the righteous sect. Someone from the righteous sect is breaking through at this time. Pass down my order to lock on to the target. Once he breaks through to the earth immortal tribulation, kill him immediately. We must not allow another earth immortal to appear in the righteous sect camp. As soon as the demon deity finished his words, the subordinate immediately cupped his hands. When the earth immortal tribulation came, no one dared to attack during the tribulation because they would be targeted by the heavenly tribulation at that time. It would be considered a challenge to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the best time to attack was when one was completely weakened after the tribulation. Boom! Li Changsheng looked up. The flashing lightning was like a ferocious beast that opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. Good timing. Finally, the first bucket-sized lightning struck the top of Li Changsheng's head. Not only was Li Changsheng not afraid, he became excited instead. He had lived 99 lives and gone through 99 thunder tribulations, but he had never looked forward to it as much as he did today. Crack! The bucket-sized lightning struck the body of Li Changsheng. He had no intention of blocking it. He stood there and let the lightning strike his body. However, after the lightning, his shirt had been burned to ashes, revealing his bronze skin. There were no wounds on his body. After being tempered by 99 lightning tribulations, his body had become unbelievably tough. This little bit of lightning was just an appetizer for Li Changsheng. The second, the third, the 30th, lightning continued to strike, each strike stronger than the previous one. As for Li Changsheng, after the 90 lightning bolts, he suddenly took a step forward and directly rushed into the thundercloud. At this moment, countless people could see a figure enter the tribulation clouds and disperse the lightning bolts. Taking the initiative to enter the tribulation clouds, what great courage! This shows that he is very confident in his physical body. Yes, he was using the thunder calamity to temper his body. Could it be that he was a person who used strength to prove his Tao? Those who use strength to prove their Tao are stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. Quick, check which sect in the Tiandu star field cultivates body refining techniques. Daoist Master Fu Ting hurriedly gave the order. Soon, a bunch of body cultivation sects were found. Unfortunately, they all shook their heads and denied that the person undergoing the tribulation was a disciple of their sect. Could it be someone from the demon sect? Daoist Fu Ting shook his head, and his expression gradually turned solemn. The 300th, 500th, 580th, within the black clouds, Li Changsheng's body was completely enveloped in a sea of lightning. His body was faintly glowing with golden light as though he was casting a golden body. The 900th, 1000th, 3 hours passed, and the thunder calamity became more and more terrifying. Even Li Changsheng's body began to split open. Finally, a purple lightning bolt turned into a pagoda and suppressed him. This should be the most powerful lightning bolt of the thunder calamity. The moment the pagoda descended, Li Changsheng felt a great sense of danger. He took a deep breath, and the qi and blood in his body burned. With a rumbling sound, he suddenly punched out and collided with the pagoda. Boom! Terrifying energy swept across the sky. What a powerful force! It's even stronger than the thunder calamity I face. Daoist Fu Ting muttered to himself, and his face finally changed color. Not only him, but Su Taibai, Shenyang, and Daoist Miadu were all dumbfounded. As for the ordinary cultivators, they were even more shocked. In the thunder calamity, the pagoda cracked under Li Changsheng's fist, and a purple lightning bolt entered the top of his head. Li Changsheng didn't block it, and he allowed the purple lightning to enter his body. The thunder calamity contained the power of life and death. After withstanding destruction, one would naturally welcome life, and that was the greatest benefit. The moment the purple lightning entered his body, Li Changsheng's body crackled. In his dantian, there were flashes of lightning. A green seedling swayed gently, and the purple lightning turned into a drop of liquid the size of a thumb. It was silent in his dantian, and Li Changsheng felt that his body was undergoing a rebirth at every moment. Is this the Earth celestial stage? Li Changsheng looked at his palm and felt the completely different power. But soon, he frowned. No. Although my body has undergone a great change, I haven't entered the Earth celestial stage. What's going on? I've passed the Earth celestial tribulation. Li Changsheng felt a great sense of loss. In order to wait for this day, he had reincarnated 99 times. Could it be that he still couldn't succeed this time? But this time was obviously different from the previous times. He didn't fail to pass the tribulation. What's going on? Just when he was frowning and puzzling over it, a vague premonition gradually rose in his heart. It seemed to be the same impulse as when he was about to pass the tribulation. Is the tribulation not over yet? Or is there a second thunder calamity? As soon as this idea arose, the tribulation clouds in the distant sky, which had dissipated, rolled and gathered again like a tide. The tribulation clouds were more horrible than before. Lightning flashed and bolts of lightning attacked Li Changsheng like chains. Is the second thunder calamity really coming? Below, countless onlookers were still discussing who was going through the tribulation. At this moment, they looked at the sky at the same time. Looking at the tribulation clouds, they were all stunned and didn't understand what had happened. What's going on? Even Su Taibai was confused. Could it be the legendary double thunder calamity? It's said that for the truly heaven-defying people, a single thunder calamity can't make their life sublimate. So, there will be double, triple, and even quadruple thunder calamity. Legend has it that the Void Emperor went through 5 tribulation clouds and finally became the Supreme Emperor. Venerable Fu Ting thought of some ancient secrets and blurted out. His face was full of shock. Double tribulation cloud. Venerable Fu Ting was proud of his outstanding talent. But when he passed the Earth celestial tribulation, his thunder calamity was much stronger than that of ordinary people. It was far from reaching the level of double thunder calamity. If this person is from the demon sect and passes the Earth celestial tribulation, it will be a great disaster for the orthodox sects. Venerable Fu Ting's eyes were filled with killing intent. Once such potential matured, he would be the second demon supremacy, or even stronger than the demon supremacy. Chapter 865. When the second thunder tribulation arrived, Li Changsheng, whose body had undergone a transformation, was much more relaxed. At that moment, he was in the middle of the thunder tribulation, letting the thunderbolts bombard his body. He used his understanding of the thunder doctrine to guide the thunderbolts into his body to temper his muscles, bones, skin, and internal organs. 900, 1000, 1008. Thunderbolts engulfed him completely. Everyone could only see a sea of thunder. Even a top powerhouse like Venerable Fu Ting didn't dare to immerse his mind sense into the thunderbolts, so he could only guess. 3,700, the 4,000th. When the 5,000th thunderbolt struck, a divine statue formed in the sky and smashed down on Li Changsheng. This time, Li Changsheng gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Another palm-sized bolt of blue lightning merged into his body and entered his dantian. Boom! Rumbling sounds rang out from within his body, and his bones released crackling sounds. It was as if soybeans were being fried, and he was undergoing a transformation. The thunderclouds gradually disappeared and he fell from the sky. He frowned again because he still hadn't broken through to the Earth celestial stage. What's going on? Is there a third thunder tribulation? Sure enough, it didn't take long for the urge to go through the thunder tribulation in his body again. However, Li Changsheng, who had experienced the second thunder tribulation, had no vital energy in his body. He hurriedly suppressed the urge. Li Changsheng had experienced 99 cycles of reincarnation, which was why he was able to create this once-in-a-lifetime lightning tribulation. Li Changsheng took a deep breath. Although he hadn't broken through to the Earth celestial stage, he felt that he could kill an ordinary Earth celestial stage cultivator with one punch. A strong sense of confidence filled his heart. Li Changsheng sat down with his legs crossed and started to restore his cultivation. In the distance, several figures appeared quietly. There were a total of 13 people, all of whom were in the Earth celestial stage. 4 of them were the ones who had been beaten away by Li Changsheng during the day. The archer drew the longbow in his hand and locked on to Li Changsheng's position. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the void and instantly arrived beside Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's eyes suddenly opened. The arrow had shot between his eyebrows, but Li Changsheng did not block it at all. Bang! The sound of something shattering rang out, but it wasn't Li Changsheng's head, but the arrow made of some strange material. How could it be so terrifying? The master archer's expression changed drastically. During the battle with Li Changsheng during the day, although his arrow did not injure Li Changsheng did not dare to let the arrow hit his body. But now, his powerful arrow could not break through Li Changsheng's physical defense. It's too terrifying. After breaking through to the earthly immortal stage, he's simply a human-shaped magic treasure. Everyone thought that Li Changsheng had passed the second lightning tribulation and reached the Earth celestial stage. Li Changsheng slowly stood up from the ground and calmly looked at the enemy in front of him. If he had faced these masters before, he would have needed to be cautious. But now, in his eyes, they were too weak. Let me fight with you and see if you're so powerful. The new powerhouse of the demon sect could not help but attack. He was also a sovereign and did not think that he would lose to Li Changsheng. No. The master archer shouted to stop him, but it was too late. His body turned into a shadow and rushed to Li Changsheng in the blink of an eye. Bang! Li Changsheng slapped the young powerhouse who had rushed over and disappeared in an instant. He turned into a pile of blood mist and scattered on the ground. Hiss! The remaining 12 powerhouses gasped. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. They were at the Earth celestial stage, but they could not withstand a single blow from Shu Q. Do you still want to attack? Li Changsheng said calmly. The master archer and the other 3 companions who had been scared off by Li Changsheng fled into the distance at the same time. They were no match for Li Changsheng before. Now, facing Li Changsheng, they were even more helpless. In contrast, the remaining 8 powerhouses were still standing in the same place. They had not seen Li Changsheng's strength, so they did not understand how terrifying Li Changsheng was. Since you don't want to leave, you can all die. Li Changsheng took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. Then, he rushed toward the 8 powerhouses. The 8 of them attacked almost at the same time. All kinds of magic treasures were thrown at Li Changsheng. There was a continuous sound of poochie. The magic treasures were all smashed into pieces by Li Changsheng, who was moving quickly. Then, Li Changsong rushed past the 8 powerhouses. All 8 of them fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time that Li Changsheng killed the 8 young experts, a great commotion broke out in the demon sect's camp. They were in control of the formation, so they naturally knew what was going on inside the formation like the back of their hands. They had only sent 13 cultivators over to test Li Changsheng's battle prowess, but they had not expected that all 8 of them would be killed in an instant. This man's combat strength is comparable to the sacred lords of the 3 holy lands. The red-robed elder looked at the demon lord. At this moment, no one could stay calm. "Demon lord, I request to attack," the red-robed elder said in a deep voice. One of the young men who had just died was his junior. "No." The demon lord pondered for a moment and finally said, "If you attack, the 3 sacred lords will definitely join the camp. By then, my previous plan will be in vain. Although this young man is strong, he has just broken through to the Earth Celestial stage. There is still a gap between him and the 3 sacred lords. Pass down my order and gather all the young powerhouses to stop him. He can kill 8 Earth Celestials, but can he kill 80? Hearing the demon lord's words, the red-robed elder hid the killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Li Changsheng's name on the list of the righteous faction camp began to flash again. 300 floors, 310 floors, 320 floors, 400 floors. And it was still climbing. His ranking had jumped to 89th place. He really entered the top 100. This guy named Li Changsheng is a dark horse. He is not simple. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Could he be the one who went through the thunder tribulation just now? He has such combat strength just after breaking through to the Earth Celestial stage. I am afraid that he will be on par with Han Mu, Su Taibai, and the others in the future. Yuan Chuxue, who was already sleepy, became excited at this moment. Li Changsheng is still the Li Changsheng that I know. After today, I'm afraid that he will become famous overnight. However, how far can he go in the end? Will he be stronger than the Shongyang Zhen that I admire? Thinking of this, Yuan Chuxue shook her head. In her heart, Shongyang should be the first to break through the spell. Li Changsheng could not be compared with him. While Li Changsheng was breaking through the spell, the whole spell started to fight again. At the 400th level, Han Mu and the others seemed to have sensed something. They turned around and looked in the direction they had come from, only to see a hazy grey fog. What they did not know was that a name was constantly flashing on the list, getting closer and closer to their rankings. Chapter 866. Li Changsheng's name began to soar from the 80s to the 50s, setting off a frenzy in the dark night. Han Mu and the others stood up at the same time on the 480th floor because the entire Demon Clan's array had begun to operate. What's going on? The Demon Clan is not going to rest. Are they going to launch a surprise attack on us? Han Mu looked at Shongyang and Xing Xiaohuang, who were not far away. He had been ahead of them, but after he took a break, they caught up with him and stayed in the same area as him. None of the 3 saints of the younger generation was willing to fall behind. Boom! A figure in black armor rushed out of the grey fog with a cold expression. It was the top genius of the southern region, king of the sacred mountain, Yongjing. After Yongjing appeared, more and more geniuses appeared in the array formation area one after another. The array formation of the entire demon gate was in the shape of a fan. The deeper one went, the smaller the area became. The chances of the geniuses meeting each other also increased. Someone must be breaking through and activating the entire array. The Demon Clan has decided to launch an all-out war. A beautiful voice was heard. Shangguan Shui, who was originally 4th, was overtaken by King of the Sacred Mountain, Yongjing. Who is breaking through the array and not allowing us to rest at night? Xing Xiaohuang said unhappily. Even the Demon Clan had reached a tacit understanding. The other party was breaking through the array at this time, which was really annoying. I guess it's probably the one who was crossing the Earth Celestial Realm. Yi Chen from the Starlight Sect said. At the 480th floor, almost all the elites of the younger generation of the Orthodox faction had gathered. Who cares? Let's break through at night. Anyway, we are not the only ones who are tired. The Demon Clan has also been on alert for a day. Shongyang laughed loudly. Sword radiance flashed and directly killed the grey fog in front of them. So anxious. Han Mu also smiled and walked forward quickly. The other geniuses naturally did not want to be outdone and started to break through the array. In an instant, the entire myriad demons array was filled with murderous aura and was completely immersed in the battle. At this moment, The names on the God of War list began to flicker crazily, as if a pool of stagnant water had been activated. First place, Han Mu, 490th floor, 50,000 kills. Second place, Shong Yenjin, 489th floor, 600,000 kills. Third place, Xing Xiaohuang, 489th floor, 50,000. Fourth place, Yong Jing, level 485, 100,000. Fifth, Shangguan Shui. Sixth place, Yi Fei Guang. Seventh place, Zhuo Juanhao. Eighth place, Yi Chen. Rank 49, Li Changsheng, 10,000 kills. The gap between the top 10 was not that great. They were all top-notch geniuses from the righteous path. But from the 11th place onwards, the gap was pulled apart. Every once in a while, the number of levels they pass will change. If this trend continues, I'm afraid they will break through to the 500th level tonight, and the final battle will begin tomorrow. Daoist Fu Ting looked at the list and said indifferently. At the foot of Sky Capital Peak, hundreds of thousands of people were looking at the list. 495, 500, 501, 502. The name of Shong Yenjin, who was ranked second, flashed crazily as he broke through more than 10 stages consecutively, surpassing Han Mu and taking first place. Suddenly, there was an uproar. It seems that Shong Yenjin has been hiding his true strength all this time. He's only showing it now. He wants to fight for first place on the God of War list. Su Taibai's face was filled with pride. Daoist Fu Teng, Daoist brother Shenyang, how is it? Isn't my disciple powerful? He's lucky to surpass the disciples of your two sects. The three great sacred grounds were on par with each other, but the Tai Sword sect had always been slightly inferior to the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground and Tianyuan Sacred Ground. Including the ranking of the younger generation, Shong Yenjin was also behind Han Mu and Xing Xiaohuang. Su Taibai was eager to use this battle with the demon sect to improve the Tai Sword sect's position and not be third place forever. Brother Su, it's too early to be happy. Shenyang smiled. Then, he saw Xing Xiaohuang's name flashing crazily. He had caught up with Shong Yenjin. Su Taibai's expression froze. He subconsciously looked at Daoist Fu Teng, who was silent. But when he saw Daoist Fu Ting smiling, he immediately felt that something was wrong. As expected, Han Mu's name started to flash. He was ranked first again. The three young experts had all hidden their true strength. Once again, there was an uproar. After a series of crazy flashes, Han Mu's number finally stopped at the 580th level. This was extremely close to the 600th level that Daoist Fu Teng had predicted. After reaching the 580th level, Han Mu's name finally stopped flashing. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Han Mu had continued to challenge the levels, the supreme giants of the demon sect would have been alerted and the final battle would have been brought forward. Shong Yenjin and Xing Xiaohuang also appeared at the 580th level after more than 10 minutes. However, it was obvious that there was still a gap between them and Han Mu. As the three saints stopped at the 580th level and didn't make any more moves, the heated battlefield gradually cooled down. After continuously challenging the levels today, everyone has almost reached their limits. It seems that today's challenge will end here. The final ranking of the God of War list will be revealed tomorrow morning. Someone analyzed. On the God of War list, the names dimmed one by one. Only a few names were still flashing like sporadic starlight. What about that Li Changsheng? The second wave of battles was caused by him. Which level is he at? Many people were looking for Li Changsheng's name. The top few geniuses didn't make any moves. Everyone thought of this dark horse again, 42nd place. That Li Changsheng is still challenging the levels. Someone found Li Changsheng's name and exclaimed. He is at the 480th level. He has reached the level where Han Mu and the others stopped. This is incredible. Is his combat strength comparable to the three saints? Immortal Fu Teng, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and looked at the God of War list after hearing the exclamation. Not only him, but Su Taibai, Shenyang, Immortal Miedu, and the others also looked at the list. Those who knew Li Changsheng and the disciples of the Cloud Dynasty sect couldn't keep calm. Why do I feel that Li Changsheng's name is so familiar? An old man looked at the God of War list and muttered to himself. He would never have thought that the name that attracted everyone's attention was the young man that he didn't take seriously at that time. On the 480th level, Li Changsheng looked at the densely packed figures standing in front of him. Every one of them was a genius from the demon sect. There were more than 100 people in total. The weakest one had reached the Finger Profound realm, and there were more than 20 people in the Earth Celestial realm. Even Li Changsheng was a little flattered by such a lineup. It seems that the demon sect really values me this time. However, I have stopped destroying the array platform. Why are they still staring at me? Li Changsheng muttered unhappily. At the same time, he started to move forward. No one could stop him. Although there were millions of people, he still went forward. Chapter 867. Li Changsheng is not moving again. It seems that this is the end of the night. This guy didn't challenge the levels during the day but chose to challenge the levels at night, which made everyone unable to have a good rest. Is he doing this on purpose? But he is really powerful. He rushed from the last place to the top 100. He became famous in this way. In the area of the 48th level, Li Changsheng killed his way into the crowd. With a simple and violent punch, he immediately blasted a bloody path through the demon sect's camp in front of him. More than a dozen experts were blown up by his punch. Then, like a wolf in a flock of sheep, he brandished his ardent dragon spear. Every time the spear landed, a large number of people were killed or injured. Dozens of experts sent by the demon sect were killed in an instant. This person is fierce and can't be defeated by force. Even the arrogant sovereigns of the younger generation did not hesitate to turn around and flee at this moment. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If they did not flee, they would only be courting death. In the camp of the demon sect, when everyone was planning to wait until dawn to look at the list, Li Changsheng's name was flashing crazily. 481, 482, 490, 500. In less than 10 minutes, Li Changsheng advanced dozens of levels and reached the 530th level, but he did not stop. The enemies in front of him were getting stronger and stronger, but no one was a match for him. He, who had gone through 2 Earth celestial tribulations, was invincible. 540, 550, in a short time, he had broken through to the 570th level and was only 10 levels away from the top sovereigns on the demon sect side. His ranking jumped to 13th place. When Li Changsheng broke through to the 570th level, a dense crowd of more than 30 people appeared in front of him. All of them were at the Earth Celestial stage. They were almost half of the young experts in the demon sect's camp. At this time, the moon was hanging high in the sky and the sky was very clear, which made Li Changsheng's face clear. Kill. There was an earth-shattering sound. More than 30 sovereigns of the demon sect rushed toward Li Changsheng without hesitation. Li Changsheng had become a well-known figure in both the demon sect and the demon sect. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. At the foot of Sky Capital Peak, Yuan Chushue bit her red lips and stared at the list. Li Changsheng actually reached the 13th place. This is too amazing. Even the 3 sacred masters were no longer calm. As for the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect, their thoughts were even more complicated. The battle on the 570th level was so powerful that everyone in the array could sense it. Han Mu, Shong Yanzhen, Xing Xiaohuang, Shangguan Shui, and the others turned around at the same time. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. There's a huge battle at the rear, and the demon sect has mobilized a powerful force. Han Mu said, his face filled with surprise. Could it be that a dark horse has appeared in our righteous faction? Did the evil sect feel threatened, so they decided to kill them? Shangguan Shui's voice was crisp and clear. She was dressed in white and looked very lovely. To be able to get the demon sect to take action, even we don't have such treatment. This means that in the hearts of the demon sect, he is more important than us. Shong Yanzhen said coldly. His face showed that he was not convinced. He thought that he was already a top expert among the younger generation of the righteous faction. Now, the demon sect did not take him seriously, which made him very angry. It's a pity that we can't see the God of War list, so we don't know what kind of person he is. But it seems that there's one more competitor for the top spot on the God of War list. Xing Xiaohuang said. It's very likely that the demon sect started a battle at night because of this person. It seems that we don't need to rest. We should know the result tonight. Shang Yanjin laughed. Sword light flashed and he took the lead to break the array. Han Mu and Xing Xiaohuang followed closely behind. The king of the sacred mountain, Yong Jing, had a cold expression from the beginning to the end. He did not say much and started to kill the enemies directly. The list, which had begun to quiet down, was stirred up again. Just based on the fact that the demon sect is trying to kill him, we can say that his potential is stronger than ours. If he is stronger than us, how could he fall behind us? Shangguan Shui smiled slightly, but did not follow the king of the sacred mountain and the others to break the array. 13th place, Li Changsheng, killed 30,000 enemies. After Li Changsheng's name flashed for a while, it finally stopped, but no one ignored it anymore. Which sect is this Li Changsheng from? From the last place to the 13th place, such talent is enough to be ranked as the top expert of the younger generation. Noisy voices continued to be heard, all kinds of guesses and discussions. Unfortunately, except for a few people like Yun Chao's sect, Yuan Chushue, and a few others, no one else knew Li Changsheng's origin. He broke through again, to the 571st level. Although it was only a breakthrough, it was like a bugle call for battle. Everyone was waiting for this name to move forward crazily. However, there was no response for a long time. What's going on? Has he really exhausted his potential? But it's understandable. Rushing from the last place to the 13th place is already very impressive. Everyone was talking about it. Looking at the name on the list, they felt complicated, emotional, and envious. At this moment, Li Changsheng looked at the sky above his head. The bright moonlight was gradually covered by dark clouds. Layers of tribulation clouds gathered together, exuding a terrifying aura. The third lightning tribulation came. Good timing. Li Changsheng took a step forward and rushed directly into the clouds. Thunder and lightning raged. This time, the lightning tribulation came quickly and violently. This made the good and evil cultivators who were fighting stop their attacks at the same time and look up at the sky. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. What day is it today? Did they make an appointment to undergo tribulation together? Many people were puzzled. They didn't know about the double lightning tribulation and thought that there were 3 people undergoing tribulation tonight. Only Fu Ting spiritual master, Su Tai Bai, and a few other sacred masters knew the secret. When they saw the lightning tribulation, they were shocked. Rumble. In the lightning tribulation, Li Changsheng was constantly bathing in the lightning and tempering his body. Half an hour later, he descended from the sky. His aura became mysterious, but he still hadn't broken through to the Earth celestial stage. 9 revolutions of celestial demons. Do I have to undergo 9 lightning tribulations to cultivate this technique? Feeling the terrifying power in his body, Li Changsheng muttered to himself. Not long after the lightning tribulation, Li Changsheng started to move forward again. Level 573, level 574, level 575. Finally, with a flash of light, Li Changsheng's ranking changed. Number 12, Li Changsheng, level 576, level 35,000 kills. At this moment, even Han Mu, Shang Yanjin, and the rest were ignored. Everyone was staring at Li Changsheng's name. He's still moving forward. Where is his limit? He's already number 12. He will definitely enter the top 10. I don't think so. The top 10 are the top geniuses of the orthodox sects. Which one of them isn't one of the strongest spiritual roots? It's already amazing that he has achieved so far. If he could really enter the top 10, he wouldn't be so quiet. All kinds of voices were heard. There were supporters, opponents, and those who were not optimistic. But no matter what, the name Li Changsheng was deeply imprinted in their memories. Level 577, level 578, level 580. When Li Changsheng's name reached level 580, his ranking changed again. He was now number 10. At this moment, the The noise at the foot of Tianju Peak stopped abruptly. It was as if thunder had struck everyone's heart. Li Changsheng had really created a miracle in the top 10. On the 580th floor, Shangguan Shui and the others, who had not continued with Han Mu and the others, shot to their feet at this moment. Looking at the figure who had stepped onto the 580th floor with a single step, a sense of danger rose in their hearts. Chapter 868. This was especially so for the Sky Pride, who was ranked 9th. This was because the next person Li Changsheng would surpass would definitely be him. Hence, without waiting for the others to react, he took the first step forward. Immediately after, Shangguan Shui, Yi Feiguang, and Zhuo Juanhao stood up one after another. Previously, they were overshadowed by Han Mu, Shong Yanzhen, and the rest. After all, the three of them were from the three Holy Lands. However, if their rankings were to fall further, they would not be able to accept it. Looking at the Sky Prides who were like a flock of frightened sheep, Li Changsheng smiled. Tribulation clouds were gathering up in the sky. The fourth heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Sensing the formidable atmosphere of power coming from the sky, Li Changsheng felt his blood racing. It was as he had guessed. Only by overcoming the 9th heavenly tribulation would he be able to become an earthen immortal. After the 9th tribulation, how terrifying will my strength be? Once I pass the 4th tribulation, the 10 sovereigns of the demon sect and the 3 holy lands will be nothing to me. Li Changsheng looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. A flash of white lightning lit up his face, making it extremely clear. Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched the sky. The moment he punched, a roar resounded through the sky. The tribulation lightning had finally descended. The moment Li Changsheng officially began his tribulation, Fu Teng, Su Taibai, and Shen Yang, who were in the main camp, were shocked. The double tribulation had already shocked them. Now, even the 4th tribulation had appeared. Is there going to be a powerhouse who has the potential to become a great emperor? Even Fu Teng and the rest felt helpless. The Sky Prides who were in the midst of passing the tribulation stopped in their tracks and looked back in the direction they came from. Shangguan Shui and the rest were especially suspicious. Could it be that young man who triggered the tribulation lightning? The tribulation lightning is descending again. Who is it? Could it be Li Changsheng? All sorts of discussions could be heard. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng took another step forward. After passing the 4th tribulation, he no longer had any scruples. 581, 582, 590, 600. At this moment, the sun had already risen from the east. The night had passed just like that, and many of the heaven's favorites were already exhausted. And because he had overcome the lightning tribulation, Li Changsheng's strength had grown even stronger. 9th place. When Li Changsheng stepped onto the 600th floor, his ranking flickered and he broke through to the 9th floor. Yi Chen, Zhuo Juanhao, and Yi Feiguang turned their heads to look at Li Changsheng. They gritted their teeth and continued to break the array. A few minutes later, Li Changsheng appeared again and overtook them in front of their dumbfounded eyes. 6th place, Li Changsheng, level 630. At this moment, the righteous faction fell into silence. As for Yi Chen, Zhuo Juanhao, and Yi Feiguang, they slumped to the ground. After a day and night of fighting, they no longer had the strength to move forward. This person might be able to compete with Han Mu and the others for first place. Zhuo Juanhao said. Yi Feiguang nodded. They had already reached their limit on level 630. After this battle, with his contribution in breaking the array, he can create another 8th grade sect. The sect master of the Cloud Dynasty sect, Daoist Zishan, said with a bitter smile. Originally, with Li Changsheng's status as the guest elder of the Cloud Dynasty sect and his contribution, the Cloud Dynasty sect could rise by a few levels. Unfortunately, he drew a clear line between himself and Li Changsheng. A huge sense of frustration rose in his heart, but in the end, it turned into bitterness. At this moment, a blazing sun was hanging in the eastern sky. The sky was bright, and Shangguan Shui, who was dressed in white, was panting heavily with her sword in hand. For a woman to be able to persevere until now, she had already done her best. 5th place, is this my final ranking? Although it's a little different from what I expected, It seems to be pretty good. Just as Shangguan Shui was thinking about this, she suddenly felt something and turned around. She saw a figure appear behind her. Who are you? Shangguan Shui frowned slightly, because in her memory, Li Changsheng was not in the top 10. Moreover, she knew all the major geniuses from Tianju Star, but Li Changsheng was very unfamiliar. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng didn't pay any attention to her and just walked forward quickly. Hello. Shangguan Shui still wanted to say something. Suddenly, her body trembled because a fiery red figure blocked in front of her. The old man in red, holding a wooden staff, looked at Li Changsheng quietly. Shangguan Shui was like a frightened deer, her face full of vigilance. Because from the other party's clothes, she recognized his identity. He was the sect master of the Divine Flame sect, Old Ancestor Wu Xian, a figure whose status was only lower than Demon Lord Li Qingtian. Even if Shangguan Shui's combat strength was at its peak, she had no chance of winning against Old Ancestor Wu Xian, not to mention that she had gone through endless battles. Her body was already close to exhaustion. Facing Old Ancestor Wu Xian would only lead to death. She couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng next to her. Now it seemed that she could only count on this companion who could not be considered a companion. But soon, she smiled bitterly. Even if the other party's strength was similar to hers, or even stronger than hers, so what? Even Han Mu, young Emperor Xing, and the others were useless against Old Ancestor Wu Xian. Am I going to die here? Just when Shangguan Shui began to despair, Li Changsheng had already said, "Get out of the way, or you will die." As soon as Li Changsheng's words fell, Old Ancestor Wu Xian's face was slightly angry. Shangguan Shui, who was next to him, opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect this genius from some sect to be so arrogant. But soon she shook her head. She guessed that he knew he was going to die, so what was the use of talking? You killed my martial nephew and so many of my demon sect's experts. This old man has specially come to end your life. Old Ancestor Wu Xian was very conceited. He had long wanted to deal with Li Changsheng, but the Demon Lord had never agreed. Now that Li Changsheng had killed the demon sect's experts and rushed to more than 600 levels, the Demon Lord's plan could be implemented. So Old Ancestor Wu Xian couldn't wait to find trouble with Li Changsheng. Boy, this old man has specially prepared a move for you. I'll let you have a taste of its power first. Old Ancestor Wu Xian suddenly took a step forward and then attacked Li Changsheng. Red flames surged like a tide, wanting to swallow Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was the first to kill the Guardian General Flame Demon, and the red-haired man who had taken away the heaven-burning furnace both had similar techniques to him. In an instant, Li Changsheng guessed that this old man should be their elder. Facing the roaring flames, Li Changsheng stood in place, his expression unchanged. If the other party used other attacks to hit him, Li Changsheng might have blocked it. But flames to Li Changsheng was like a person trying to drown a fish with water. It was undoubtedly laughable. Seeing Li Changsheng standing there foolishly, Shangguan Shui couldn't help but turn her head to the side in disappointment. I originally thought that this guy had some ability, but now he doesn't even know how to dodge. Old Ancestor Wu Xian is famous for his fire control. How can his flames be so easy to block? It seems that I'm really going to die here today. Chapter 869. At this moment, the flames had already enveloped Li Changsheng's body. The powerful heat of the flames continued to rise, causing the void around Li Changsheng to begin to distort. A few seconds later, Li Changsheng was still standing there unscathed, and the flames had disappeared into thin air. Shangguan Shui was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating. Old Ancestor Wu Xian, who had launched the attack, widened his eyes. He couldn't understand why the attack that he thought was a sure kill was useless. One must know that he had used this move to burn countless people to death. For a moment, the scene fell into silence. One could even hear a pin drop. My disciple died in his hands, and the heaven-burning furnace was also snatched away by him. It must be the heaven-burning furnace that he can block the flames. Old Ancestor Wu Xian seemed to have understood the reason. When he thought of the inheritance treasure of his sect being in the hands of this kid in front of him, his eyes turned red. I must kill him and take back the heaven-burning furnace. This was his thought. Since you can block my flames, then have a taste of my move. Old ancestor Wu Xian's body turned into an afterimage and suddenly rushed towards Li Changsheng. The wooden staff in his hand smashed over with a whistling sound. Boom! When the wooden staff landed on Li Changsheng's body, a powerful energy wave swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, countless rocks were shattered. Shangguan Shui was forced to take a few steps back to avoid being injured by the aftershocks of the battle. Facing such power, Shangguan Shui couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. Not to mention that she was in an extremely exhausted state. Even if she faced such an attack under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be able to block it. The sect masters of the 10 demon sects are indeed not simple. But soon, Shangguan Shui's eyes widened. She saw that Li Changsheng was still standing there unscathed. He did not move at all, like a reef in the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he just stood there motionless. Seeing that Li Changsheng was completely fine, old ancestor Wu Xian was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Old ancestor Wu Xian was very confident in his own strength. He was at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. The true peak was not as close to the peak as the Void Transformation stage. However, his strongest attack didn't injure the other party at all. It was like a lake that was ruffled by the wind. The other party's clothes only fluttered slightly. Old ancestor Wu Xian stood there, his heart like raging waves. At this moment, Li Changsheng grinned. His teeth are so white. Old ancestor Wu Xian had a thought. Li Changsheng took light steps forward and appeared in front of him as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Then, he gently brushed his palm across his chest. Then, with a loud bang, he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Before his body hit the ground, blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. Then, his body landed heavily on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Surprise, astonishment, and disbelief. Shangguan Shui's mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide with disbelief. Among the younger generation, she herself was a peerless genius. It wasn't as if she hadn't come into contact with Xing Shaohuang, Han Mu, and Shong Yanzhen, who were stronger than her. Even the 3 Saint Lords wouldn't be able to injure old ancestor Wu Xian, the leader of the Demon Gate's 10 Venerables, so easily. What is this guy's identity? Why is he so strong? Old ancestor Wu Xian, who was sent flying by Li Changsheng, struggled to get up from the ground. There was a charred handprint on his chest. His hand that was holding the weapon was trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. Until he was sent flying by Li Changsheng, he didn't even react because from the beginning to the end, Li Changsheng didn't release any powerful aura. With just a gentle wave of his hand, he was seriously injured. This was too terrifying. Old ancestor Wu Xian, I was just joking with you. Now, let's make our move. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, without waiting for old ancestor Wu Xian to react, he raised his fist and gently swung it forward. It was an extremely ordinary punch that didn't have any spirit energy fluctuations, but it emitted a terrifying sound wave. The air in front of him was broken by his fist. A transparent force opened a path in the void and bombarded old ancestor Wu Xian. Wherever the fist force passed, there was a roar like a fast-moving train. Old ancestor Wu Xian, who had just stabilized his body and stabilized his aura, widened his eyes in fear. He didn't have time to react at all. The fist force wreaked havoc and old ancestor Wu Xian was hit again. But this time, he didn't even have the chance to fly out. He directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that scattered on the ground. He completely evaporated from the world. Boom! The huge force did not diminish in the slightest as it smashed into the ground behind it, creating a bottomless black hole. Shangguan Shui felt the ground shake violently as if there was an earthquake. Silence, a deathly silence. After more than 20 seconds of silence, Shangguan Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Li Changsheng in horror. Who are you? Her voice stuttered. As the #1 beauty of the East, even Yi Feiguang, who was known as the #1 genius of the East, had to lower his head in front of her. But now, facing Li Changsheng, there was respect in her voice. Li Changsheng looked back at Shangguan Shui. He didn't pay much attention to her before, but now he realized that she was really beautiful. He smiled slightly. Miss, It's dangerous inside the formation. Hurry up and get out. What about you? Shangguan Shui asked subconsciously. But when she said this, she scolded herself for being stupid. He could kill old ancestor Wu Xian with one punch. He was probably stronger than the holy lords of the 3 holy lands. Among the 10 demon sects, only the demon lord could fight against him. Sure enough, Li Changsheng said casually, I'm going to break this 10,000 demons formation and then twist the demon lord's head off. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about my safety. Who wants to worry about your safety? Shangguan Shui spat, but her face turned red for no reason. Shangguan Shui was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, high and mighty. Few men in the world were worthy of her attention. Many people called her and Yi Feiguang the golden couple of the East, but in fact, she didn't care about Yi Feiguang at all. In the past, only young Emperor Xing of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground, Han Mu of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, and Shong Yanjun of the Tai Sword Sect were barely worthy of her attention. But now, there was one more person, Li Changsheng. Moreover, Li Changsheng's position in her heart had surpassed young Emperor Xing, Han Mu, and Shong Yanjun in an instant. For a woman like Shangguan Shui, only people who were stronger than her could be worthy of her attention. Li Changsheng was undoubtedly the strongest person of her age that she had ever seen. Chapter 870. Then can I follow you? Shangguan Shui, who had already planned to withdraw from the formation, suddenly blurted out these words. However, she blushed and quickly lowered her head. She was the goddess of the eastern region, a high and mighty goddess. How could she be so unreserved? Why are you following me? Li Changsheng did not show much excitement when the goddess took the initiative to ask to follow him. Although she was very beautiful, it was obvious that she was in a state of extreme exhaustion. I just want to enter the demon clan's formation and take a look. Don't worry, I have pills to restore my strength. Shangguan Shui took out a pill from her heaven-earth pouch and swallowed it. Sure enough, the system in her body changed and she was not as weak as before. Of course, it was obviously impossible for her to recover to her peak state in a short time. At least she would not be a burden to Li Changsheng. All right, follow me if you want. Li Changsheng said. Shangguan Shui nodded, but she looked a little upset. Since when did the goddess of the eastern region have to beg someone to take her along? Let's go. Don't get lost. After Li Changsheng finished giving his orders, he strode forward. Shangguan Shui hurriedly followed behind. Along the way, many people from the demon clan came to stop them. Basically, Li Changsheng only had to wave his hand to kill them all. Suddenly, there was the sound of fighting ahead. It was obvious that someone was breaking the formation. When Li Changsheng got closer, he saw a figure clad in armor that looked like a god of war. The sword in his hand was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the demon gate fell like wheat being cut down. It was none other than the king of the sacred mountain, Yongjing. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Li Changsheng sighed and was about to go around the king of the sacred mountain to continue breaking through. At that moment, the king of the sacred mountain also noticed Li Changsheng's appearance. When he saw Li Changsheng's face clearly, there was a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect Li Changsheng to be able to break through so many levels. I didn't expect you to be alive. Let's settle our grudge then. The king of the sacred mountain stared at Li Changsheng with a murderous glare after killing the remaining dark sect disciples. His deputy general had died at the hands of Li Changsheng, so he naturally had to avenge his deputy general. Yang, I've never liked you since we were in Great Yu's royal city, but I was too lazy to talk to you. I thought the incident with your deputy general could give you a reminder, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. It seems that I can only teach you how to behave. Haha. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yongjing smiled disdainfully. I'm afraid you only managed to get here because of Miss Shangguan's help, right? It's impossible for you to reach this position. I just didn't expect you to be acquainted with Miss Shangguan. Make your move. I want to see if the two of you can block the sword in my hand if you work together. Clearly, the king of the sacred mountain had misunderstood the relationship between Li Changsheng and Shangguan Shui. Shangguan Shui was very strong, and together with Li Changsheng, they could indeed fight Yongjing. However, Yongjing could see that Shangguan Shui was not in good condition, so he was not afraid. I won't participate in the grudge between you two, Shangguan Shui said coldly. Really? Yongjing was a little surprised. Shangguan Shui took a few steps back to make her stance clear. Since you won't participate, I can crush him with one hand. Yongjing's face immediately lit up with pride. Yongjing, don't blame me for not warning you. This person in front of you can easily crush you. Indeed, after witnessing the scene of Li Changsheng defeating Patriarch Wu Xian, in Shangguan Shui's heart, Li Changsheng was someone who could be compared to the three divine lords. Although Yongjing was an expert, there was still a huge gap between him and the three divine lords. Hearing Shangguan Shui's words, Yongjing couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Just because he can beat me up? Shangguan Shui, are you kidding me? He was convulsing with laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had investigated Li Changsheng's strength in Great Yu's royal city. He wasn't even at the Earth Immortal realm, so he didn't care about what Shangguan Shui said. You're afraid that I'll kill him, so you made up such a lie to scare me. But you're really bad at lying. Yongjing slowly raised the sword in his hand and locked onto Li Changsheng's position. Li Changsheng was able to reach this area, whether it was because of Shangguan Shui's help or because of his own luck. Once the trial was over, he would be rewarded according to his contribution. At that time, his value would soar. If he had Shangguan Shui's protection, it would be difficult for him to touch Li Changsheng. So, now was the best time for him to kill Li Changsheng. Shangguan Shui just snorted disdainfully at Yongjing's mockery. Before she saw Li Changsheng's strength, she didn't believe that he could be so powerful at such a young age. But facts spoke louder than words. Yongjing, do you really want to fight me with only one hand? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. There are always people who don't know the difference between life and death. So what if I only use one hand? Yongjing put one arm behind his back. But, at his level, he could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth with just one hand. Although it would affect his combat strength, it wasn't a big deal. Then I'm going to make my move. Li Changsheng moved his wrist. Yongjing took the lead and slashed his sword at Li Changsheng. The sword light was dazzling and full of killing power. At this time, Li Changsheng finally punched out his fist. Boom! Terrifying energy surged out and opened up a path of the fist in the void where it passed. The huge force shook the sky as if it was going to split the world. A sense of danger suddenly rose in Yongjing's heart. He raised the sword in his hand and wanted to exert all his strength. However, in the next second, the fist force passed through his body. His entire body and the void behind him were all shattered. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Yongjing's figure was nowhere to be seen. An Earth Celestial stage cultivator, who could be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Tian capital star, had disappeared completely. Silence, a deathly silence. Shangguan Shui swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Her mouth was dry. He was too strong. If Li Changsheng killing great ancestor Wu Xian was enough to shock her, then killing the king of the sacred mountain made her heart beat faster. Great ancestor Wu Xian was very strong, but she didn't know how much stronger he was compared to her. However, the king of the sacred mountain was equivalent to a strengthened version of herself. This meant that if she fought Li Changsheng, she would end up in the same way. Even Han Mu, Xing Xiaohuang, and Shong Yanjun, who were ranked in the top 3, were not much stronger. Shangguan Shui stood there in a daze. Her face was full of dullness, as if she had become a puppet. Li Changsheng looked as if he had done something insignificant. He turned around and smiled at Shangguan Shui. Don't just stand there. Let's move on. We'll twist the head of the demon lord off and kick it like a ball later. Chapter 871. Following behind Li Changsheng, Shangguan Shui witnessed Li Changsheng's strength with her own eyes. Wherever he passed, it was as if the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves. The demon sect disciples could not withstand a single round of his attacks. It was noon, but the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Li Changsheng, who had been breaking through the levels like a hot knife through butter, also stopped in his tracks. What's going on? While Shangguan Shui was puzzled, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky with terrifying energy. The moment the lightning fell, Li Changsheng's body erupted with a powerful aura as he punched the sky. Rumble. This punch contained invincible fist intent, and Shangguan Shui, who was behind him, could feel Li Changsheng's martial arts conviction. The moment the fist and the lightning came into contact, the earth trembled violently. Li Changsheng suddenly raised his head, his eyes were filled with heroism and a burning desire to fight. The fifth thunder tribulation had arrived. Good timing. Li Changsheng's body suddenly rose from the ground and flew toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. His fist directly bombarded the tribulation clouds. The mighty fist force compressed the air in front of him into a solid state, and then suddenly burst open, the energy raging. His whole body was shot directly into the lightning like a cannonball. The moment he fell into the lightning, his clothes instantly turned to ashes, revealing his bronze skin. His blue veins bulged as he bathed in the sea of lightning, howling in pain and excitement. The fifth thunder tribulation had turned purple, which was very different from before. However, Li Changsheng was not afraid. He was going to burn his boats. No one could stop him. He had waited for this day for too long. Below, Shangguan Shui, who had been watching Li Changsheng, could not help but blush slightly. At the same time, she could not hide the shock in her heart. This is the earthly immortal tribulation. Could it be that he hasn't broken through to the earthly immortal stage yet? How could a cultivator who hasn't broken through to the earthly immortal stage be able to destroy the king of the sacred mountain with a single punch and kill a powerhouse like ancestor Wu Xian? This is simply unimaginable. Shangguan Shui's heart was like a stormy sea. The more time she spent with Li Changsheng, the more she understood how terrifying Li Changsheng was. At the same time, she was even more curious about Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was like a cloud of fog that she could not see through. As the lightning tribulation descended, Li Changsheng immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, bolts of lightning as thick as buckets struck his body. Even with the strength of his indestructible fiend god body, he began to bleed. Even his bones felt like they were about to shatter. At this moment, Li Changsheng felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if he had gone through a cruel torture, being sliced by 1,000 blades. The fifth level of lightning was simply too terrifying. Continue, come on harder. Li Changsheng roared, and screamed. He told himself that he could only succeed, and failure was not an option. He told himself that even if he died, he would not back down. Li Changsheng persevered. He even took the initiative to use thunder-type spells to refine the lightning. However, when the lightning entered his body, it resonated with the lightning outside. It was as if a group of rebels had been recruited, but the rebels suddenly turned on him in the middle of the battle and stabbed him in the back. The 900th lightning bolt. The 1000th lightning bolt. As time passed, Li Changsheng's body was about to go numb. His flesh and blood had been burned to ashes by the lightning, leaving only his golden bones that looked like they were cast in gold. The lightning was finally coming to an end. It turned into a golden sword and fell from the sky. Come on. Li Changsheng, who was only a skeleton, raised his fist to meet the falling golden sword. Success or failure depended on this. When the golden sword collided in an instant, Li Changsheng's entire body trembled. It was as if he would be destroyed at any time. At this moment, he had no way out. Boom. In the terrifying power, Li Changsheng's skeleton began to fall apart. However, he managed to withstand it in the end. When his skeleton was reformed and his flesh and blood reappeared, Li Changsheng felt as if his body had entered another level of life. Earth-level deity? Li Changsheng murmured to himself. Then, he shook his head gently. Almost there. In the righteous faction, the three sacred lords were completely stunned. 5 thunder tribulations, the potential of a great emperor. Who is going through the tribulation? Inside the array, Shangguan Shui, who thought that Li Changsheng had been killed by the lightning, had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. He actually survived such a terrifying lightning strike. This is incredible. First place, Han Mu, level 690. Second place, Young Emperor Xing, level 689. Third place, Shong Yanzhen, level 688. Fourth place, Li Changsheng, Countless people looked at Li Changsheng's name and had a vague guess in their hearts. When the thunder tribulations dissipated and Li Changsheng landed again, Shangguan Shui didn't dare to look at him directly. Her cheeks were red. "Let's go. Let's continue," Li Changsheng said and took the lead. At the same time, Li Changsheng's name began to flicker on the God of War list. Level 650, Level 666, Level 667. As Li Changsheng moved forward, the righteous faction was in an uproar. In the demon faction, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Ancestral patriarch Wu Xian was dead, and the young man named Li Changsheng kept breaking through the levels. Now, we are almost certain that he is the trump card sent by the righteous faction. The sect masters of the demon faction all looked gloomy. Activate the array and kill the younger generation of the righteous faction. The array can block the 3 sacred lords for an hour. In that hour, I want all the elites of the righteous faction to die. As soon as Li Qingtian finished speaking, the demon faction disciples obeyed. The God of War list, which had been observing the entire array, suddenly flickered and then all the names on it disappeared. The 3 sacred lords' faces suddenly changed color. "Oh no! We have been tricked. The demon faction has sealed the array at this time with the intention of killing all the elites of the younger generation." Venerable Fu Teng was the first to react. He took a step forward and actually crossed Tianju Peak in an instant and rushed toward the array. However, when his attack hit the array, it instantly disappeared without a trace. "Everyone, let's work together to break the array." Venerable Fu Teng, Su Taibai, Shen Yang, and other elites joined in. However, after trying to break the array, their faces turned ugly. It will take at least an hour to break this array. However, who knows how many elites of the righteous faction will be killed in this hour. The demon faction's plan is vicious. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly. The disciples they were most proud of were inside. At the same time, Li Changsheng discovered that several figures had appeared in front of him. Among them, the 3 people standing in front were at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. 3 sect masters of the demon faction had appeared in a row. It was obvious that they valued Li Changsheng. If it were any other time, Shangguan Shui would definitely feel despair when she encountered such a lineup. After all, these 3 people were almost on par with the 3 sacred lords. But now, deep in her heart, she was actually looking forward to it. With Li Changsheng present, no matter how big the difficulty was, it seemed to be nothing. Chapter 872. Kid, you've killed so many experts of our demon sect. Now it's time to pay with your blood. An old man stared at Li Changsheng. The experts of the demon sect behind him surrounded the 2 of them. Your demon sect experts deserve to die. They brought it upon themselves. Old man, I advise you to get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, you'll be reunited with your fellow cultivators in the underworld. Arrogant. The old man snorted coldly and said, "The 3 of us are at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. Even the 3 sacred leaders of the righteous path have to bow their heads, let alone you. You really talk a lot of nonsense." Li Changsheng shook his head and then punched out. The fist force was like a dragon, and it tore through the air wherever it passed. The old man who had just spoken formed an energy shield to block it. In the next second, the shield shattered and he disappeared on the spot. He had been blasted into pieces. A peak Earth celestial stage expert had disappeared into thin air. Even Li Changsheng was surprised. He hadn't expected that his strength would be so terrifying after transcending 5 thunder tribulations. As for the devil sect disciples who had originally surrounded Li Changsheng, they were all terrified. The other 2 sect leaders of the demon sect felt their scalps go numb. They had originally thought that even if Li Changsheng could kill ancestor Wu Xian, his strength would only be equivalent to the 3 sacred leaders of the righteous path. With the 3 of them leading so many disciples, they would definitely be able to deal with Li Changsheng. But they hadn't expected that Li Changsheng's strength would be so powerful that they couldn't even muster up the courage to fight. It was too terrifying. Retreat. Almost at the same time, the 2 sect leaders of the demon sect made up their minds. They didn't care about the other disciples of the demon sect and turned into 2 long rainbows to escape into the distance. But how could it be so easy to leave? Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched twice in the distance. Under the mighty fist force, 2 screams were heard. The bodies of the 2 fleeing sect leaders exploded in the sky at the same time, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist, like 2 blooming fireworks. As for the other demon sect disciples, they all looked at Li Changsheng with fear. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even have the courage to escape. Li Changsheng ignored them and continued to lead Shangguan Shui to the next level. In the 700th floor, Han Mu, Shong Yanjun, and Xing Shaohuang's faces were filled with despair. In front of them was a dense crowd of people from the demon sect. The leader was a black-robed man with a dignified face, as if he was the ruler of the world. Just by standing there, he caused Shong Yanjun and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. He was the publicly acknowledged leader of the demon sect, Demon Sovereign Li Qingtian. If all the geniuses of the righteous path die here, the righteous path will have no successor for the next 500 years. At that time, my demon sect will become the true ruler of this world, Li Qingtian said in a sinister voice. After saying that, he turned to look at his subordinate. Have Ancestor Jiyu Xian and the other 2 trapped the youth who almost ruined my plan? Demon Sovereign, I just received news that the youth and Shangguan Shui have been surrounded. I believe that good news will come soon. That's good. That young man has killed so many geniuses of our demon gate. Even old ancestor Wu Xian died in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that I have to deal with the saints of the 3 holy lands, I would really like to meet him personally and wring his head off to relieve the hatred in my heart. Is that so? Then I would like to see who will be the one wringing whose head off. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone followed the voice and saw a man and a woman appear in their sight. It was Li Changsheng and Shangguan Shui. You are. The demon sovereign frowned. I am the one you want to wring off your head with your own hands. Li Changsheng walked in step by step. Not only the demonic Dao camp, even the righteous Dao camp revealed a curious expression. Shangguan Shui, who is this brother? Shong Yanjun looked at Shangguan Shui and asked. Since Li Changsheng could make it here, it meant that his strength was extraordinary. However, they didn't know him. Mr. Li is a super powerhouse. He killed countless experts of the demon sect along the way. Even ancestor Wu Xian, one of the demon sect's 10 great sect masters, died in his hands. With him around, the demon sovereign's plot won't succeed. Hearing Shangguan Shui's words, Han Mu, Xing Shaohuang, and Shong Yanjun were surprised and suspicious. Li Qingtian, the demon sovereign, was a powerful figure. It was a bit ridiculous for a youth to be able to fight against him. They glanced at Li Changsheng over and over again, but they didn't detect any aura of the Earth Celestial stage on Li Changsheng. It was a joke to expect someone who wasn't in the Earth Celestial stage to save them. Saintess Shangguan, are you sure he killed ancestor Wu Xian? Shong Yanjun asked in disbelief. Of course I'm sure. At this moment, many people in the demon sect's camp were full of hatred. Li Changsheng had killed so many people, including many of their senior and junior brothers. Li Qingtian, the demon sovereign, said with a sinister smile, Boy, I didn't expect you to escape when I sent 3 experts at the peak of the Earth Celestial stage to besiege you. However, since you escaped, you still dared to come here to court death. There's a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. I didn't escape. I killed my way out. The 3 people you sent were too weak. I've already sent them to heaven. Don't worry, I'll let you reunite with your subordinates soon. Ha, ha. What are you bragging about? How could you kill 3 of them? Do you think it's possible to scare me with this? After Li Qingtian finished speaking, a disciple ran in hurriedly. Demon Sovereign, this is bad. The 3 sect masters have been killed. After the disciple finished speaking, he saw Li Changsheng standing there. His voice suddenly stopped. He pointed at Li Changsheng and said with trembling fingers, It's him. It's him. He killed the 3 sect masters. Instantly, the area fell into silence. Everyone looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief, especially Li Qingtian, the demon sovereign. There was anger, surprise, and fear in his eyes. Who are you? Are you the supreme elder of the 3 holy lands? Did you hide your cultivation and sneak into the array? Li Qingtian asked loudly. In his opinion, only the super powerhouses of the older generation in the three Holy Lands had such strength. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you wanted to twist my head off. So, I have to twist your head off first. After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised his hand and turned it into a giant handprint. He grabbed at Li Qingtian. Under the giant handprint, Li Qingtian's eyes were filled with anger. Boy, you're too arrogant. He raised his hand and turned it into a giant handprint. It met Li Changsheng's giant handprint. Their palms collided in the sky and there was a loud bang. Li Qingtian took 2 steps back and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Li Changsheng stood there without moving at all. It was obvious who was stronger. At this moment, Shang Yanjun and the others, who originally had doubts about Li Changsheng's strength, all revealed shock in their eyes. Touch Xinyo fell into silence. Because the supreme demon sovereign in their hearts was defeated by a young man. This was a huge blow to them. Chapter 873. This time, even the demon lord Li Qingtian looked at Li Changsheng in a completely different light. Although Li Changsheng had killed many of the demon sex experts, Li Qingtian didn't take Li Changsheng seriously. After all, he was the demon lord. Even the 3 sacred lords were inferior to him. However, after exchanging a blow with Li Changsheng, he realized that Li Changsheng wasn't any weaker than him. Kid, you're qualified to make me use my true strength. You should feel honored. Li Qingtian's robe fluttered as he spoke. Behind him, a huge and ferocious skull with flames burning in its eye sockets appeared. The moment they appeared, the entire sky was filled with strange laughter. The originally clear and bright sky suddenly darkened, and even the sun became blood red. It's over. In the main camp, Shang Yanjun and the others' faces became extremely ugly. This is Demon Lord Li Qingtian's most powerful ability, 100 Ghost Parade. It said that Demon Lord Li Qingtian was just an ordinary disciple of the demon sect. Because he fell off a cliff, he obtained the inheritance of the ancient ghost Dao in an abyss. He can summon 100 ghost kings to help him. I didn't expect Li Qingtian to use his ultimate move right off the bat. Even if the 3 sacred lords came, it would be difficult to break it. Hearing Shang Yanjun's words, Shangguan Shui thought of something and her face changed drastically. It's just a branch of the ancient great summoning art. It's just an illusion after all. Li Changsheng's expression didn't change at all. However, seeing his confident look, Shang Yanjun and the others couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt that he was fearless because he didn't know how powerful Li Qingtian's ability was. Let's help break the array together. Otherwise, no one will survive. As Shang Yanjun's voice fell, the sword light in his hand turned into a sword light and met a ghost king. However, the ghost king was still easily formed after being slashed hundreds of times. It couldn't be killed at all. Watch me. Young King Xing took out a white mirror. It shone brightly and formed a cloud array. However, it was eaten clean by the Ghost King in the blink of an eye. Bang, 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 bang. The cloud mirror began to tremble. Han Mu, who was the strongest, waved his hands, and a guqin appeared in his hands. Clanging sounds could be heard from his fingers, and sound blades flew out in all directions. However, just like Shang Yanjun's sword technique, although they could injure the Ghost Kings, they were unable to deal fatal damage to them. Haha. You're just 3 kids. You're dreaming if you think you can break my spell. Li Qingtian sneered disdainfully. The 3 of them used everything they had, but it did not affect him in the slightest. The sky grew darker and darker. When the dark clouds completely covered the sky, countless Ghost Kings flew around. Shang Yanjun and the others, who were able to injure the Ghost King earlier, were obviously at a disadvantage now. They kept blocking the Ghost King, but their defenses were still broken through, and they started to get injured. Because Shangguan Shui was in a weak state at the moment, she looked even more miserable. It's over. Looks like we're going to die here today. Despair filled the eyes of Han Mu and the others. Their only hope now was that the 3 sacred masters would be able to break through the array formation and come to their rescue. But until now, there had been no movement outside the formation. I'm afraid that by the time Master comes, I'll have already died here. Shang Yanjun's hand that was holding the sword began to tremble. They were already exhausted from breaking through so many levels. How could they block Li Qingtian's attack? At this moment, Li Changsheng finally moved. He raised his arm, slowly clenched it into a fist, and punched forward. Kaboom! A transparent fist force instantly broke the black fog in front of him. Then, more than 10 ghost kings let out shrill screams as they were smashed into pieces by the fist force. Wherever the fist force passed, a vacuum appeared in front of him. Demon supremacy. Li Qingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. But this was just the beginning. Li Changsheng's fist kept on punching in all directions. The fist force was vast and mighty, and wherever it passed, the ghost kings would explode into pieces. Soon, the gloomy sky began to shine, and the blood-red sun returned to its normal color. You actually broke through my 100 ghosts parade. Li Qingtian stared at Li Changsheng, his eyes filled with surprise. I've said that relying on external forces is just a small trick. The Great Summoning Spell is ranked at the bottom of the 3,000 great spells. It's nothing. Hearing that, Li Qingtian's eyes were filled with anger. The technique that he had always been proud of was called worthless by Li Changsheng. How could he not be angry? However, he could not refute because Li Changsheng easily broke his spell. Since you dare to look down on me, I'll let you know that there's a price to pay for your arrogance. Li Qingtian muttered to himself, his hands constantly forming seals. A rumbling sound came from the void behind him, and a vortex appeared. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and a terrifying power surged out from the vortex. In the depths of the vortex, a space-time door slowly appeared. The door was hundreds of feet tall, and it was engraved with evil spirit patterns. Gradually, the huge door slowly opened a gap, and endless black fog surged out from inside, along with flowing blood. It was a shocking sight. With your current level, it's impossible for you to unleash its full power. Opening a crack in the door should be your limit, right? Li Changsheng sneered coldly. In his opinion, the Great Summoning Spell was indeed powerful, but Li Qingtian's strength was not enough. No matter how powerful the spell was, the spellcaster's strength was enough. Just like a child, even if he was given a 50-pound axe, he would not be able to swing it. In the hands of a strong man, he would be able to unleash a terrifying power. Indeed, I can't even unleash 1% of the power of this spell, but it's enough to kill you. Li Qingtian said coldly. Li Changsheng's strength was too strong, so he had no choice but to use such a method. If he could not kill Li Changsheng and the others today, his plan would be in vain. Moreover, if someone as terrifying as Li Changsheng was given enough time to grow, Li Qingtian did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. From the space-time door, a huge ghost claw stretched out. The ghost claw was formed by black fog, and it gradually became solid. One could see the old wrinkles on it, and the fingernails with blood stains. In the palm of the hand, there was a vertical eye that was constantly rotating, giving off a mysterious feeling. The moment the ghost claw appeared, Li Qingtian laughed wildly. Shang Yanzhen and the others were in despair. With their realm, how could they not feel the horror of the ghost claw? It was many times stronger than the ghost parade. Could Li Changsheng block it? Chapter 874. Shang Yanzhen and the others were shocked. They did not expect Li Qingtian to have such a trump card. Shangguan Shui shouted, "Mr. Li, be careful." At this time, the eyes of Han Mu and the others were filled with despair, revealing a mournful expression. It seems that we are destined to die here. No one can change that. Just accept your fate. You will all die in a while. The demon lord laughed maniacally. After the huge ghost claw appeared, its power became more and more terrifying. Even though it was only moving forward slowly, the surrounding void could not withstand the powerful force and shattered. Just now, Li Changsheng's punch had broken Li Qingtian's ghost parade, but in the face of this incomparably terrifying ghost god's claw, could he still block it? Sure enough, when Li Changsheng's fists landed on the ghost claw, it only caused the ghost claw to pause for a moment. It was not damaged in the slightest. It's over. Shangguan Shui closed her eyes. Han Mu and young King Xing also looked at the ghost claw with resignation. In the face of such a terrifying superpower, there was nothing they could do. They could only count on Li Changsheng. Boy, unless you are a Xiao Dao reunion perfected immortal, You will die even if you are at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. Li Qingtian, the demon lord, said proudly, "Go to hell. If I can kill a prodigy like you with this formation, it's worth it no matter what price I have to pay." Hearing Li Qingtian's words, everyone was in despair. Li Changsheng was powerful, but it was impossible for him to be a Dao reunion perfected immortal. Shangguan Shui shook her head. She knew Li Changsheng had just reached the Earth celestial stage. But at this moment, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a cold smile. "I told you, relying on external forces is just a small trick." He took a step forward and his clothes fluttered without wind. Behind him, the shadow of a celestial demon roared. Blood chi shot up into the sky. Then, he slowly raised his fist and punched. At first, this punch did not look different. However, when the fist energy was 3 feet away from him, it suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. It was like a mighty tornado that swept across the land. "I have a punch that can split the sky and shatter the earth." Within the formation, dark clouds covered the entire area. Huge ghost claws fell from the sky as if they were being punished by the heavens. Anyone who saw this scene would feel powerless in their hearts. Under the sharp claws, Li Changsheng and the others were like ants. Demon supremacy Li Qingtian was originally laughing wildly, but his expression froze at this moment. Shong Yanzhen, Shangguan Shui, and the others also widened their eyes. The mighty fist energy suddenly erupted, and the energy whizzed forward like a tsunami. The moment the huge ghastly claw collided with the fist, it began to shatter. In the end, with a loud boom, it completely turned into a black mist and dissipated into the sky. How is this possible? Li Qingtian looked at this scene in disbelief. His arrogant confidence just now seemed to have been extinguished by a bucket of cold water. This was the strongest supernatural power he had ever comprehended. Even if the 3 holy lords joined forces to break through it, they would still have to pay a heavy price. Yet, Li Changsheng had broken through it by himself, and he was completely unharmed. Especially the power of the punch just now, it made his heart beat faster. "I claim to be the top elite of the younger generation, but compared to him, I'm like a firefly compared to the sun and moon." Shong Yanzhen's heart was filled with shock. Young King Xing and Han Mu also had the same feeling. If Li Qingtian, the demon lord, was already a peerless expert in their eyes, then Li Changsheng was like a legend. Is he one of the legendary people who have the potential to become a great emperor? Shangguan Shui was the most shocked. Only she knew that Li Changsheng had just passed the Earth Immortal Tribulation. Of course, what she didn't know was that Li Changsheng wasn't even an Earth Immortal. Li Changsheng broke the ghastly claw with a punch and looked at Li Qingtian coldly. Li Qingtian took half a step back instinctively. Even the demon supremacy was afraid. Ever since Li Qingtian received the ghost sect's inheritance, he had been invincible. This was how he was able to establish his prestige in the demon sect. But now, he finally met his nemesis. "Friend, as long as you stop, everything is negotiable," Li Qingtian said. He was really afraid. Even the ghost claw had been broken. He couldn't think of any other way to deal with Li Changsheng. "I still have many trump cards in my myriad demons array. I have 100,000 disciples of the demon sect behind me. If all of them go all out, as long as you are not a Dao reunion perfected immortal, you will still be in danger of dying. As long as you promise to let me go, I will open the array and let you go. And I promise to never offend you again." Li Changsheng looked at Li Qingtian quietly and didn't move forward. Seeing this, Li Qingtian heaved a long sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "As long as you promise to let me go, I can pass on the ghost god summoning technique I just used to you. You've seen how powerful the ghost god summoning technique is. If it's in your hands, you'll definitely be able to exert even greater power. Cultivators fight against the heavens just to make themselves stronger." "Well, is that so? Then teach me the ghost summoning technique now. I will think about it," Li Changsheng said lightly. "I can't give it to you now. What if you refuse to let me go after I give you the ghost summoning technique? I want you to let me go immediately. As for the ghost summoning technique, I will send someone to give it to you in a few days. What do you think?" Li Qingtian seemed to have taken the initiative and regained some of the demeanor of the demon lord. You are not sincere at all. Mr. Li, the most important thing now is to let Li Qingtian open the array and let us go. There is no need to fight to the death with him. Shangguan Shui said. Yes, Taoist friend. Although you have broken Li Qingtian's divine sense, once the myriad demons array is launched, it is also very terrifying. It is better to negotiate with him. Young Emperor Xing also persuaded. Li Qingtian, the demon lord, had led the demon sect and fought with the righteous faction for many years. They were afraid of Li Qingtian from the bottom of their hearts and felt that it was the best result to let Li Qingtian open the array. A sect leader behind Li Qingtian snorted coldly and said, "Friend, although you are powerful, we have hundreds of thousands of disciples. You'd better be sensible and don't go too far." Whether it was the other side or their own side, they all felt that Li Changsheng's choice to stop at this moment was the best outcome. Li Qingtian had regained his confidence. Yes, I was just messed up by this young man. The demon sect has such a strong foundation. What am I afraid of? At this time, Li Changsheng shook his head and said, "You are the one who begged me to show mercy. Instead, you are threatening me." I, Li Changsheng, have never been threatened. As soon as Li Changsheng's words fell, a sense of uneasiness rose in Li Qingtian's heart. Then, Li Changsheng raised his fist and punched out again, enveloping Li Qingtian. Chapter 875. Li Qingtian didn't expect Li Changsheng to make a move so suddenly. Bang, 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 bang. A series of roars sounded as the fist force raged. The void where Li Qingtian the overlord was shattered. His body began to crack and eventually turned into a cloud of blood mist. A yellow light flew out of Li Qingtian's body and flew into the distance. Li Qingtian the overlord had obtained the inheritance of the ghost Dao. At this moment, he condensed a divine soul and wanted to escape. Li Changsheng snorted. The great sky-lifting palm print was formed, and the yellow light was instantly caught in his hand. "Spare me." Li Qingtian's voice came from the yellow light. It could be seen that the yellow light was actually a miniature version of Li Qingtian. "I've already given you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Li Changsheng sighed and the light on his palm surged. The yellow man let out a shrill scream. Soul-searching technique. Since Li Qingtian was unwilling to hand over the inheritance of the ghost Dao, Li Changsheng would take it himself. The screams lasted for more than 10 minutes and everyone in the demon sect felt their hair stand on end. Even a few people from the righteous faction were filled with fear. A branch of the great summoning technique, the art of summoning ghosts and gods. So that's how it is. A cultivation technique turned into words and flowed in Li Changsheng's mind. Li Changsheng stuffed the yellow light in his hand into his mouth and refined a pure mental strength. Then, he looked at the people in the demon sect. Li Qingtian the overlord is dead. Hurry up and open the array and get lost. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the people in the demon sect who were terrified just now straightened their backs. He must have consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the overlord. He's strong in appearance but weak in reality. Otherwise, with his strength, why would he need us to help him remove the array? Maybe now is the best time for us to take revenge for the overlord. A sect master of the demon sect analyzed loudly. As soon as he said that, Li Changsheng could clearly feel a few murderous intents from the demon sect camp. "I really can't be soft-hearted," Li Changsheng sighed. Then, it transformed into a gigantic palm print and fell down. The person who had spoken just now was directly crushed by his palm print. The flames of vengeance that had been ignited in the hearts of those dark sect people who had been itching to make a move were extinguished by a basin of cold water. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. In front of Li Changsheng, they had no power to resist. "Can you open the formation now?" Li Changsheng asked coldly. "Yes, of course." A sect master of the evil cult hurriedly nodded. Under his command, the demon sect's disciples retreated like a tide, and the myriad demons' great war that had been set up gradually began. The three sacred masters who were breaking the array suddenly discovered that the array in front of them had disappeared. Many of the righteous disciples who were trapped in the array revealed joyful expressions. The battle between good and evil ended with the death of Li Qingtian. Mr. Li, it's all thanks to you that we broke the myriad demons' great formation this time. But why did you let the demon sect people leave in the end? Is it because the vital essence in your body is not enough? Shang Yanzhen walked forward and bowed to Li Changsheng. They knew that Li Changsheng was an expert who was more powerful than the three sacred masters. Naturally, they did not dare to be disrespectful. I have no enmity with the demon sect. Why do I have to kill all of them? Li Changsheng said indifferently. However, Shang Yanzhen could not help but frown. The demon sect and the righteous faction had thousands of years of feud. Li Changsheng actually said that there was no enmity between them. What was going on? The myriad demons' great formation had completely disappeared, and the rankings on the God of War list did not change. Other than the few famous saints in the Tianju star zone, everyone remembered another name. Li Changsheng, a mysterious dark horse who had appeared out of nowhere. Where are the demon sect people? What is going on? The three sacred masters and many sect masters rushed over. When they saw that Shang Yanzhen and the others were fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. The demon sect people have retreated. The demon lord Li Qingtian has been killed. After this battle, the demon sect will not be able to recover their strength within 100 years. Han Mu reported. What? Li Qingtian is dead. The three sacred masters were all shocked. This news was too shocking for them. The demon lord Li Qingtian had led the demon sect for many years. He was an opponent that gave the three sacred masters a headache. But now, he was dead. Are you sure this is not a trick played by Li Qingtian? We saw it with our own eyes. It should not be wrong. Then how did Li Qingtian die? This was the question that the three sacred masters were curious about. As an opponent, they knew Li Qingtian's strength too well. Shang Yanzhen and the other two were definitely not Li Qingtian's match. Mr. Li killed him. Shang Yanzhen and the other two looked at Li Changsheng almost at the same time. Mr. Li? The one who is ranked 4th on the God of War list, Li Changsheng? Shock appeared on the faces of the three saint lords. During the battle, someone had broken through 5 lightning tribulations consecutively. They had a vague guess, but they did not expect him to kill Li Qingtian. However, it made sense. Only someone with the qualifications of the arch could deal with a demon like Li Qingtian. Mr. Li, may I know which sect you are from? Why have I never heard of your name before? Tai Sword Sect's sect master Su Taibai cupped his hands and asked Li Changsheng. Not only him, but the others were also very curious. Which sect did such a peerless genius belong to? I'm just a rogue cultivator. I don't belong to any sect. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the few of them were even more surprised. This time, the demon sect's array was broken and the demon lord Li Qingtian died in battle. Our orthodox sects should hold a banquet for 3 days and reward you accordingly. At this point, Venerable Fu Ting looked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng killed the demon lord Li Qingtian. This was a great contribution. According to their previous discussion, he would be worshipped by the 10 great ancient nations. This also meant that the 4th sacred ground would appear. In the Orthodox camp, the news of the demon sect's array being broken had already spread and caused a wave of cheers. I heard that the demon lord Li Qingtian was also killed. This time, our Orthodox sects can be said to have achieved a complete victory. Countless people rushed to spread the news. I wonder how Li Changsheng is doing. In the distance, Yuan Chushua looked at the rankings on the God of War list. Unfortunately, ever since the 1000 demon array was activated, the God of War list was no longer updated in real time. There was no longer any reference value. The 3 sacred masters have returned. Someone in the crowd shouted. Countless people looked up and saw Venerable Fu Teng, Shen Yang, and Su Taibai appear in front of everyone. However, the one walking in front was not the 3 of them. Instead, it was a very ordinary-looking youth. Who is he? Doubt appeared in the eyes of countless people. He actually dares to walk in front of the 3 sacred masters. Who is he? Chapter 876. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Li Changsheng. After all, the 3 sacred lords were the 3 leaders of the good faction. Their status was supreme, just like emperors in the secular world. However, someone dared to walk in front of the three sacred lords, and the three sacred lords did not have any objections. This was shocking enough. Who is he? What's his identity? Why is he walking in front? Many people were discussing. Mr. Li, please come to the ship to talk. Fu Ting personally welcomed Li Changsheng to the top of the ship of the Tianyuan sacred land. In this battle between good and evil, our good faction has achieved an unprecedented victory. I announce that the rewards will be given according to the ranking on the war god list. According to the rules set before, everyone can receive their own offerings according to their ranking. In addition, because the war god list lost its effect at the last critical moment, the person with the highest contribution was not recorded. While speaking, Fu Ting looked at Li Changsheng, who was next to him. It's Mr. Li Changsheng. He personally killed the demon venerable Li Qingtian. His contribution is unparalleled and he will receive the offerings of the 10 great ancient nations. He will become the 4th 9th grade sect in our good faction. As soon as Fu Ting finished speaking, there was an uproar in the crowd. Before this, people had speculated that someone with the highest contribution would be promoted to a sect on an equal footing with the 3 sacred lands. However, at that time, everyone thought that it would only happen in the 8th grade sects. Now, a young man who appeared out of nowhere had obtained this contribution. For a moment, everyone looked at Li Changsheng differently. From now on, this world would become the 4 great sacred lands. Wait a minute. At this moment, Li Changsheng spoke. Can I not accept the offerings of the 10 great ancient nations? The 3 sacred lords were stunned when they heard this. The clamor in the field instantly fell into silence. If he doesn't want the offerings of the 10 great ancient nations, what does he want? Although killing Li Qingtian is a great contribution, the rewards of the 10 great ancient nations are enough. Many people were puzzled. What kind of reward does Mr. Li want? Fu Ting frowned slightly. The offerings of the 10 great ancient nations were a reward that even he was envious of. How could Li Changsheng not be satisfied? He was a little too greedy. I want Sky Capital Peak. Li Changsheng pointed at Sky Capital Peak, which was above the clouds, and said loudly. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Sky Capital Peak was the symbol of the entire Sky Capital starfield. But compared to the 10 great ancient nations, Sky Capital Peak would at most gain a reputation. How could it compare to actual benefits? Reverend Fu Ting looked at the other 2 sacred lords. The Sky Capital Peak had all sorts of legends. It had a special significance in the entire Sky Capital starfield. If someone had dared to have any ideas about the Sky Capital Peak in the past, they definitely wouldn't have allowed it. However, it was different now. Li Changsheng had made such a great contribution, so it wasn't excessive to use the 10 great ancient nations to exchange for it. Moreover, the 3 sacred lords didn't want a 4th rank 9 sect to rise up and break their current balance. Wait a moment. After Fu Ting finished speaking to Li Changsheng, he sat down with Su Taibai, Shen Yang, and many other sect masters of grade 8 sects to discuss. About an hour later, they returned to their respective positions. Mr. Li, we have just discussed. With your contribution, Sky Capital Peak can be given to you. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's face immediately lit up with joy. Although the contribution from the 10 great ancient nations was a sky-high amount of resources, Li Changsheng didn't plan to stay in this place for a long time. However, Sky Capital Peak was different. Li Changsheng had a strong premonition that Sky Capital Peak seemed to be calling for him. Mr. Li, from today onwards, Sky Capital Peak is yours. You can call yourself Sky Capital Peak Lord. Your name will definitely be recorded in history. Reverend Fu Ting sighed emotionally. This was because the 2 words Sky Capital represented the entire Sky Capital starfield. No sect dared to use the name Sky Capital, and no one dared to use the 2 words Sky Capital. Just like how the 9-clawed golden dragon was the exclusive totem of the emperor in the secular world, the 2 words Sky Capital were taboo. Now that Li Changsheng had Sky Capital Peak, if he were to call himself Sky Capital Peak Lord, his name would definitely go down in history. Li Changsheng faintly smiled. He didn't really care about this title. Mr. Li, Sky Capital Peak is now yours with several 100,000 righteous cultivators as witnesses. However, when do you plan on holding a banquet to officially take over Sky Capital Peak? Every sect would send out invitations to all the experts in the cultivation world to be witnesses. Although Li Changsheng didn't establish a sect, owning Sky Capital Peak was a big deal. Let's set it for 1 month later, Li Changsheng said. With the end of the battle, the several 100,000 righteous cultivators gradually dispersed. Among the crowd, Yuan Chushue was in a daze as she stared at the departing group of the 3 sacred grounds. What? If you like Shong Yanjin, I can be your matchmaker. Li Changsheng's voice resounded. Yuan Chushue suddenly turned around with a hint of nervousness on her face. Indeed, Li Changsheng's current status was not ordinary. She hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm just thinking that the battle has ended, but I don't know where my father is. Indeed, she had heard from Yuan Chushue that her father also came to participate in the battle, but she hadn't seen him until now. I see, then why don't you stay with me at Sky Capital Peak first, then we can slowly find out. Okay. Yuan Chushue nodded her head and looked at Li Changsheng with a strange look in her eyes. In the past, it was true that she admired Shong Yang. She felt that Shong Yang was an extraordinary man in the world. He was young and talented. However, after the battle between the good and evil, under the halo of Li Changsheng, not to mention the younger generation, even the 3 great sacred masters could not be compared to him. Unknowingly, her thoughts had quietly changed. Mr. Li, we'll take our leave first. Daoist Zishan brought the people of Cloud Dynasty sect to bid farewell to Li Changsheng. Previously, he had already regretted drawing a clear line with Li Changsheng. Now that he saw Li Changsheng's status, he regretted it to the point that his intestines turned green. However, he also knew that words spoken were like spilled water, there was no use regretting it. He could only hope that Li Changsheng wouldn't hold a grudge against him. Chen Ling'er also bid farewell to Li Changsheng and left with the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. After all, she was a disciple of Cloud Dynasty sect. Bai Chuan deeply bowed to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng understood his thoughts and thanked him for teaching him the Tao. He also left with the people of Cloud Dynasty sect. When Li Changsheng was about to step onto Sky Capital Peak to study this mysterious mountain, he saw a figure blocking his path. Mister, when I first saw you, I felt that you had the potential to become a true dragon. Sure enough, you shocked everyone in this battle. It was the Daoist that Li Changsheng hated. Li Changsheng frowned and coldly said, "Scram." He didn't have a good impression of this Daoist. The Daoist still wanted to say something, but Li Changsheng was already glaring at him. If you don't scram, do you believe that I won't tear you to pieces right now? Yes. The Daoist trembled. Even the demon lord Li Qingtian died at the hands of Li Changsheng. He didn't dare to offend him. He immediately shrank his neck in fear and rolled to the side like a stray dog running away with its tail between its legs. Yuan Chushue couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Mr. Li, I'm about to leave. Don't you want to say goodbye? At this time, a cold voice sounded. Turning around, he saw Shangguan Shui standing not far away and looking at him. Of course not. Li Changsheng's expression was a little awkward. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to say goodbye to Shangguan Shui, but Shangguan Shui's sect was a group of women. If Li Changsheng rashly barged in, it would be rude. Mr. Li, when you officially enter Sky Capital Peak in a month, remember to invite me. After Shangguan Shui finished speaking, she left with her sect's group. Are you familiar with Saintess Shangguan? Yuan Chushue pretended to ask casually. We met in the array and fought side by side. Chapter 877. After everyone left, Li Changsheng returned to Sky Capital Peak. Halfway up the mountain, they built a few wooden huts to stay. Every morning, he would cultivate at the top of Sky Capital Peak and return to his hut at night. Yuan Chushue would occasionally go out to gather information and use a special secret method to contact the elders in the sect, but there was still no news of her father. Li Changsheng set up several arrays around Sky Capital Peak. In addition to the illusion array to prevent mortals from entering, there was also a large array to gather spirit chi. Sitting on a giant rock at the top of Sky Capital Peak, Streams of spirit qi formed a whirlpool and merged into Li Changxing's body. Rumble. Behind Li Changxing, powerful qi and blood surged into the sky like a burning furnace. The blood in his body made a roaring sound like a rushing river. Li Changxing's strength was increasing almost every minute and second. After passing 5 thunder tribulations, Li Changxing had not officially entered the Earth Immortal Realm, but his strength had increased by many times. He did not have time to consolidate his realm during the battle. Now, under the tempering of the spirit qi, his strength was skyrocketing. If the current Li Changxing were to meet Archdevil Li Qingtian, he would only need a finger to pinch him to death. Master taught me the 9 revolutions of celestial demons. Although it is extremely difficult to break through to the Earth Immortal Realm, its power is really terrifying. Li Changxing felt a sense of pride in his heart. He was confident that he could even fight a Dao reunion perfected immortal. Boom! Countless streams of spirit qi formed a cloud above Li Changxing's head. The spirit qi in this world is too rich. Compared to Earth, this is simply a holy land for cultivation. At the same time, Li Changxing sensed that there were wisps of sharp energy coming from inside Sky Capital Peak. According to the legend of Sky Capital Star, Sky Capital Peak was a treasure sword of an ancient god. A peerless demon was nailed to this place and turned into a mountain. At first, Li Changxing felt that it was a bit ridiculous when he heard this. However, after sensing it these days, Sky Capital Peak might really be a treasure sword. Li Changxing could not calm down. This mountain was so terrifying that even he could not move it. If it was a treasure sword, how powerful would it be? Mr. Li, it's time to eat. Yuan Chushue had a faint smile on her face. These days, she was in charge of Li Changxing's 3 meals a day. Okay. Li Changxing nodded and stood up. A few days ago, Li Changxing taught Yuan Chushue a suitable cultivation method according to her physique, which made Yuan Chushue's strength improve greatly. But even so, every time Li Changxing practiced, Yuan Chushue didn't dare to come within 10 feet of Li Changxing. Last time, she had almost died under the powerful pressure because she had rashly barged in. It was not an exaggeration to say that Li Changxing could break a flying sword with a strand of his hair. The invisible pressure on his body could directly crush a finger-profound realm martial artist to death. Legend had it that a drop of blood from an ancient god could crush the sun, moon, and stars. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could blow down mountains with a single breath. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was time for the ceremony to enter Sky Capital Peak. Before that, Li Changxing had already asked Yuan Chushue to send out the invitation. That morning, a crowd of people appeared at the foot of Sky Capital Peak. Many of them came on their own accord without Li Changxing's invitation. Sky Capital Peak Master, Li Changxing, was now jokingly called the 4th Sacred Ground. He alone had the combat power of a sacred ground. Congratulations to Mr. Li for becoming Sky Capital Peak Master. An old man stepped through the air. He was West Region's Juanhao's master. Daoist Miedu. Li Changxing personally went to welcome Daoist Miedu immediately after. Yi Chen from the Starlight Sect and Yi Feiguang from the East appeared. Mr. Li, this is the congratulatory gift I brought for you. A crisp voice rang out. Shangguan Shui came through the air with a wooden box in her hands. Her clothes were as white as snow. After opening the box, there was a white egg inside. It is said that Shangguan Shui's sect, the Snow Spirit Palace, has a divine guardian beast called the Snow One. It is said to be a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Ice Phoenix. That Snow One has only laid 2 eggs in 3,000 years. Could this be the egg that the Snow One laid? Shangguan Shui is really generous. She actually gave one to Li Changxing. Li Changxing is called the 4th sacred ground of Sky Capital Planet. It is normal for the Snow Spirit Palace to curry favor with him. I don't think it is that simple. It is said that Shangguan Shui and Li Changxing went through the array together. Shangguan Shui is arrogant by nature. I am afraid that only a prodigy like Li Changxing can move her heart. There was a burst of discussion below. With Shangguan Shui's hearing, how could she not hear it? Her cheeks suddenly turned red. She descended from the sky and handed the wooden box to Li Changxing. These are the eggs of the Snow Spirit Palace's divine guardian beast, the Snow One. There are 2 in total. I will give you 1. As the master of Sky Capital Peak, you need a divine guardian beast to guard your home. Thank you. Li Changsheng took the wooden box and thanked her sincerely. He also understood the preciousness of the Snow One egg. Shangguan Shui gave him one of the Snow One eggs. This was not an ordinary friendship. On the other side, Yi Feiguang, who was known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the East with Shangguan Shui, had a somewhat complicated expression. The world said that he and Shangguan Shui were a couple. Shangguan Shui was beautiful and talented. He had never thought that he could marry Shangguan Shui one day. But obviously, the appearance of Li Changsheng made his hopes dim. Then, the big shots of Sky Capital Planet continued to arrive. Even the people of the Cloud Dynasty sect appeared. Mr. Li, this is the gift that the Cloud Dynasty sect has prepared for you. Chen Ling came over with a gift box. Now, because of her outstanding talent, she had been listed as the saintess of the Cloud Dynasty sect. She had a special relationship with Li Changsheng, so the Cloud Dynasty sect simply asked her to send a gift. Ling your cultivation has improved a lot in the past month. Not bad. Li Changsheng had seen Chen Ling realm and nodded slightly. Chen Ling was worthy of her supreme grade water spiritual root. In a few years, she might grow into a heavenly talent like Shangguan Shui. The 2 heavenly talents of the southern region, the King of the Sacred Mountain and Divine Lord Greenwood, had both died at the hands of Li Changsheng. In the future, Chen Ling might be the representative of the Western region heavenly talents. Seeing Chen Ling appear, even the leaders of the surrounding sects were surprised. Who would like such a good seedling? Everyone, please go up the mountain. I have set up the banquet. Li Changsheng invited. The people who came today, whether invited by him or not, were all guests. They were all here to support him. Li Changsheng had prepared fruits, vegetables, and wine in advance to entertain them. However, after everyone went up the mountain, the sacred lords of the 3 holy lands did not come. What's going on? Sky Capital Peak is known as the 4th holy land, and the 3 sacred lords personally promised to give it to Li Changsheng. It's reasonable for the 3 sacred lords to come and congratulate him. The crowd gradually began to talk about it. Even Li Changsheng frowned. He had already sent invitations to the 3 holy lands. When he left, the 3 sacred lords had also said that they would come today. It was a little unusual that they had not shown up yet. Chapter 878. Just as many people noticed this unusual situation, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Someone exclaimed, "The 3 sacred lords are here." A large ship broke through the sea of clouds, and on the bow of the ship, the 3 sacred lords came together. Li Changsheng hurriedly got up to greet them. "Welcome, sacred lords." However, after Li Changsheng spoke, there was no expression on the faces of the 3 sacred lords. At this moment, Li Changsheng also realized that something was wrong because the 3 sacred lords' gazes were very cold. "Li Changsheng, we have officially decided to withdraw our previous promise to you. Tiandu Peak cannot be your private property." Immortal Fu Teng's majestic voice fell from the sky and resounded in all directions. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, which then caused a huge uproar. What's going on? The 3 sacred lords are going back on their words. That day, I clearly heard Immortal Fu Teng say that Tiandu Peak will be a reward for Li Changsheng and that it will belong to Li Changsheng. Why did he change his mind now? Why? Li Changsheng also asked. Because you are not from our Tiandu star zone, so naturally, you are not qualified to own Tiandu Peak. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, and an old man walked out of the ship of the Tianyuan sacred ground. As soon as he appeared, even the 3 sacred lords took the initiative to make way for him with a respectful look on their faces. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? Could he be a hidden expert from one of the sacred grounds? It is said that the 3 sacred grounds may have perfected immortal realm experts. Could he be a Dao reunion perfected immortal? There was a lot of discussion around. At the same time, some people also paid attention to Immortal Fu Ting's words. If Li Changsheng was not from the Tianju star zone, then who was he? Does it matter where I am from? I helped you kill the demon Lord Li Qingtian and saved many experts of the younger generation of the good faction. Isn't Tian Du Peak mine? Li Changsheng said loudly. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. You, a person from another galaxy, have come to our Tian capital star. Who knows what intentions you have? Furthermore, you let the demon sect members escape at the last moment. It's already good enough that I didn't punish you for your crimes. Now, I order you to pack your things and get out of Sky Capital Peak. The old man's gaze was sharp, and his voice was filled with supreme dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng's expression changed completely. He had helped them to defeat the demon sect, but the other party wanted him to scram. This was simply too much. What if I don't leave? Li Changsheng's face also darkened. The moment this old man appeared, he was overbearing and arrogant, which made him very unhappy. If you don't leave, today will be the day you die. The old man took a step forward and stood in the air, transforming into a hand seal that struck towards Li Changsheng. You dare to be rude to this old man? I'll teach you a lesson first and let you know the immensity of heaven and earth. As the palm fell, Li Changsheng suddenly felt that the void around him was imprisoned. This old man's strength was much stronger than Li Qingtian's, but he should not have reached the true immortal realm yet. Half step to true immortal. Li Changsheng instantly estimated the old man's strength. Some people in the crowd also recognized the old man's identity. I remember now. The former deputy sect master of the Tianyuan sacred land, Master Shenyang. It is said that he was already at the peak of the Earth immortal realm 300 years ago. His current strength is probably not far from the true immortal realm. No wonder he is so arrogant. In the face of Li Changsheng, who killed Li Qingtian, he could easily suppress him. There was a burst of discussion around. Master Shenyang sneered and disdainfully. Although Li Qingtian the demon sect had made earth-shattering moves, experts like him had always been too lazy to make a move. If Sky Capital Peak was not the symbol of Sky Capital Star Zone, he would not have broken out of seclusion this time. In his opinion, personally dealing with Li Changsheng was already like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Looking at the falling palm, Li Changsheng's eyes became cold. He suddenly took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched out. How can he still move? Master Xuanyang's face changed. In the next second, the mighty fist force directly shattered his palm print. Li Changsheng broke his magic and flew into the sky. Then, the roaring dragon spear appeared in his hand and smashed toward Master Shenyang. How dare you attack me? You are courting death. Master Shenyang failed to take down Li Changsheng with one move. Instead, his magic was broken by Li Changsheng. He was a little embarrassed. When he saw Li Changsheng daring to attack him, he immediately became angry. He raised his hand and took out a palm-sized white mirror to block Li Changsheng's roaring dragon spear. However, the mirror was instantly smashed by the roaring dragon spear. At the same time, the remaining power swept toward Master Xuanyang's chest. Master Shenyang was directly smashed dozens of feet back. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, Li Changsheng ran in the sky and rushed forward. The roaring dragon spear was continuously shot out. Master Shenyang, a half-step true immortal, was unable to fight back. A few minutes later, Li Changsheng's spear cracked Master Xuanyang's body. Then, he stepped on Master Xuanyang's chest and fell from the sky, smashing Master Shenyang into the ground. Bang! There was a loud sound. Half of Master Xuanyang's body was buried in the ground. Everyone, including the three sacred lords, was dumbfounded. Perfected Lord Shenyang, a mighty expert of the half-step true immortal realm, was defeated so easily. Everyone could not believe their eyes. In the next second, Li Changsheng grabbed Master Xuanyang's collar and lifted him up. Master Shenyang, who was arrogant a moment ago, had blood all over his mouth. He was completely disfigured. Do you still want to take back Sky Capital Peak? Li Changsheng kicked out. True Lord Profound Sun was sent flying several thousand feet away. His head tilted to one side, and he fainted. This made the three sacred lords' eyelids twitch. Li Changsheng was too ferocious. Mr. Li, we didn't know that you weren't from Sky Capital Star Zone. That's why we took the initiative to put Sky Capital Peak under your name. Now, listen to our advice. Hand over Sky Capital Peak and leave this place. Otherwise, you'll be in real trouble. Daoist Fu Teng advised earnestly. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you're going to make me in real trouble. I'll make it clear today. Sky Capital Peak is now my personal property. If anyone wants to take Sky Capital Peak away, they'll have to ask my roaring dragon spear first. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Fu Teng and the two sacred lords frowned. Li Changsheng, you should have heard of the rumor that there are Dao reunion perfected immortals in our three holy lands. The one who came today is perfected Lord Xianyang. You might be able to defeat him, but can you still be so stubborn when the Dao reunion perfected immortal comes tomorrow? When the time comes, don't seal off your path of retreat. Letting go in time is your best choice. Are you threatening me with a Dao integration perfected immortal? Then I'd like to see what's so great about a Dao integration perfected immortal. You're overestimating yourself. Fu Teng was finally enraged. He was furious that Li Changsheng was so stubborn. If that's the case, don't blame us for not recognizing your contribution in killing Li Qingtian. After saying that, Fu Teng crushed a talisman in his hand and knelt on the ground to kowtow to the heavens. Patriarch, please show yourself. Patriarch, please show yourself. Su Taibai and Shen Yang also knelt down. In the next second, there was a wave of energy in the sky. A terrifying aura spread out, making everyone present feel a strong sense of oppression. Was this the power of a Dao integration perfected immortal? He hadn't even appeared, but it was already unbearable. Countless people were trembling. However, Li Changsheng only had a cold smile on his face. Chapter 879. Li Changsheng looked up at the sky, feeling a little excited. He was finally going to see a legendary Dao integration perfected immortal. His fighting spirit was rising in his eyes. As the pressure in the sky grew stronger, the void began to tremble. Then, in the ripples, a blurry figure gradually became clear and stepped out of the void. At this moment, the pressure reached its strongest, as if the whole world was shaking. An old man in a white robe appeared in the sky, looking down at everyone below. Outsider, I was willing to give you a chance to live after you killed Li Qingtian, the demon sovereign. But since you're so reckless and want to provoke me, you're courting your own death. A mighty voice came down from the sky. Every word seemed to carry a great power. Once the words were spoken, the law would be enforced. Everyone on the mountain looked in awe. Most of the people present had only heard of the name of a Dao integration perfected immortal. It was the first time they had seen a living Dao integration perfected immortal. Spiritual Master Fu Teng was the master of a sacred ground, but at this moment, he was as humble as a servant. This was because the other party was the fourth sect master of the Tianyuan sacred ground, Spiritual Master Hao Yu, who had lived for thousands of years. Alien, I heard from Fu Teng that you have passed 5 thunder tribulations. You have great aptitude, but you are not afraid of death. You are destined to die in my hands today. Even I feel sorry for you. Spiritual Master Hao Yu said lightly. Even if it was just a normal conversation, every word would cause the surrounding void to fluctuate. This was the terror of a perfected immortal. Every move could cause a celestial phenomenon, which was terrifying. From the moment Spiritual Master Hao Yu appeared, it was as if he had become the only one in the world. He was a supreme existence, a god. He is really a Dao integration perfected immortal. Li Changsheng is in danger this time. Shangguan Shue's eyes were full of worry. Yuan Chuxue, Chen Ling and the others were pale. Under the aura of Spiritual Master Hao Yu, they felt like ants. Greetings, Spiritual Master Hao Yu. At this moment, many people took the initiative to bow and their voices shook the sky. A Dao integration perfected immortal was a true powerhouse, and Spiritual Master Hao Yu was remembered in the history of Tianju Star. While everyone was paying their respects to Daoist Master Hao Yu, Li Changsheng suddenly brandished his ardent dragon spear and directly smashed it towards Daoist Master Hao Yu. Since the other party wanted his life, Li Changsheng did not have the time to watch him show off. At this moment, he stabbed out with his spear, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The ardent dragon spear had followed Li Changsheng through countless battles, almost becoming a part of Li Changsheng's body. At this moment, this spear could really pierce a hole in the sky. Daoist Bright Moon, however, only lightly waved his hand to disperse the attack of the ardent dragon spear. At that time, Li Changsheng had defeated True Lord Shenyang with a single spear strike, but he had not shaken Daoist Haoyu in the slightest. The disparity in strength between the two sides was immediately apparent. So what if you have the potential of an emperor? You're overestimating yourself if you think you can defeat a Dao integration stage perfected immortal. Seeing Li Changsheng's attack being easily neutralized, Daoist Fu Teng could not help but snort coldly. Li Changsheng could even kill demon venerable Li Qingtian easily, but he could not do anything to Daoist Haoyu. A Dao integration stage perfected immortal is really terrifying. Shangguan Shui's heart had already sunk to the bottom. Just as Li Changsheng's spear was being neutralized, Daoist Haoyu also raised his palm and slapped toward Li Changsheng. Boom! Suddenly, there was the sound of an energy explosion in the void. A transparent palm print, like a mountain, came crashing down on Li Changsheng with terrifying power. Before it completely landed, the strong wind brought about by the powerful force formed tornadoes, shattering the void. Boom! Li Changsheng raised his ardent dragon spear and stabbed at the transparent palm. However, in the next moment, the ardent dragon spear was bent from the pressure. Li Changsheng had no choice but to take a step back and barely block the palm. In the sky, Daoist Haoyu's eyes were filled with surprise. You actually managed to block my palm strike. Interesting. In the next moment, Daoist Haoyu raised his hand again. This time, he was obviously taking Li Changsheng seriously. That terrifying power rolled along with his hand gesture, like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, rumbling toward Li Changsheng. At this moment, Li Changsheng felt a sense of danger. He raised his ardent dragon spear and stabbed it out. At the same time, he activated the 9 transformations of the celestial demon and exerted the strength of his physical body to continuously throw punches in front of him. A few seconds later, Li Changsheng retreated again, and blood flowed out of his fist. A perfected immortal expert was really too terrifying. For the first time, Li Changsheng felt helpless. Young man, now you know the difference between you and me, right? Daoist Haoyu had a sarcastic look on his face. A perfected immortal is indeed very powerful, but it's too early for you to be happy. Li Changsheng took a deep breath. The sound of a surging river came from his body, and the qi and blood behind him soared into the sky. At the same time, he clenched his fist and suddenly rose from the ground. You've used so many moves. Now, it's time for you to taste my fist. At this moment, Li Changsheng kept throwing punches at the sky. In just a few seconds, he threw out 300 punches. Moreover, the power of the 300 punches was stacked in one punch, and it smashed toward Daoist Haoyu. The energy in the sky swept over with this punch. This was Li Changsheng's true killer move. In the past, he could only stack a few dozen punches at most. This time, he threw out 300 punches in one breath, which had already broken through his limit. At the same time, his body began to crack. This was the first time Li Changsheng had gone all out. Daoist Haoyu, who was originally confident, was shocked when he saw this punch. Daoist Fu Teng and the others felt their bodies turn cold. Just the aura of Li Changsheng's punch made them feel like their souls were about to shatter. The power of this punch was definitely not inferior to a perfected immortal expert's attack. I didn't expect that I would still underestimate you. However, I don't believe that you can hurt me. Daoist Haoyu waved his hands and pulled out a circular force. A white mirror condensed out of thin air and faced Li Changsheng's fist. A perfected immortal expert had merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every move of his could mobilize the power of the great Tao. The moment the mirror appeared, Li Changsheng's fist felt a little stiff. Open. However, in the next moment, Li Changsheng let out a long roar. Under the roar of his fist, the white mirror shattered instantly. The void collapsed, and the energy raged. The terrifying fist energy surged like a river that had broken through a dam. Li Changsheng, who was a half-step earth immortal, was fighting a perfected immortal expert. This punch was definitely the most powerful attack he could unleash so far. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, Li Changsheng's fist finally landed on Daoist Haoyu's body. Bam! There was a loud sound. Daoist Haoyu's body retreated rapidly. One could see that a part of his chest had caved in. Li Changsheng had actually injured a Dao integration stage perfected immortal. Chapter 880. You're courting death. Enlightened Haoyu was enraged. As a perfected immortal, he was actually injured by an ant in his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him. Boom. Enlightened Haoyu waved his palm and a white palm print covered half the sky, grabbing toward Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's scorching dragon spear pierced through the void again. When the white palm print and the scorching dragon spear collided, the entire world shook. Countless cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Mountains and rivers were flattened under this pressure. In the center of the battle, endless chaotic vital energy and violent energy were wreaking havoc. The spectators kept retreating, trying to stay away from the two of them. They were too terrifying, as though they were splitting the sky and earth. Is this the power of a Dao reunion perfected immortal? Enlightened Fu Teng and the other sacred masters were all shocked. They were at the peak of the earth immortal realm and were usually high and mighty. Only now did they know what true power was. Bang, 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 bang. Vital energy exploded, forming a frenzy of energy. Everywhere it passed, the ground sank, and the mountains shattered. However, when it came into contact with Tianju Peak, no matter how strong the energy was, it couldn't be shaken at all. This highlighted how extraordinary Tianju Peak was. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Enlightened Haoyu was actually beaten by Li Changsheng to the point of vomiting blood. He stood in the air, looking a little embarrassed. On the other hand, Li Changsheng's body began to crack, and the hand holding the scorching dragon spear was trembling slightly. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. It was 2 whole realms. However, in the eyes of many, it was already very impressive. After all, Enlightened Haoyu was a Dao reunion perfected immortal. Even Enlightened Haoyu's eyes were filled with shock. The so-called perfected immortals were completely beyond the scope of mortals. They had reached another level of life. Below the perfected immortal realm, everyone was an ant. However, an ant had blocked the attack of a giant. Li Changsheng gripped the ardent dragon spear tightly as his eyes flashed with a powerful fighting intent. This was undoubtedly the most powerful opponent that Li Changsheng had encountered in his 30,000 years of life, and it was also the most difficult battle. His opponent was a Dao integration stage perfected immortal who could draw upon the vital energy of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. He was practically invincible. If it weren't for Li Changsheng's terrifying physical strength, he wouldn't have been able to fight him at all. Continue. Li Changsheng roared and his body turned into an afterimage. The ardent dragon spear turned into a golden light and smashed towards Daoist Haoyu. His speed had reached the pinnacle, and the power of the indestructible body was fully displayed. His physical strength had reached a terrifying level. In the face of a Dao integration stage perfected immortal, Li Changsheng fought with his life on the line. Daoist Haoyu looked at the charging Li Changsheng, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. He raised both of his hands, and the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi transformed into tornadoes. A total of 9 tornadoes appeared behind him, roaring and rushing towards Li Changsheng. Boom. Rumble. The wind raged as if it was the end of the world. Li Changsheng was instantly surrounded by the tornadoes. This time, Daoist Haoyu was also serious. He knew that Li Changsheng wasn't an ordinary martial artist. As a Dao integration stage perfected immortal, he had almost limitless Dharma power. At this moment, he could see that Li Changsheng's physical strength was terrifying. He didn't want to compete with Li Changsheng in terms of physical strength. Instead, he wanted to exhaust Li Changsheng to death with his Dharma power. Daoist Haoyu had lived for thousands of years and had experienced countless battles. He could almost instantly determine his own strengths and Li Changsheng's weaknesses. The 9 tornadoes surrounded Li Changsheng, and the spectators could only see the endless chaotic vital energy formed by the tornadoes. Even though they had retreated several times, they could still feel their hearts palpitating even though they were dozens of miles away. Even if the three sacred lords were swept by the tornadoes, they would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled continuously, as if a primordial beast was about to break out of the ground. Mountain ranges were occasionally swept by the tornadoes, and dust flew everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. Li Changsheng rushed out of the tornadoes with his spear. His clothes were already in tatters, and there were countless wounds on his body. I didn't expect you to actually rush out. Daoist, how you originally thought that the tornadoes would be enough to exhaust Li Changsheng to death. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to actually break through the tornado's defense. In the next second, the golden spear pierced through the void and directly pierced Daoist Hao Yu's shoulder. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and blood dyed his white clothes red. Li Changsheng was covered in wounds, and Daoist Hao Yu's shoulder was pierced. Neither of them had the upper hand, and they were evenly matched. Daoist Hao Yu, who had already experienced the strength of Li Changsheng's physical body, didn't continue fighting with Li Changsheng after his shoulder was pierced. Instead, he quickly distanced himself from Li Changsheng. I didn't expect to actually be injured. I haven't felt this way for more than 1,000 years. Daoist Hao Yu looked at the wound on his shoulder. The wound that had been bleeding non-stop earlier was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the terror of a Dao integration perfected immortal. Their physical body was almost indestructible. Li Changsheng, even I have to admit that you're strong. However, the Dao integration perfected immortal realm is something you can never imagine. Daoist Hao Yu stood in the air. Behind him, countless white mists formed a huge mirror that illuminated the sky. Under the contrast, he looked like a supreme god. He looked down at Li Changsheng with a smug expression. Although I'm not a Dao integration perfected immortal, didn't I also injure you, a Dao integration perfected immortal? What do you have to be so smug about? Li Changsheng sneered disdainfully. His qi and blood burned and his entire body seemed to have turned into a furnace. Under the circulation of his qi and blood, the wounds caused by the tornado earlier began to scab and fall off, revealing skin that was as white as jade. He had actually healed in an instant. The indestructible fiend god body was extremely powerful and its regenerative abilities were not weak at all. This was because Li Changsheng had not broken through to the earth immortal realm. Otherwise, when his physical body evolved to another level, his regenerative abilities would increase by 100-fold. At that time, a Dao integration perfected immortal like Daoist Hao Yu would not be able to break through Li Changsheng's physical defenses even if Li Changsheng was standing there. Although he was not an earth immortal, his regenerative abilities were not inferior to Daoist Hao Yu's. Daoist Hao Yu's expression finally became serious when he saw that Li Changsheng had healed his wounds in an instant just like he had. His physical body was stronger than his, and his regenerative abilities were also stronger than his. Coupled with his terrifying combat strength, Daoist Hao Yu suddenly realized that he, a Dao integration perfected immortal, did not have any advantage over Li Changsheng. How can there be such a terrifying person in this world? He's gone through 5 lightning tribulations. If I can't kill him this time, he'll become even more powerful in the future. Daoist Hao Yu suddenly began to regret coming out of seclusion to deal with Li Changsheng. Was it right or wrong? Chapter 881. Daoist Bright Moon was a true immortal after all. After a short moment of emotional fluctuation, he immediately regained his composure. He raised his palm and slapped out. A transparent palm print spanned 100 meters and slapped toward Li Changsheng. Wherever the palm passed, even the air was compressed into a solid state. Streams of the power of laws rose around Li Changsheng. Suddenly, Li Changsheng felt an invisible force pressing down on his body. A true immortal can mobilize the world's vital energy and control the power of laws. Impressive. Li Changsheng held the ardent dragon spear tightly. The biggest difference between realms was the control of the power of heaven and earth. Daoist Bright Moon's physical strength was not as strong as Li Changsheng's, and even the divine abilities he learned were not as strong as Li Changsheng's, but his advantage was that he had the power of heaven and earth. Under the support of the power of heaven and earth, Even a breath or a sneeze could produce an extremely powerful force. Facing Daoist Bright Moon's attack, Li Changsheng took a deep breath. The qi and blood in his body kept circulating, making a sound like a surging river. The strength of his physical body was Li Changsheng's only advantage. He raised the ardent dragon spear, and a golden dragon flew out with a roar, rushing toward the power of laws around him. At the same time, a golden sun was born. The sun was brilliant, which was a strange phenomenon. This is a real battle between immortals. Countless people looked at the center of the battlefield, unable to calm down. The true immortal realm had always been a legend, but today, they saw it. However, what surprised them more was that Li Changsheng, who was not in the true immortal realm, could actually be on par with Daoist Bright Moon. The two sides of the battle were dozens of miles away from the spectators, but the terrifying energy still pressed down on everyone's hearts. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Legend has it that Daoist Bright Moon once evaporated a lake with a palm. Can Li Changsheng block it? Shangguan Shui's face was full of worry. At this moment, the golden dragon and the brilliant sun had already collided with the palm. Bang, 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 bang. Under the violent explosion, the golden palm was cancelled out. He can actually fight with a true immortal realm expert for so long. How can Li Changsheng be so powerful? The three holy masters were also shocked. Let's see how many of my palms you can block. Daoist Bright Moon once again condensed a transparent palm imprint and slapped towards Li Changsheng. True immortal state powerful beings borrow the powers of the world, and their powers are practically limitless. You may be able to block one of my palms, but can you block 10 or 100 of my palms? Daoist Bright Moon laughs out loud. Li Changsheng's advantage lay in his powerful corporeal body, and Li Changsheng had pulled away from Li Changsheng, using his powerful essence qi to exhaust Li Changsheng to death. Another palm print streaked across the void, bringing with it a terrifying might as it slammed toward Li Changsheng. Under the palm print, a terrifying energy spread in all directions, even opening a hole in the void. Fierce astral winds poured in from the hole, as if the end of the world had arrived. This palm strike was even more terrifying than the previous one. Although Li Changsheng is powerful, I'm afraid he won't be able to last long under such attacks. His cultivation level is still too low after all. This is the result of his reckless behavior. If he had obediently given up the sky capital peak before, no one in this world would be able to stop him when he breaks through to the true immortal state. Enduring for a while is peaceful, and taking a step back is a better option. If he refuses to give up or retreat, he will only harm himself in the end. Countless people were lamenting. Facing the incoming white palm imprint, Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with determination as he muttered to himself, "Looks like I have no choice but to fight with my life on the line." He put away the scorching dragon spear and clenched his fist, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Boom! He punched forward, and the terrifying fist energy was like a dragon as it clashed with the transparent palm imprint. Indestructible fiend god body, break for me. Visible to the naked eye, Li Changsheng's body was burning with raging flames. However, these were not real flames, but an illusion created by Li Changsheng's essence qi. In the past battles, there would always be people who would use secret techniques to activate their body's greatest potential at the last moment to fight Li Changsheng with their lives on the line. Li Changsheng had never used such a move before because his enemies were too weak and there was no need for him to fight with his life on the line. However, Li Changsheng knew more than 10 secret techniques like this. At this moment, Li Changsheng was finally going to use his secret technique under the pressure of enlightened being Hao Yu. Boom! The red essence qi made Li Changsheng look like he had transformed into a blazing sun. The green fist energy pierced through the clouds and smashed toward the transparent palm imprint with a loud boom. What a terrifying power! Perfected being Fu Ting stared intently at the sky. Originally, he thought that Li Changsheng would soon lose the ability to resist and die on the spot when facing enlightened being Hao Yu, a Dao integration perfected immortal. However, he did not expect Li Changsheng to have such a move. Li Changsheng dared to boast that he was not afraid of a Dao integration perfected immortal. Could it be that he really has a way to fight against a Dao integration perfected immortal? This thought made perfected being Fu Ting's heart skip a beat. If a genius who had gone through 5 lightning tribulations and had the potential to become a great emperor survived today's battle, it would be a disaster for the 3 Holy Lands and the entire Tianju star zone. The whistling fist energy, which was accompanied by surging energy, smashed into the transparent palm imprint. The palm imprint that had pierced through the void exploded from the middle and the explosive energy swept out in all directions. In the sky, wave after wave of energy waves spread out in all directions, as if it was a tsunami. Bang! 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 A few seconds later, the transparent palm imprint was broken. The huge fist energy streaked across the sky, broke through the air in front of it, and smashed toward enlightened being Hao Yu. Li Changsheng's physical body was already extremely terrifying to begin with. Now that he was burning his qi and blood, it could be said that he had stimulated all the potential of his physical body and was going all out. Enlightened being Hao Yu, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a perfected immortal realm expert and look down on me. Now, I'm going to tell you that in front of me, Li Changsheng, I'll kill any god or immortal who stands in my way. Li Changsheng roared with lofty sentiments. Wanting to kill an immortal with the body of a mortal was definitely something that no one had ever done before. The surging fist energy pierced through the sky and smashed toward enlightened being Hao Yu. Enlightened being Hao Yu hurriedly sent out palm imprint after palm imprint to block it. However, the divine powers that he used to activate the power of heaven and earth were constantly shattered into pieces by Li Changsheng's fist. From afar, one could see that Li Changsheng was constantly approaching while enlightened being Hao Yu was constantly retreating. A perfected immortal realm expert was actually at a disadvantage in the battle against Li Changsheng. Bang! 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 Enlightened being Hao Yu's hands danced. The huge mirror behind him shone with a dazzling light. Wherever it passed, all the energy melted and turned calm. Li Changsheng's fist energy was also instantly dissolved. This mirror was the treasure of the Tianyuan sacred ground. At this moment, it was displaying terrifying power in the hands of enlightened being Hao Yu. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic weapon? Li Changsheng smiled coldly. The mountain and river ruler, Black Demon Mountain, soul-gathering flag, ardent dragon spear, and the mysterious seal obtained from the ruins of the true martial immortal sect all struck at enlightened being Hao Yu. Chapter 882. Each of the magic weapons was extremely powerful, and all of them struck toward Daoist Hao Yu. The mighty energy smashed into the white mirror. Bang! 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 In less than 3 breaths of time, countless cracks had appeared on the surface of the Tianyuan sacred land's mirror. Damn it! Daoist Hao Yu roared. Daoist Fu Ting's heart was also bleeding. This was the inherited treasure of the Tianyuan sacred land, and now it was almost destroyed. Boom! 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 Daoist Hao Yu struck dozens of palms at the sky toward Li Changsheng. The shattering of the mirror made him go crazy. A true immortal realm expert went all out, and the power was undoubtedly terrifying. However, in the next second, Li Changsheng sneered. A golden magic sword flew out from between his eyebrows and pierced toward Daoist Hao Yu's head. He wanted to anger Daoist Hao Yu and make him lose his mind. Then, he would use the true martial Godslayer sword to launch a sneak attack. Sure enough, the crazy Daoist Hao Yu did not realize that the true martial Godslayer sword was unusual. He still raised his palm to try to block it. However, in the next second, the golden magic sword directly penetrated his palm print and shot into his mind. Ah! Daoist Hao Yu let out a painful howl. He held his head with both hands and his body swayed in the air. The true martial Godslayer sword specialized in attacking the divine consciousness. Even Daoist Hao Yu, who was in the true immortal realm, had his divine soul severely injured. This was because he was in the true immortal realm. If it were an ordinary earth immortal like Daoist Fu Teng, once the Godslayer sword flew into his mind, his soul would probably be destroyed immediately. Ah! Daoist Hao Yu's painful voice echoed in the sky. Blood flowed from his eyes. He could not even take care of himself. He was hit by the mountain and river ruler, Black Devil Mountain, and other magic weapons. His body was dyed red with blood, and his chest was smashed flat. It was too painful. Daoist Hao Yu had shown invincible talent from the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation. He had broken through to the true immortal realm and became the top expert in the Tianju star zone. In the 3,000 years he had lived, this was the most serious injury he had ever suffered. Li Changsheng, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Daoist Bright Moon's body stopped swaying, and his eyes were filled with resentment. To think that you would be able to recover so quickly. Your willpower is quite formidable. The true immortal stage is truly extraordinary. Only, do you think that you will have the opportunity to turn the tables? Li Changsheng let out a loud shout and continuously punched hundreds of times in the air. Over 100 punches stacked together and struck Daoist Hao Yu's body. Daoist Hao Yu's body was directly sent flying backwards. A hole appeared in his chest and blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Continuing, Li Changsheng continuously punched out, reaching over 300 punches in an instant. His power rumbled as he smashed Reverend Hao Yu from the sky to the ground, smashing a deep crater in the ground. Afterwards, Reverend Hao Yu was smashed into the ground. I will kill you. Daoist Bright Moon let out a furious roar, but there was nothing he could do. Li Changsheng did not give him a chance to fight back at all. In addition, his divine sense was damaged, and the speed at which he mobilized the world's energy was far slower than before. If it were not for the recovery ability of a true immortal's body, he would have been blown apart by Li Changsheng long ago. Bang 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 bang. Li Changsheng's gaze was cold as he continued to throw out punches. 301, 302, 380, 350. At this moment, Li Changsheng's body, which had been completely healed, suddenly began to bleed. His face became even paler. 300 punches had already broken through the limits of his body. At this moment, he had actually thrown out 500 punches. The power of these 500 punches stacked together, and a sense of extreme danger appeared in Daoist Hao Yu's heart. Finally, fear appeared in his eyes. The power of these 500 punches had not completely landed when the ground began to sink. The surrounding mountains and rivers exploded one after another and were razed to the ground. The spectators were all aghast. How is this possible? How could you possibly unleash such an attack? Daoist Hao Yu was truly afraid. His qi and blood burned. He actually chose to burn his blood essence without hesitation, wanting to fight Li Changsheng to the death. He was a Dao integration stage true immortal, a supreme existence. Yet, he was beaten to the point of burning his blood essence. However, it was clearly too late. That unparalleled punch had already fallen from the sky. The terrifying power seemed to be able to split the world apart. Boom! Daoist Hao Yu burned half of his blood essence and turned it into a huge palm print. It suddenly struck out. This palm print used almost all of his strength in an attempt to block Li Changsheng's punch. Daoist Hao Yu, it's too late. If you had chosen to go all out earlier, perhaps I really wouldn't have been a match for you. However, now that you've burned half of your qi and blood, you won't be able to block my punch. Under the punch, Daoist Hao Yu's palm print only lasted for a few seconds before shattering. The huge power formed a ring of energy that spread in all directions. Bang! Daoist Hao Yu was instantly hit. His entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Only his head was left hanging in the air. With a look of horror on his face, he actually fled into the distance. This was the power of a true immortal. As long as the head was not destroyed, even if the body was destroyed, it could be recovered. Of course, Daoist Hao Yu would probably not be able to recover to his peak state without 100 years of time. Trying to escape. Do you think it's that easy? Li Changsheng turned into a huge palm print and suddenly chased after him. At this moment, Daoist Hao Yu was not much of a threat to him. Stop! When Daoist Hao Yu saw that Li Changsheng was about to kill him, he hurriedly charged at Li Changsheng, wanting to stop Li Changsheng. However, with his strength, there was no way he could stop it. Li Changsheng only casually waved his hand and sent Daoist Hao Yu flying. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. A Dao integration stage perfected immortal was beaten until only his head was left. Moreover, it looked like he would be completely destroyed by Li Changsheng at any moment. He's going to kill an immortal. Are we really going to witness the fall of a perfected immortal today? If Li Changsheng succeeds in killing an immortal today, who in the Tianju star zone will be able to stop him in the future? Everyone had mixed feelings. Meanwhile, Shangguan Shui, Yuan Chuxue, Chen Ling and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Li Changsheng's colossal palm print was about to grab Daoist Haoyu's head, the sky suddenly trembled. Then, a 300-meter-long sword light and a purple cauldron descended from the sky. In terms of strength, it was not inferior to Daoist Haoyu's full-strength attack. It was the perfected immortals of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground and the Tai Sword Sect. Legend had it that all three sacred grounds had perfected immortals. Li Changsheng had no choice but to withdraw his colossal palm print. He clenched his fist and faced the sword light and the purple cauldron. Boom! He punched the sword light and scattered it. At the same time, he swung his ardent dragon spear and smashed the small cauldron, sending it flying back. At the same time, he kept coughing up blood. In the next second, two figures walked out of the void and rushed toward Li Changsheng at the same time. The sword light and the purple cauldron returned and hit Li Changsheng's body at the same time. Bam! Li Changsheng, who was already at the end of his rope, was hit in an instant. His body flew backward and crashed into Sky Capital Peak behind him. This kid has the potential to become a great emperor. Moreover, his luck is heaven-defying. It's hard to kill him. However, if he doesn't die, our three sacred grounds, including you and me, will be punished in the future. An old man with a long sword said. He was the Tai Sword Sect's perfected immortal, Crazy Sword Daoist. I understand. The man holding the purple cauldron waved his hand and the purple cauldron rushed toward Li Changsheng. When it got close, it suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy instantly flattened the mountains and rivers within a 100-mile radius. Countless people who could not dodge in time were swept by the energy and turned into dust. The other party had actually detonated the Purple Cloud Sacred Grounds heritage treasure. I will remember the Purple Cloud Sacred Grounds contribution. The 10 great ancient countries that were supposed to be bestowed to Li Changsheng will belong to the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground as compensation. Crazy Sword Daoist said. At this moment, the violent energy was still surging. Sky Capital Peak, which had remained unmoved, began to shake violently. By the time the energy subsided, half a day had passed. Li Changsheng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the Mountain River Ruler, Ardent Dragon Spear, and a few other magic treasures were scattered on the ground. No matter how strong that Li Changsheng's physical body is, he should have been turned into ashes. These magic treasures will be divided equally among our three sacred grounds. The old man from Tai Sword Sect said. The head of Daoist Haoyu, who had escaped, returned. Thank you for your help, fellow Daoists. Daoist Haoyu said. Our three sacred grounds have helped each other. Brother Haoyu, you don't have to be so courteous. Next, we should discuss how to divide these magic treasures. This outsider's luck is really strong. None of these magic treasures are ordinary. Chapter 883. Li Changsheng was dead, and everyone present had mixed feelings. Such a genius with the potential to become a great emperor could not escape the fate of death. To be able to fight against a true immortal and almost kill enlightened Haoyu, this Li Changsheng's aptitude is simply earth-shattering. Enlightened Fu Ting sighed. Originally, if he was willing to obediently hand over Sky Capital Peak, this would not have happened. In the end, he only has himself to blame. Su Taibai also sighed. This is the result of being reckless. He thought that with his strength, no one in the world could deal with him, but he forgot that apart from enlightened Haoyu, our three sacred grounds still have two true immortals. Not only were the three Saint Lords sighing, but the surrounding people were also sighing. They had witnessed the birth of a genius, and they had also witnessed the fall of a genius. He was like a meteor streaking across the sky, and there was a moment of glory, but it was a flash in the pan. This Li Changsheng has been blasted to pieces. Unfortunately, I still want to get his body refining technique from him. His body is really too strong. Enlightened Haoyu, who only had one head left, was now shrouded in a white robe. He did not seem so terrifying, and his voice was somewhat regretful. If Brother Yu Chanzi had not detonated the treasure of the Purple Cloud Holy Land in time, even if the two of us had joined forces, given how cunning this man is, he might have been able to escape. Although we did not obtain his body refining technique, this is already the best outcome. The Tai Sword sect's true immortal, Crazy Sword Daoist, said. Although we did not get his body refining technique, the magic treasures he left behind are not ordinary. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the mountain and river ruler appeared in his hand. A treasure-level magic treasure can be used as the most precious treasure of the sect. The heart-wishful sword was also in his hand. I will keep it, and the rest will be divided equally between the two of you. Crazy Sword Daoist finished speaking. Yu Chanzi took the Zhenwu seal and the Black Evil Mountain into his hands. I'll take these two items. The Black Evil Mountain has not been completely refined into a transcendent artifact, so there's still a lot of room for improvement. As for the seal, although I can't tell its grade, the aura on it is very ancient. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Neither Daoist Hao Yu nor Taoist Kai Jian objected to Yu Chan's actions. After all, the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground had detonated a treasure of their sect and killed Li Changsheng. The Zhenwu seal was the most mysterious and peculiar magical treasure left behind by Li Changsheng, but they all tacitly agreed to let Yu Chanzi keep it. In the end, I will take the soul-amassing banner and the ardent dragon spear. Daoist Bright Moon picked up the two treasures. The things that Li Changsheng had left behind were all divided up by them. That brat's Chenkuan bag must have been destroyed by the explosion. There must be a lot of things inside. What a pity. After Daoist Bright Moon finished speaking, he bid farewell to the two of them. Fellow Taoists, my body is severely injured. I must return to the sect to recuperate. I'll take my leave first. With that, he flew to Daoist Fu Teng's side. Daoist Fu Teng left with Daoist Hao Yu. Immediately after, Taoist Kai Jian and Yu Chanzi left with the people of the Purple Cloud Sacred Ground and the Tai Sword sect respectively. The explosion of the Purple Cauldron had affected countless people, but these people did not even bother to look at them. In their eyes, they were just ants. The onlookers gradually dispersed. The battle had come to an end with Li Changsheng's death. This was the ending that everyone had expected, but the process was somewhat unexpected. Let's leave too. Daoist Zishan walked to Chen Ling'er's side and said. His heart was also somewhat complicated. He felt sorry for Li Changsheng's death, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. Because he had drawn a clear line with Li Changsheng, he was afraid of Li Changsheng's revenge. Now that this worry had been removed, it was just that such a genius had died like this. Anyone would feel sorry for him. Sister Shangguan, Sister Yuan, I'll take my leave first. Chen Ling'er bit her lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Changsheng's death was a big blow to her, but she knew that there was no use in staying. I'm leaving too. Yuan Chushue said to Shangguan Shui, Saintess Shangguan, I'll take my leave now. I hope you have the opportunity to visit my White Robes sect. Okay. Shangguan Shui nodded, but her gaze was fixed on the capital sky peak in a daze. After everyone had left, a few figures in white came to Shangguan Shui. They were her fellow disciples of the Snow Spirit Palace. Sister Shangguan, we should return to the east. No, you guys go back first. I want to be alone. These junior sisters looked at each other and finally sighed. Sister Shangguan, remember to return to the sect as soon as possible. Don't let the palace master worry. Saintess Shangguan. At this time, the Eastern Heaven's pride, Yi Feiguang, also came over. Li Changsheng is dead. I admit that Li Changsheng's talent was extraordinary. Among the younger generation of the Sky Capital Starfield, there was almost no one who could compare to him. But he's dead, that's the truth. You should walk out of your pain and welcome a new life. Yi Feiguang seemed to be implying something. But Shangguan Shui was looking at the capital sky peak, ignoring him. Yi Feiguang's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. Sister Shangguan, I'll take my leave too. After everyone had left, only Shangguan Shui was left on the capital sky peak. Shangguan Shui was different from the others. Everyone else believed that Li Changsheng was dead, but only she didn't think so. She gave the Snowlwan egg to Li Changsheng as a congratulatory gift. Because Shangguan Shui had been hugging the Snowlwan egg to cultivate, she had formed a faint connection with the egg. And in her senses, the Snowlwan egg hadn't been destroyed, which meant that Li Changsheng was very likely still alive. Of course, there was only a glimmer of hope. After all, it was very likely that the Snowlwan egg had been exiled into the depths of the void along with the broken Qianquan bag during the battle. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Shangguan Shui was still willing to believe. So Shangguan Shui stayed. She built a bamboo house at the foot of the capital sky peak and lived there. When many people heard about the battle and came to watch, they all saw Shangguan Shui at the foot of the capital sky peak. So the rumor of Li Changsheng's death and Shangguan Shui's infatuation spread like wildfire on the sky capital star. There were even novelists who made up stories and circulated them in the streets, touching countless scholars and talented women. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Although the shocking battle was still being talked about by many people, the popularity of it had obviously died down. At first, the 3 Holy Lands would still send people to check on the capital sky peak, but later they completely stopped paying attention to it. Are you really no longer in this world? Shangguan Shui looked at the towering capital sky peak. It had been 3 years, she had waited here for 3 years, and the glimmer of hope in her heart was gradually extinguished. At this time, a white crane flew from the sky and landed beside Shangguan Shui. Finally, it turned into a folded envelope. Shangguan Shui opened the envelope, and her pretty face suddenly changed. Her eyes were instantly filled with anger. Because Shangguan Shui and Li Changsheng had a close relationship, they were hostile to the dark sect. The Snow Spirit Palace was besieged by the remaining forces of the dark sect, and now it was at the point of life and death. She looked back at the capital sky peak, and finally gritted her teeth, turned into a white shadow, and flew to the sky. She had to return because of the crisis of the sect. Just an hour after Shangguan Shui left, the earth suddenly began to shake. Countless rocks fell from the towering capital sky peak, and a touch of dark light gradually appeared. Chapter 884. After leaving Tianju Peak, Shangguan Shui rushed all the way back to the east. The moment she stepped into the sect, she could not help frowning. Because everything was normal for the disciples in the sect. There was no danger of being besieged by the dark sect as described in the letter. In an instant, Shangguan Shui realized that she had been deceived. As soon as she stepped into the sect, she saw her master, Evil Moon, sitting on the main seat and looking at her with a smile. Shui, you're back. I have prepared a banquet. You came back at the right time today. Holy Sun, you will come later. Yi Fei Guang? Shangguan Shui frowned and said, what does it have to do with me whether he comes or not? And didn't you send me a letter saying that the sect has encountered a catastrophe and you don't know where it is? Hearing his disciple's question, Evil Moon smiled and said, if I didn't send you a letter like this, how could you come back? Then I wonder why Master didn't hesitate to deceive this disciple to come back. Of course, it's for your marriage. Evil Moon stood up and said, Yi Fei Guang came to propose marriage a few days ago. At that time, you were not there. I have already agreed for you. People say that you and Yi Fei Guang are the golden couple of the East. If you marry him, our Snow Spirit Palace will have a strong marriage with the Yi family, the #1 family in the East. This is a happy event. Hearing Evil Moon's words, Shangguan Shui's face darkened. Master, you didn't ask for my permission. How could you agree to the marriage proposal of the Yi family? If you want to marry him, go ahead. I won't marry him. What did you say? Evil Moon's face suddenly darkened and he glared at her. What a rebellious disciple. Are you rebelling? You have been waiting for Li Changsheng for 3 years in front of all the decent people of Tianju Star. During this period, there were so many rumors. Why didn't you think about your sect at all? Now you dare to disobey me. You have to marry Yi Fei Guang whether you want to or not. No, I won't. Shangguan Shui turned to leave, but found that the door of the hall closed automatically. Her face suddenly changed. Master, you activated the formation of the big formation? Yes, if I didn't activate the formation and you turned away, how could I explain it to him? Shangguan Shui still wanted to say something, but Evil Moon had already disappeared from his seat. Shui, I will imprison you in the main hall. Reflect on your actions here for me. The matter of marrying Yi Feiguang has already been decided by Master and the Yi clan. It is not up to you to mess around. While Shangguan Shui was being held captive in the sect, an earthquake seemed to have taken place within a radius of 100 miles around Sky Capital Peak, causing the ground to crack open. On Sky Capital Peak, the stone skin peeled off, revealing a dark luster. When the stone skin completely fell off, the entire Sky Capital Peak turned into a giant sword inserted into the ground, with the word Sky Capital written on it. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge sword rose from the ground and flew into the sky. The ground around it instantly caved in. At the same time, a figure flew out from the ground and into the sky. The huge black sword kept shrinking as it was held in his hand. The 3 holy lands went back on their words and divided up my treasures. Today, it's time for blood to be repaid with blood. A voice resounded through the sky. 10 minutes later, the figure left on his sword. A few hundred miles away, in a mountain range, a group of people was advancing in an orderly manner. The leader was an old man, holding a long spear and riding a dragon blood horse, looking majestic. Father, this time we were ordered by the emperor to hunt in the mountains. If we can't find the white tiger, how can we explain it to the emperor? A young man with a pale face had a long sword at his waist. However, the sword was decorated with gaudy decorations. It was very beautiful, but it was obviously not easy to use. Kanshu, you have been weak and sickly since you were young. Our My clan has been conferred the title of Marquis because of our military achievements. After your father passes away, you will be powerless. How can you convince the others? Now that the court is surrounded by tigers and wolves, without me, you will be devoured until there is nothing left. This time, I was ordered by the emperor to hunt in the mountains not only to please the emperor, but more importantly, the white tiger's gallbladder is the best medicine to cure your body. Only when you become strong, our My clan can continue. Father's good intentions, I understand. The young man named My Kanshu showed some determination in his eyes. This group of men and horses continued to advance and soon entered the depths of the forest. Just as they entered, there was a sudden gust of wind, which carried the smell of blood. Not good, white tiger. I didn't expect to encounter it just after entering the mountains. My Dian clenched the long spear in his hand. A white tiger appeared in front of them. The word king on the tiger's forehead was constantly trembling, and its eyes were suffused with a blood-red glow. Attack! With an order, the soldiers behind him rushed forward and aimed countless arrows at the white tiger. However, the white tiger let out a long roar, and the soldiers were blown away. My Dian, who was sitting on the dragon blood horse, had an aghast expression. Oh no, there is an error in the intelligence. This white tiger is definitely not equivalent to the innate realm. I am afraid it is even more powerful than the Vajra realm. Shu quickly escape. I am afraid father will die here today. No. My Kanshu shook his head and said, how can I abandon father and leave? At this moment, the white tiger was about to slaughter all of their men. Its eyes revealed a human-like playfulness, and it suddenly pounced on the skinny young man. Evil beast! My Dian quickly raised his spear to block, but he realized that the white tiger changed its route at the last moment and slapped at his head. It was actually a diversion. It's over. Who would have thought that a tiger would actually use tricks? My Dian couldn't withdraw his move anymore. He watched as the tiger's claw slapped at his head. With the strength of this tiger, if he was hit, his head would probably be smashed. This white tiger is not bad. I can use it as my mount. Just when the father and son were in despair, an indifferent voice echoed. Then, they saw the white tiger's tail being grabbed and pulled back by more than a meter. The tiger's claw brushed past My Dian's face, which scared him out of his wits. Roar! When the white tiger saw that someone dared to grab its tail, it immediately let out an angry roar. It turned its head and opened its bloody mouth, biting at Li Changsheng. In response, Li Changsheng gently waved his hand, and the white tiger was sent flying. It crashed into a tree that was as thick as a human and broke it into two. When it landed on the ground, it wanted to get up, but Li Changsheng rode on its back. The white tiger used all its strength, but it couldn't get up. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on its body. After more than 10 minutes, the white tiger finally accepted its fate and whimpered to show its submission. It seems like my luck is pretty good to possess the ancient white tiger bloodline. After the white tiger submitted, Li Changsheng then left the white tiger's body. That white tiger was extremely ferocious just a moment ago, but now it was as obedient as a kitten. Chapter 885. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Mai Dian and his son, Mai Tsangshu, quickly came forward to express their gratitude. It's nothing much, Li Changsheng casually said and was about to leave with the white tiger. Benefactor, wait a moment, Mai Dian said. Li Changsheng turned around and asked, what's the matter? Benefactor, I have a presumptuous request. Mai Dian hesitated for a moment and said, my son was born with a weak body and needs the white tiger's gallbladder to recuperate. I wonder if benefactor can sell this white tiger to me. Any price is fine. Just as Mai Dian finished his words, the white tiger let out a roar and opened its mouth, revealing its sinister teeth. Mai Dian was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Do you think I am someone who lacks money? Li Changsheng's lips curled into a playful smile. He had saved this father and son pair, but they wanted to kill his mount. This was too much. Mai Dian seemed to have realized that his actions were inappropriate as he revealed an awkward expression. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disappointment. Mai Tsangshu was his only son and the Mai family still needed him to continue. This white tiger was the only hope to cure his son's illness. From your attire, you should be an official of the imperial court. This is the Great Chen Nation's territory. You must be from the Great Chen Nation, right? Li Changsheng suddenly asked. I won't hide it from benefactor. We are. The Great Chen Nation was an ancient nation under the rule of the Tai Yi sword sect. This was also the reason why Li Changsheng appeared here. He wanted revenge. Back then, the Tai Yi sword sect's infatuated sword daoist had divided his treasures. Therefore, he decided to start from the Tai Yi sword sect. However, the Tai Yi sword sect was very mysterious. Li Changsheng had asked around and couldn't find the location of the Tai Yi sword sect. Therefore, he decided to start from the ancient nation under the rule of the Tai Yi sword sect. Other than using the white tiger's gallbladder, there are other methods to cure your son's illness. Li Changsheng suddenly said. Really? Mai Dian and his son revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Li Changsheng had subdued the white tiger, and in their eyes, he was already a celestial being. They were all smart people, and naturally understood the meaning behind Li Changsheng's words. Sir, please save my son. As long as you can save my son, I will promise you anything, including my old life. Why would I want your life? Curing your son is as easy as lifting a finger for me, but you have to take me to see your emperor. That's simple. Mai Dian and his son were dumbfounded. They thought that Li Changsheng would demand an exorbitant price, but they never thought that his request would be so simple. It's that simple. When I see your emperor, I will cure your son's illness. All right, I promise you. Mai Dian nodded heavily. He knew that Li Changsheng's meeting with His Majesty was definitely not an ordinary matter, but for the sake of his son, he couldn't care less. All right, we can return now. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged on the white tiger's back. Mai Dian led his remaining subordinates back the way they came. His dragon blood horse's quality was extremely high, but because of the white tiger beside it, its body trembled as it walked. Li Changsheng sat cross-legged on the white tiger's back, and a simple and unadorned sword was placed between his knees. On the sword, one could vaguely see the 2 words Tianju written in ancient characters. The Tianju peak had actually turned into the Tianju sword. When the purple cauldron exploded, Li Changsheng indeed felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, a powerful suction force suddenly came from the Tianju peak, and his entire body was sucked inside. After that, Li Changsheng found himself in a mysterious space. The space was filled with terrifying sword qi, and it was cutting his body. At that time, he was in a heavily injured state. He had just escaped from the attack of 2 true immortals, and then he fell into an endless battle with the sword qi. The sword qi was endless, and Li Changsheng finally survived after a difficult battle. After that, he found that every time he withstood a round of sword chi, there would be more sword intent in his body. The sword chi was endless. Li Changsheng didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally broke through all the sword chi. In his dantian, the sword chi had already formed a lake, and it occupied an area with the power of thunder and the green lotus seedling. At the same time, he instantly understood his situation. He was in the space of the Tianju sword, and the sword chi that he had been resisting for 3 years was actually refining the Tianju sword. After all the sword chi was refined, the Tianju sword had officially become his magic treasure, a Taoist artifact. Li Changsheng stroked the dark Tianju sword. Although he still hadn't broken through to the Earth Immortal stage, with this sword in hand, even the 3 true immortals were nothing in his eyes. 3 years ago, you almost destroyed my body and soul. 3 years later, I will make you pay 100-fold. Li Changsheng muttered to himself, and a murderous aura seeped out of his body. The white tiger he was sitting on actually crawled on the ground and trembled. Mai Jian and his son also felt their hearts throbbing at that moment, but this feeling disappeared in the blink of an eye. The white tiger stood up and continued to move forward. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. They rode on the dragon blood horses forward. Although the speed was already very fast, Li Changsheng still felt that it was a little slow, especially when they passed by a mountain range. Mai Jian told Li Changsheng that they had to go around the mountain range, and it would take them 3 days to travel. Li Changsheng frowned, and he directly used his magic power to form a giant palm print, which grabbed Mai Jian's team and his subordinates, and flew directly into the sky, crossing the mountain range. When they reached the other side of the mountain range, Li Changsheng put everyone down. Mai Jian and the others looked at Li Changsheng with eyes full of reverence. This was a great magic, and even the immortal master in the capital couldn't do it. When they were grabbed by Li Changsheng and flew into the sky, some of the soldiers were scared out of their wits, so Li Changsheng asked them to stop and rest for a while. He also found a rock to sit on, and the white tiger quietly crawled by his side. At this moment, the youth with a weak body, Mai Tsangshu, walked over and knelt down in front of Li Changsheng. "Mister, your magic power is heavenly, and Tsangshu wants to become your disciple." Mai Tsangshu clearly didn't discuss this with his father. Seeing his son's actions, Mai Jian couldn't help but frown. His Mai family had been a marquis in Daqian for generations, and he always wanted his son to inherit the title to bring glory to his ancestors. Although Li Changsheng had great magic power, if his son followed Li Changsheng to cultivate, then who would inherit the family business? "You really want to become my disciple? You don't want the family business in Daqian? You don't want the title? You don't want to bring glory to your ancestors and your bright future?" Li Changsheng looked at the skinny youth in front of him. Along the way, he had carefully observed Mai Tsangshu, and he admired him. Although his body was weak, he was very smart and filial to his father. He was a promising talent. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,